Chapter 10. In the bleak attic bedroom to which Oliver had removed himself after taking tea in the garden with Brock, and where he had remained alone ever since, except for a few well-managed interruptions from the crew to ascertain his welfare, there was an iron bedstead, a pine table with a parchment-shaded lamp, and a gangrenous bathroom with kids' transfers on the mirror, which Oliver, in his idleness, had attempted unsuccessfully to pick off. There was a telephone socket, but prisoners were allowed no telephone. The crew had offered him food and company, but he had declined both. Crew members occupied the rooms to either side of him. Brock's distrust of Oliver was as absolute as his affection for him. It was by now approaching midnight, and Oliver, after many perambulations about the room, which included a fruitless search for a bottle of whisky he had secreted amongst his shirts this morning when he packed, was once more stooped in the jailbird's position on his bedstead, his tangled head lolling over his hands as they laboured at a 45-inch balloon. He was wearing a bath towel and expensive town socks of midnight blue silk by Turnbull and Asser. Tiger had given him 30 pairs after catching him wearing one blue woolen sock and one grey cotton one. Balloons were Oliver's sanity, and Brearley was his mentor. When he could resolve nothing else in life, he could still set a box of balloons at his feet and recall Brearley on the arts of modelling, Brearley on how to inflate and knot, Brearley on skinnies, pencils and doodles, how to identify a willing balloon or spot a rogue. When his marriage was falling apart, he would sit over Brearley's demonstration videos all night long, and Heather's tearful reproaches could not get through to him. "You're on stage at 1 a.m, unless there's a fumble," Brock had warned, "and I want you looking like a gentleman again." Using available light from the uncurtained attic window, Oliver slightly deflated his balloon and nipped off a couple of inches to form a head, before realizing he had not decided what animal to make. He did a twist, measured a hand's breadth, did another, and discovered that his palms were sweating. He laid down the balloon, reverently wiped his hands on a handkerchief, then dipped them in a box of zinc sterate powder that sat beside him on the eiderdown. Zinc sterate to keep the fingers smooth without slippiness. Brearley never went anywhere without it, and groped under the bed for a balloon he had previously inflated. Lock-twisting the two lengths together, he held them to the window to see their shape against the night sky, selected a point, and pinched. The balloon burst, but Oliver, who in the normal way held himself responsible for every natural or unnatural disaster, did not scold himself. There was not a magician on earth, he was assured by Brearley, who could beat bad luck with a balloon, and Oliver believed this. You got a duff batch, or they didn't like the weather, and it didn't matter who you were. You could be Brearley himself. They were exploding in your face like firecrackers, and before you knew it, your cheeks were cut up with tiny razor blades, your eyes were streaming, and your face felt as if you'd been shoved headlong into a nettle patch. And all you'd got, if you were Oliver, was your hero's grin and Rocco's one-liners to save you from fiasco. "Well, that's one way to blow up a balloon. He'll be taking that one back to the shop tomorrow, won't he?" A thump on the door, and the sound of Aggie's Glasgow voice brought him guiltily to his feet. For in another of his many heads, he had been agonizing over Carmen. Is she in Northampton yet? How's the sore place on her eyebrow? Does she think of me as often as I think of her? And in yet another head, Tiger, where are you? Are you hungry? Are you tired? But since Oliver's anxieties were never mutually exclusive, and he had never learned the knack of addressing each one on its own, he also worried about Yevgeny and Mikhail and Tinatin, and about Zoya, and whether she knew she was married to a murderer. He feared she did. "Was that a pistol shot we heard downstairs, Oliver?" Aggie was inquiring skittishly through the door. Oliver produced an unintelligible grunt, part concurrence, part embarrassment, and rubbed his nose with his wrist. "Only I've got your fash suit here, pressed and ready to go. May I hand it over, please?" He switched on the light, secured his towel round his waist, and opened the door. She was wearing a black tracksuit and sneakers, and had fastened her hair in a stern knot. He took his suit from her and made to close the door again, but she was looking past him in mock horror at the bedstead. "Oliver, what in hell is that object? I mean, should I be seeing that? Have you discovered a new vice or something?" He turned and stared with her. "It's half a giraffe," he confessed. "The bit that didn't bust." She was amazed. She was incredulous. To appease her, he sat down on the bed and completed the giraffe, and, because she insisted, a bird and a mouse as well. She needed to know how long they would last, and would he make one for her 4-year-old niece in Paisley? She was all chat and admiration, and he duly acknowledged her good intentions. No one could have been nicer to him, or more appropriately dressed, while he waited to be hanged. "The Nats called a war party in 20 minutes in case there's any recent developments," she said. "Are those the city shoes you'll be wearing, Oliver?" "They're fine as they are." "Not for the Nat, they aren't. He'd kill me." A meeting of eyes. Hers because the crew had orders to befriend him. Oliver's because, as usual, when a pretty girl looked at him, he was contemplating a lifelong relationship. They dropped him by cab in Park Lane. Tanby drove it. Derek pretended to pay Tanby off. Derek and another boy sauntered alongside him into Curzon Street, presumably in case he thought of bolting, before wishing him a cheerful good night and trailing him for the remaining 50 yards. "This is what happens when I die," thought Oliver. "My life is a bunch of unjoined ends. There's a pair of closed doors in front of me, and a bunch of kids in black urging me forward from across the street." He wished he was back home at Mrs. Watmore's, watching late television with Sammy. "There's been no arrivals or departures since Friday, close of play, and no outgoing phone calls," Brockett said at the briefing. "There's lights in the trading room, but no one's trading. Incoming calls are taken by machine, and the message says the office will be open for business 8 a.m. Monday. They're playing busy, but with Windsor dead and Tiger on the loose, nobody's moving a finger." "Where's Massingham?" "In Washington, headed for New York. Phoned in yesterday." "How about Gupta?" "Worried about Tiger's Indian manservant who occupied the basement flat." "The Guptas watch television till 11, lights out 11:30. It's what they do every night, and it's what they did tonight. Gupta and his wife sleep in the boiler room. His son and daughter-in-law get the bedroom, kids in the corridor. There's no alarm system in the basement. When Gupta goes downstairs, he locks the steel door, and it's goodbye world. He's been weeping and shaking his head all day, according to the watchers. Any more questions?" Gupta, who loved Tiger as no other, Oliver remembered sadly. Gupta, whose 3 brothers were fitted up by the Liverpool police 100 years ago, but as legend had it, was saved by the fearless intervention of St. Tiger of all singles. Gupta, who begged only to serve, weeping and shaking his head all day. A valiant moon had risen to the 20th floor of a monstrous hotel, driven like a spike of Manhattan into the London skyline. A powdery mist was falling, half rain, half dew. Sodium streetlights shed a sticky glow over familiar landmarks, the banks of Riyadh and Qatar, Chase Asset Management, and an heroic little shop called Tradition that sold model soldiers of yesteryear. Oliver used to dawdle at its window when he was stoking up his courage to enter the house of Single. He mounted the 5 stone steps he had sworn he would never climb again, slapped his pockets for his key, and realized he was clutching it in his hand. He shuffled forward, key leading. Same pillars, same brass tablet proclaiming far-flung outposts of Single Empire, Single Leisure Limited Antigua, Banque Single and Sea, Single Resorts Monaco Limited, Single Sun Valley of Grand Cayman, Single Marcello, Land of Madrid, Single Zebolt Löwe of Budapest, Single Malansky of St. Petersburg, Single Rinaldo Investments of Milan. Oliver could recite the whole bogus batting order, blindfold, while his gaze skidded everywhere and stayed on nothing. "What if they've changed the lock?" he had asked Brock. "If they have, we've changed it back." Key in hand, Oliver stole a last look up and down the street, and fancied he saw Tiger in his black overcoat, with velvet tabs on the lapels, charming him from each of several doorways. A man and woman stood necking in the shadow of an awning. A human bundle lay on the threshold of an estate agent's. "I'm giving you a 3 on the street for emergencies," Brock had said. Emergency meaning the untimely return of the tiger to his cage. He was sweating, and there was sweat in his eyes. I shouldn't have worn the bloody waistcoat. His suit was one of 6 run up by Haywards for the day the young master was inducted as junior partner. It had come with a dozen custom-made shirts and a pair of gold links by Cartier, with a tiger on one leaf and a cub on the other, and a maroon Mercedes sports car with quadraphonic sound and TS on the registration plates. He was sweating, and his eyes were beginning to fog over, and if his waistcoat wasn't weighing him to the ground, the key was. The lock yielded without a murmur. He pushed the door. It opened 12 inches and stopped. He pushed again and felt Saturday's mail slide before him. He stepped high and forward. The door closed behind him, and the howling ghosts of hell leapt forward to receive him. "Good morning, Mr. Oliver," Pat the commissionaire, facetiously snapping to attention. "Mr. Tiger's ringing all over for you, Oliver." Sarah, the receptionist, from her switchboard. "Gave her one for breakfast, did we, Ollie boy?" Archie, Cockney whiz-kid of the trading room, having his bit of sport with the young master. "You'll never left the shop," Brock had told Oliver, as they sat waiting for the quiet hours. "Not in the gospel according to Tiger. You never resigned your partnership. You never disappeared into thin air. You're on overseas study leave, collecting foreign qualifications, whipping up client contacts. You're paid full salary, according to the company's reports. Remunerations to full-time partners last year totaled $5,800,000. Tiger filed a tax return for $3 million gross, which leaves you a couple of million tucked away in some offshore account. Congratulations. You also sent the house a telegram on the occasion of its Christmas party, which was nice of you. Tiger read it out loud. Where was I? Jakarta, maritime law. Who believes that crap? Anyone who wants to keep his job. One streetlight filtered through the fan window above the door. The famous gilded cage stood open to waft distinguished visitors to the top floor. "The singles lift goes up and never comes down," a fawning financial correspondent had written breathlessly after being lunched at Cat's. Tiger had had the article framed and hung beside the button panel. Oliver ignored the lift and took the staircase, stepping lightly, not feeling his feet on the carpet, wondering whether they were there at all, letting his fingers trail up the mahogany handrail, but not grasping it, because the patina was Mrs. Gupta's pride. Reaching a half landing, he dithered. The trading room lay to his left, behind a double swing door that banged like a bistro kitchen. Delicately he pushed it and peered inside. Boxed neon lights blazed from the ceiling. Ranks of computer screens fluttered wakefully. Dave, Fuang, Archie, Sally. "Mufta, where are you? It's me, Big Ollie, the Prince Regent." No answer. They've jumped overboard. "Welcome to the Marie Celeste." Across the landing ran the long corridor of the administration department, home of embargoed secretaries in career suits, and a trio of clerical accountants known as wet nappy boys, because they handle the dirty work that the super-rich expect of their paid help. Cars, dogs, houses, horses, yachts, boxes at Ascot, paying off unwanted lovers, and conducting whispered negotiations with disaffected men-servants who have gone to earth with the rolls, a case of whiskey, and the client's chihuahua. The doyen of the wet nappies was a shy old giant called Mortimer, who lived in Rickmansworth, and revelled in the excesses of his awful wards. "Plus, she's humping the butler," he would murmur out of the corner of his mouth, riding his shoulder against Oliver's for extra confidentiality. "Plus, she's flogging off hubby's Renoirs and hanging up repros because the old boy's going blind. Plus, she's cutting his children out of his will and getting planning permission for 20 semis in his walled garden." Ascending weightlessly to the next landing, Oliver hovered long enough at the door to the director's boardroom to compose a tableau of Tiger, enthroned one end of the rosewood table, and Oliver the other, while Massingham, the head waiter, deals out leather-bound spurious accounts to a rabble of derelict peers, deposed government ministers, silk-shirt city editors, overpaid lawyers, and rented strangers. He reached another half-landing and saw above him the casted feet of a janitor's desk and the lower half of a fish-eye mirror. He was approaching what Massingham, to the ribaldry of the clerks, insisted on calling the sensitive area. "There's a white side and a black side," Oliver had told Brock in the papier-mâché interviewing room at Heathrow. "The white side pays the rent. The black side starts on the 3rd floor." "Which side are you on then, son?" Brock had asked. "Both," Oliver had replied after long thought. And from then on Brock stopped calling him son. He heard a thump and died. A burglar. Pigeons. Tiger. A heart attack. He climbed faster, escaping forward, preparing his lines for the obligatory encounter. "It's me, Father. Oliver. I'm terribly sorry I'm 4 years late, only I met this girl, and we got talking, and one thing led to another, and I overslept." "Oh, hello, Father. Sorry to be a bore, only I had a crisis of conscience, you see. Or I suppose it was conscience. No shining light on the road to Damascus or anything like that. I simply woke up at Heathrow after a rather taxing whistle-stop tour of major clients, and decided it was about time I declared some of the contraband I had accumulated inside my head." "Father! Fab! Great to see you! Just happened to be passing, thought I'd drop by. Only I heard about poor old Alfie Windsor, you see, and I naturally couldn't help wondering how you were getting along." "Oh, Father, look here. Thanks tons for Carmen's 5 million odd. She's a bit young to thank you herself, but Heather and I greatly appreciate the gesture. Oh, and by the way, Father, Nat Brock says that if by any chance you're on the run, he'd very much appreciate the opportunity of cutting a deal with you. Apparently he met you once in Liverpool and was able to admire your skills at first hand. Well, the other thing is, Father, actually, if it's all right by you, I've come to smuggle you to safety. No, I'm your friend. I mean, it's true I betrayed you, but that was a necessary surgery. Deep down, I'm still tremendously loyal." He was standing before an inner Bailey door, uselessly studying a panel of numbers that controlled the lock. An ambulance was screaming up South Audley Street, but from the din it was making it could have been coming up the stairs. A police car followed it, then a fire engine. "Great," he thought. "A fire's exactly what I need." "What we are dealing with here, gentlemen, is what I call our rolling combination," a grim-jawed security consultant is explaining in his bitten-off ex-policeman's voice to the reluctantly assembled senior executives, of whom Oliver is one. "Our first 4 digits are constant, and we all know what they are." "We do indeed. They are 1936, the blessed year of our Lord Tiger's birth. Our last 2 figures are what we call the rollers, and these are achieved by subtracting the day's date from the number 50. Thus, if our date today is the 13th of the month, which my spies reliably inform me it is, I touch in the digits 37, like thus. If our date is the 1st of the month, then I touch in the digits 49, like thus. Have we all absorbed that, gentlemen? I am well aware that I am addressing an above-average and extremely busy audience this morning, so I will not detain you beyond the necessary. No questions? Thank you, gentlemen. You may smoke." With a recklessness that startled him, Oliver touched in Tiger's birth year, followed it with a day's rollers, and shoved the door away from him. It yelped and opened, admitting him to the legal department. "You are legal, postboy," Yevgeny is asking him incredulously. "You are legal." Random early English watercolours portrayed Jerusalem, Lake Windermere, and the Matterhorn. Tiger once had a bankrupt client who dealt in them. A door stood ajar. Fingertips again, Oliver poked it open. My room, my cell, my Pirelli calendar, 4 years older. This is where our legal postboy learned the ropes. Ropes like trading companies that had never traded in their lives and never would. Ropes like holding companies that held nothing for longer than 5 minutes because it was too damn hot. Ropes like selling bum stock to the bank in order to make the bank the buyer. then buying said stock back through other companies because the bank happens to be yours. Ropes like proposing theoretical scenarios for a client's general information, never intending, naturally, that said client should be so unprincipled as to treat the information as professional advice. Such ropes being the cherished preserve of none other than the late, murdered, penis-driven Alfie Windsor in his stay brown hair and tiger-inspired suits. Alfie, terror of the typist pool, unsafe in corridors, my immoral tutor. Well, Mr. Azir. Smirk, and a nod across the room to our young master who is sitting in for the experience. Let us imagine that for argument's sake that you have acquired large sums of money through your flourishing cosmetics business in, well, let's just say it's multinational. Perhaps you do not have such a cosmetics business, but let us imagine for argument's sake that you do. Snigger. And let us further imagine you are helping out your much-loved younger brother in Delhi, assuming that you have such a brother. And please don't tell me if you haven't. And this brother owns a string of hotels, let us say, and you are under an obligation, as his brother, to secure for him, purchase, costly and sophisticated catering equipment in Europe. Machinery he is unable to obtain in India, poor fellow, and for which he has advanced you, let us say, $7.5 million on an informal basis, you being his brother, which I gather in Asian circles is quite normal. And let us further suppose that with this scenario in mind, you were to approach Mr. So-and-so of the Bank of So-and-so in the agreeable city of Zug in Switzerland, and indicate that you are represented by the house of Single and Single, and that Mr. Alfred Windsor, with whom he recently passed a recreational evening, sends his most personal regards. An insanitary emergency staircase, lit by blue nightlights, rose from the end of the legal corridor by way of 2 fire doors and a men's lavatory to the sumptuous antechambers of the tiger's lair. Oliver climbed 1 step at a time. A panelled door appeared before him. It was curved and slender, with a brass doorknob at its centre. He raised a hand and was about to knock, but caught himself in time, grasped the knob and turned it. He was standing in the fabled rotunda. A filmmaker's star-strewn sky opened above him, projected through segments of a glass dome. By the fickle glow he made out shelves of perfectly bound books that no one read, law books for felons, books on who's rich and whom to con, books on contracts and how to break them, taxation and how to avoid it, new books to show that Tiger is of today, old books to show that he is trustworthy, solemn books to show that he is sincere. Oliver was shaking, and a nettle rash was crawling up his neck and over the inside of his chest and forehead. He had forgotten everything, his name, age, the time of day, whether he had been sent here or come of his own accord, what he loved except his father. To his left, the boneless sofa and the door to Massingham's office. Closed. To his right, Pam Horsley's crescent desk and the portraits of her 3 pugs. And straight ahead of him, across 40 feet of azure carpet, the Wedgwood curved double doors to the tiger's tomb. Closed, but waiting for the robber. Navigating by the stairs, Oliver crossed the rotunda and located the right hand of the 2 doors, turned the handle, crouched, and with his eyes crammed shut, as he supposed, sidled into his father's office. The air was still and sweet. Oliver sniffed it, and fancied he caught a mannish whiff of Trumper's body lotion, Tiger's weapon of choice. Discovering that his eyes were after all open, he stumbled forward and halted before the sacred desk, waiting to be noticed. It was vast, and vaster in the half-darkness, though never so vast as to reduce the stature of its occupant. The throne was empty. Cautiously he straightened, and allowed himself a less inhibited view of the room. The 20-foot conference table, the ring of armchairs where customers may sit at greater ease, while Tiger acquaints them with the sacred right of every citizen, regardless of colour, race or creed, to the best legal loopholes that illicit wealth can buy. The bay window, where Tiger, like a miniature captain on his bridge, likes to strut and clutch your arm and study his reflection in the London skyline, while he makes your unborn child a 5 times millionaire, and where, God! Oh, Christ almighty! Where now Tiger's corpse, lengthways and wound in spectral muslin, floated in the air like a new moon on its back, racked, stretched until he snapped. Tiger a spider, hanged in his own web. Somehow Oliver edged forward, but the apparition did not alter or retreat. "It's a trick. Astonish your friends. Slice your partner in two before their very eyes. Send stamped addressed envelope to Magic Numbers, Post Box, Walsingham." He whispered, "Tiger." Nothing came back to him above the sobbing and heaving of the city. "Father, it's Oliver. Me. I'm home. It's all right, Father. I love you." Searching for wires, he flung out an arm and described a wild arc above the corpse, only to discover he had acquired a handful of burial shroud. Cringing, expecting dreadful things, he forced himself to keep his eyes open, looked downward, and saw a fogged, brown head rise to meet his gaze, and he recognized not his father sprung from the sepulchre, but the astonished ex-ophthalmic features of the ever-loyal Gupta, emerging from the depths of his hammock. Gupta, tearful, joyous, and bare-legged, wearing blue underpants and swathes of mosquito netting, clutching the young master by both arms and shaking them to the rhythm of his terrified delight. "Mr. Oliver, wherever in heaven's good name have you been, sir? Overseas, study, my God, sir, you must have studied your eyes out. Nobody could talk about you. You were a mystery of major proportions, to be divulged to no man. Are you married, sir? Are you blessed with children? Are you happy? 4 years, Mr. Oliver. 4 years, my Lord God. Tell me only that your Holy Father is alive and in sound health, please. It is many long days we hear nothing." "He's all right," said Oliver, forgetting everything but his relief. "Mr. Tiger's fine." "That is the truth, Mr. Oliver." "It is indeed." "And your good self, sir?" "Not married, but also fine. Thanks, Gupta, thanks." "Thanks for not being Tiger." "Then I am doubly overjoyed, sir, and so are we all. I could not desert my post, Mr. Oliver. I do not apologize. Poor Mr. Windsor, oh my God, in his second prime of life, we may say. A true gentleman. Always a laugh and a word for us little fellows, and especially the ladies. And now the sinking ship is being abandoned. The passengers are departing like snow in the fire. On Wednesday, 3 secretaries. On Thursday, 2 excellent young traders. And now there are rumours that our most elegant chief of staff is not merely on holiday, but is permanently removing himself to greener pastures. Somebody must stay behind and tend the flame, I say, even if we are obliged to sit in darkness for reasons of security." "You're a prince, Gupta," said Oliver. After which there was an uncomfortable gap while each separately reappraised his pleasure in the other. Gupta had a picnic flask of hot tea. Oliver drank from the only cup. But he was avoiding Gupta's eye, and Gupta's eager smile of expectation was coming and going like a faulty lamp. "Mr. Tiger sends his greetings, Gupta," Oliver said, breaking the silence. "Through you, sir. You have spoken to him." "If old Gupta's there, kick him in the backside for me. You know how he speaks." "Sir, I love this man." "He knows that." Oliver was putting on his partner's voice, hating himself as he listened to his own words. "He knows the measure of your loyalty, Gupta. He expects no less of you. He is most kind. Your father is a person of great and limitless heart, I would say. You are 2 most kind gentlemen." Gupta's little face had turned ugly with unease. Everything he felt, love, loyalty, suspicion, fear, was written in his crumpled features. "In what matter do you come, sir, if I may ask?" he demanded, growing bolder in his distress. "Why do you bear messages from Mr. Tiger suddenly, after 4 years of silence overseas? Please, sir, forgive me, I am a humble manservant." "My father wants me to pick up some papers from the partners' strong room. He believes they could have a bearing on the unfortunate episode of last weekend." "Oh, sir," said Gupta softly. "What's the matter?" "I am a father also, sir." So am I, Oliver wanted to tell him. Gupta's tiny right hand had stolen to his breast. Your father is not a happy father, Mr. Oliver. You are his only issue. I am a happy father, sir. I know the difference. The love Mr. Tiger feels for you is not reciprocated. Such is his perception. If Mr. Tiger trusts you, Mr. Oliver, then well and good. I say, so be it. He was nodding. He had seen his path, and was nodding at its rightness. We shall witness the evidence, Mr. Oliver, black on white. No ifs or buts. The challenge is not laid down by me. An act of providence has come to our assistance. Follow me, please. Be careful where I am stepping, Mr. Oliver. Do not approach the windows. Oliver followed Gupta's shadow to a pair of mahogany doors that disguised the entrance to the partners' vault. Gupta opened them and stepped inside. Oliver joined him. Gupta closed the doors and switched on the light. They faced each other, the safe door between them. Gupta was even shorter than Tiger, which Oliver had always suspected was the reason Tiger had selected him. Your father was most circumspect in his personal confidences, Mr. Oliver. Who can we trust with total confidence, I ask you, Gupta? He said to me. Where is the gratitude for all that we have given to those we love the most, I am asking Gupta? Where may a man look for total commitment, if not to his own flesh and blood? Tell me, if you will be so kind. Therefore, Gupta, I must arm myself against treachery. These were his words to me, Mr. Oliver, confided on a personal basis over the midnight oil. Tiger's words or not, they were assuredly Gupta's, delivered with tremulous accusation in the presence of the locked grey steel door, on which his gaze had fixed itself with mysterious reverence. Gupta, he says to me, take guard against your sons if they are envious. I am not blind. Certain misfortunes that have occurred to my house are not to be dismissed without a most detailed examination of all the facts. Certain correspondences, known only to a certain person and myself, have fallen into the hands of our implacable enemies. Who is to blame here? Who is the Judas? When did he say all this to you? When the calamities began to multiply, your father became reflective. He spent many hours in that strong room you are attempting to enter, questioning the loyalty of other eyes than his, sir. Then I hope he was able to clear his mind of unworthy suspicions, Oliver replied haughtily. I too, sir, most devoutly. Please, Mr. Oliver, sir, help yourself at your leisure. Take your time. Let Providence decide, I say. It was a challenge. Observed minutely by Gupta, Oliver stooped to the dial. It was green, with raised digits. Gupta placed himself belligerently the other side of it, little arms folded. I'm not sure you're supposed to be watching this, are you? Said Oliver. Sir, I am the de facto custodian of your father's house. I am awaiting proof of your good faith. The knowledge stole upon Oliver without fanfares, like knowledge already possessed. Gupta is telling me Tiger has changed the combination, and if I don't know the new combination, then Tiger hasn't given it to me. And if he hasn't given it to me, he hasn't sent me, and therefore I'm lying in my teeth, and Providence is about to prove it, and Providence will be bang on target. Gupta, I really would like you to wait outside. With an ill grace, Gupta switched out the light, opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it again. Switching the light back on, Oliver heard him delivering a eulogy of Tiger through the keyhole. Tiger as martyr to his own goodness, as defender of the weak, as the victim of a planned and devilish deception by certain persons nearest to him, as generous employer, model husband and father. A great man should be judged only by his friends, Mr. Oliver. He should not be judged by those who are inveterately disposed against his person for reasons of envy or the smallness of their souls, sir. My bloody birthday, Oliver thought. It is an evening close to Christmas. Oliver has been Brock's man for a mere few days, yet he lives in an altered state. Spying has made him dependent on stronger natures than his own, more obedient than he ever was before he spied. Tonight, at Brock's behest, he plans to stay in late and continue his examination of clients' offshore bank accounts before Tiger has the chance to edit them. Seated nervously at his desk, he tinkers with a draft contract, while he waits for Tiger to put his head round the door on his way out. Instead, he is summoned to the presence. When he gets there, Tiger seems, as usual, uncertain what to do with him. "Oliver." "Yes, father?" "Oliver, it's time I initiated you into the mysteries of the partners' strong room." "Are you sure you really want to?" Oliver asks. And it is touch and go whether he will give his father a much-needed lecture on personal security. Tiger is sure. Having lit upon an activity, he must now expand it into a matter of moment, for nothing Tigers do can be less than momentous. "It's for your eyes only, and no one else's, Oliver. To be shared between you and me, and no one else on earth. Do you understand that?" "Of course. No little whispered confidences to our latest lady love, not even Nina. This is for the two of us." "Absolutely." "Say, I promise." "I promise." Filled with a high sense of his own gravity, Tiger demonstrates the secret. The combination of the partners' strong room is none other than Oliver's birth date. Tiger enters it on the dial and invites Oliver to turn the great handle. The iron door swings open. "Father, I am moved. I don't want your gratitude. Gratitude means nothing to me. What we're looking at here is a symbol of mutual trust. There's a decent whiskey in the cupboard. Pour us both a glass. What is it old Yevgeny says when he wants a drink? Let's have a serious conference. Thought we might have a spot of dinner afterwards. Why don't I ring old Cat? Is Nina game?" "Nina's tied up tonight, actually. That's why I'm at a loose end." "When I am stabbed in the back, Gupta, tell me whose hand is on the knife," Gupta was yelling through the keyhole. "Is it the hand closest to my heart, I am asking myself? Is it the hand I have fed and watered like no other? Gupta, if I told you I was today the saddest man on earth, this would be no exaggeration whatsoever of my current personal situation, regardless of the fact that self-pity does not befit a person of my stature. Those were his very words, Mr. Oliver, from the tiger's mouth." Alone inside the strong room, Oliver stared at the dial. "Stay calm. This is not a good time to panic," he told himself. So when is? First, if only to confirm the hopelessness of his predicament, he entered the old combination. 2 left, 2 right, 4 left, 4 right, 2 left, and twist the handle. It refused to budge. My birth date is no longer operative. On the other side of the door, Gupta continued his lament, while Oliver desperately lectured himself. Tiger does nothing carelessly, he reasoned, nothing that does not enhance his self-esteem. Without conviction, he dialed Tiger's own birth date. Nothing budged. Commemoration Day, he thought, with greater optimism, and dialed the number 050480. This being the date of the firm's foundation, traditionally celebrated with a champagne barge ride up the Thames. But no cheer resulted. He heard Brock. "But you can feel him, guess him, live him, just by breathing in. You've got him here." He heard Heather. "Girls count roses, Oliver. They like to know how much they're loved." Sickened by the dawning of his prescience, he again spun the dial with sweating fingers. 3 left, 2 right, 2 left, 4 right, 2 left. Grimly, stoically, no demonstrations of emotion permitted. He was entering Carmen's birth date. "Sir, it is not beyond my competence to call 999 and demand the appropriate service, Mr. Oliver," Gupta was screaming. "This will be very soon my next move, you will see." The bolt clanged free, the door to the strong room swung open, and the secret kingdom displayed itself before him. Boxes, files, books and papers, stacked with Tiger's obsessional precision. He switched out the light and stepped back into the office. Gupta was wringing his hands, moaning pitiful apologies. Oliver's face was on fire, and his bowels were churning, yet he contrived to speak snappishly, an officer of the single Raj. "Gupta, I need to know as a matter of urgency what my father did from the moment he received the news of Mr. Windsor's death." "Oh, He was demented, sir. How the news came to him is a matter for speculation. Office rumour maintains it was a telephone call. Who from is not given us to know, but probably a newspaper. His eyes were most wild. Gupta, he says, we are betrayed. A chain of events has reached its tragic culmination. Find me my brown coat. He was a stranger to reason, Mr. Oliver, a man confused. Sir, then are you going to Nightingale's? I said. Always, if he is going to Nightingale's, he wears his brown coat. It is an emblem for him, a symbol, a gift from your sainted mother herself. Therefore, when he wears it, I am confident of his destination. Yes, Gupta, I am going to Nightingale's. And in Nightingale's I shall seek the comfort of my dear wife, and sound a bugle of distress to my only surviving son, whose assistance is imperative to me in my hour of need. At this moment, Mr. Massingham comes in without knocking. It is most unusual, bearing in mind the respectful demeanour of Mr. Massingham at other times. Gupta, leave us. It is your father speaking. What transpires between the two gentlemen I do not know, but it is brief. Both men are white as spirits. Each has seen his vision simultaneously, and now they are comparing notes. That was my impression, sir. There is talk of a Mr. Bernard. Ring Bernard. Bernard must be consulted. Why don't we lay this at Bernard's door? Then, abruptly, your father commands a silence. This Bernard must not be trusted. He is an enemy. Miss Horsley was weeping copiously. I did not know that tears came to her, except in regard to her small dogs. My father made no travel arrangements that you remember. He didn't send for Gasson. No, sir. He was not rational. Rationality, if it was to return, occurred later, I would say. Oliver preserved his harsh tone for one more beat. Now, pay attention, Gupta. Mr. Tiger's fortunes depend on the recovery of certain lost papers. I have engaged a team of professional investigators to assist me. You're to remain in your quarters until they leave the building. Do you understand? Gupta gathered up his hammock and scuttled down the stairs. Oliver waited until he heard the basement door slam shut. From Tiger's desk he telephoned the watchers across the road and blurted the fatuous code word Brock had given him for this moment. He stormed down the stairs and pulled open the front door. First came Brock, followed by crew in dark tracksuits and backpacks for their wretched cameras, tripods, lights, and whatever other junk they carried. Gupta's gone down to his basement, Oliver hissed at Brock. Some bloody idiot didn't notice he's taken to sleeping upstairs. I'm getting out. Brock murmured into his jacket collar. Derek handed his backpack to his neighbour and stepped to Oliver's side. Oliver stumbled down the front steps, escorted by Derek and followed by Aggie, who grabbed his free arm in a companionable embrace, while Derek held the other. A cab pulled alongside, Tanby at the wheel. Derek and Aggie whisked Oliver aboard and sat in between them on the back seat. Aggie laid a hand on his arm, but he shook himself free. As they entered Park Lane, he had a waking dream that he had propped his bicycle against a stationary train in India and climbed aboard, but the train refused to budge because of bodies on the line. At the safe house, Aggie rang the bell while Derek handed Oliver onto the pavement, and Tanby waited to catch him as he touched down. Oliver had no consciousness of going up the stairs, only of lying on his bed in his underclothes, and wishing he had Aggie beside him. He woke to see morning light behind the threadbare curtains of the dormer window, and Brock, not Aggie, sitting in the chair, holding a sheet of paper to him. Oliver raised himself on one elbow, rubbed his neck, accepted a photocopied letter. Printed colophon of 2 chain-mail gauntlets intertwined in greeting, or is it combat? The words Transfinance Vienna curved over the gauntlets, electronic type with an indefinable foreign accent. To T. Single, Esquire, personal, by courier. Dear Mr. Single, subsequent to our negotiations with a representative of your distinguished firm, we have pleasure to advise you formally of our claim upon House of Single in sum of £200 million sterling, such being fair and reasonable compensation for lost earnings and betrayal of confidences entrusted to you under client privilege. Payment within 30 days to the account of Transfinance Istanbul offshore. Details known to you. Marked attention Dr. Mirsky. Failing this, further action will follow. Collateral is forwarded to you under separate cover to your private residence, thanking you for your early attention. Signed, Y.I. Orloff, in an ailing, elderly hand, and countersigned by Tiger's prim initials, confirming that the contents had been read and duly noted. "Remember Mirsky?" Brock inquired. "Used to be Mirsky with an I, till he went to the States for 2 years and learned wisdom." "Of course I do. Polish lawyer. Some kind of trading partner of Yevgeny's. You told me to look out for him." "Trading partner, my foot." Brock was riding him, determined to move him forward. "Mirsky's a crook. He was a communist crook, and now he's a capitalist crook. What's he doing playing banker to Yevgeny's 200 million quid? Why the fuck should I know?" Oliver shoved the letter back at him. "Get up." Oliver sullenly heaved himself fully upright and moved his legs round till he sat on the edge of the bed. "Are you listening?" "Not much." "I'm sorry about Gupta. We're not perfect. We never will be. You managed him a treat. That was sheer genius, unscrambling the strong-room combination. Nobody but you could have done that. You're the best operator I've got." "That's not the only letter we found by any means. Our friend Bernard is buried in there with his free villa. So are half a dozen other Bernards. Are you listening?" Oliver went to the bathroom, turned on the basin tap, and sluiced water in his face. "We found Tiger's passport too," Brock called after him through the open doorway. "Either he's using someone else's, or he hasn't gone anywhere." Oliver heard this news as if it were just another death among so many. "I need to ring Sammy," he said, coming back to the bedroom. "Who's Sammy?" "I need to ring his mother, Elsie. Tell her I'm all right." Brock brought him a telephone and stood over him while he used it. "Elsie? It's me. Oliver. How's Sammy?" "Good. Oh, right. Well, see you soon." All in one dull tone before he rang off, took a breath, and without a glance at Brock, dialed Heather's number in Northampton. "It's me." "Yes, Oliver, that me. How's Carmen?" "No, I can't." "What?" "Well, get the doctor." "Look, go private. I'll pay." "Soon." He lifted his head and saw Brock nodding to him. "They'll come and talk to you soon." "Like tomorrow or the next day?" More nods from Brock. "And there'll be no more funny people coming round? No shiny cars or spooky phone calls? No more roses?" "Good." He rang off. "Carmen's cut her knee," he complained, as if it were all Brock's fault. "Might need stitching." Chapter 11. Aggie drove. Oliver sprawled beside her, now attacking the top of his head with sweeps of his hand, now hoisting up his long legs, and with a great puff, releasing them to buffet against the floor, now wondering what would happen if he took a dive at her, like putting his hand on hers while she changed gear, or running his fingers round the gap between her collar and her neck. She'd stop the car and flatten me, he decided. The olive hills of Salisbury Plain flowed to either side of them. Sheep grazed on their slopes. A low sun gilded farmhouses and churches. The car was an anonymous Ford with a toy glider on the rear ledge and a second radio secreted beneath the dashboard. Ahead of them a pickup truck rode point, Tanby at the wheel, Derek at his side. A red streamer was tied to its aerial. Aggie doesn't like Derek, so I don't either. Two leather-clad motorcyclists rode tail, their helmets blazoned with red arrows. Sometimes the car radio crackled, and a chill female voice spoke a code word. Sometimes Aggie responded with another. Sometimes she tried to cheer him up. "I mean, have you ever been to Glasgow, Oliver?" she asked. "It's really humming." "So I've heard." "I mean, you could do worse than try it when this is over, if you get my meaning." "Good thought. I might at that." She tried again. "Do you remember Walter at all?" "Yeah, sure, of course, Walter. One of Tanby's bruisers. What about him?" "Oh, Walter, well, He just slunk off to one of those two-bit security firms up north. 35,000 a year and a fur-lined Rover. Makes you sick. Where's loyalty? Where's service? Where indeed? Oliver agreed, and smiled at fur-lined. I mean, wasn't that awful for you? Discovering your own dad was a crook and all, and you fresh from law school, believing that law was about protecting people and keeping society on a straight course. I mean, how does a person deal with that, Oliver? And you're talking to someone who read philosophy for her sins. Oliver wasn't talking to anyone, whatever they had read. But Aggie plunged on. I mean, how do you ever know, in a situation like that, whether you just hate the bastard or love justice? Asking yourself day and night, am I being a hypocrite, all the time pretending I'm high and mighty and virtuous on my white horse, when actually I'm getting my own back on my father? Is that how it went with you? Or is it just me being vicarious? Yeah, well, I mean, you're a real star for us, do you know that? The lonely decider, the idealist, the walk-in of all time. There's blokes in the service would kill to get your autograph. Long delay, in which even the doughty Aggie might have wished she had not been quite so doughty. There's no white horse, Oliver mumbled. More a sort of merry-go-round. The pickup ahead of them signalled left. They followed it down a slip road into country lanes. The motorbike came after them. Young foliage closed above them, cutting out the sky. Sunlight danced between the tree trunks. The radio squawked static. The pickup pulled into a lay-by. The motorbike behind them peeled into a side turning. The car nosedived down a steep hill and crossed a water splash. They reached a hilltop. A yellow barrage balloon with Harris painted on it was suspended over a filling station. She's been here before, he thought, watching her out of the corner of his eye. They all have. She took the left turn. They skirted the village and saw the church on the skyline and the tithe barn next to it, and the pan-tiled bungalows that Tiger had fought tooth and nail to prevent. They entered Autumn Lane, where fallen leaves lay dying all year round. They passed a cul-de-sac called Nightingale's End and saw a parked electricity van with its ladder up and a man doing something to the wires. In the cab, a woman was talking into a telephone. Aggie drove another 100 yards and pulled up beside a bus stop. "You have lift-off," she announced. He got out. The sky behind the trees looked like day, but in the hedgerows dusk was gathering fast. On a grass island stood a brick war memorial inscribed with the names of the glorious fallen. 4 Harvey boys, he remembered, all from one family, all dead by the age of 20, and their mother lived till 90. He started walking and heard Aggie drive away. The immense gateposts rose before him. On their summits, carved tigers clutched the single coat of arms. The tigers had come from a sculpture park in Putney and cost a fortune. The coat of arms was the work of a pedantic heraldry consultant named Potts, who spent a weekend questioning Tiger about his antecedents, not realizing they varied with the seasons. The results were a Hanseatic ship representing our ancient Lübeck trading connections, hitherto unknown to Oliver, a tiger rampant, and 2 turtle doves from our Saxon side, though what doves had to do with Saxony was a riddle known only to Mr. Potts. The drive flowed like a black river over the twilit meadows. "This is the grave I was born in," he thought. "This is where I lived in the time before I became a child." He passed the Pepperpot gatehouse, where Gasson the chauffeur went to ground when Tiger decided to stay the night. No lights burned in the windows. The upper curtains were drawn. A loose box stood in the yard, its tow bar resting on a pile of bricks. Oliver is 7 years old. It is his first pony class, and he is wearing the stiff bowler and tweed jacket that Tiger from his distant place of power has decreed. Nobody else in his class is wearing a bowler, so Oliver has tried to hide it, together with a silver-handled riding crop that Tiger has sent by courier for his birthday, because by now Tiger's visits are rare state occasions. "Chest out, Oliver, don't slouch. You're nodding, Oliver. Try and look like Geoffrey Moore. He didn't nod, did he? Straight as a soldier, Geoffrey was." Geoffrey, my elder brother by 5 years. Geoffrey who did everything right that I do wrong. Geoffrey who was perfect in all things, and died of leukemia before he had time to run the world. Oliver was passing the sandstone icehouse. It had arrived by magic in 3 green vans, gone up in a week, and become his instant place of punishment. 170 running paces to the icehouse. Touch it. 170 back. 1 lap for every unlearned irregular Latin verb, and more laps for not being as good as Geoffrey was, whether at Latin or running. Mr. Revilius, Oliver's tutor, is a numerist. So is Tiger. Over the long-distance telephone, they deal in points, marks, distances, hours spent and punishments deserved, and what percentages are required to get him into somewhere called the Dragon School, where Geoffrey got his cricket colours and his scholarship to somewhere still more terrible called Eton. Oliver hates dragons, but admires Mr. Revilius for his velvet jackets and black cigarettes. When Mr. Revilius elopes with a Spanish maid, Oliver cheers for him amid the general outrage. Preferring the long route beside the walled garden, he skirted a flattened hillock that was neither a burial mound nor a golf tee, but a helipad for guests too elevated for terrestrial travel. Guests like Yevgeny and Mikhail Orlov, with their plastic bags of Russian lacquerware, bottles of lemon vodka, and smoked Mingrelian sausages wrapped in greaseproof paper. Guests with bodyguards. Guests with collapsible billiards cues in black carrying cases, because they didn't trust tigers. But only Oliver knew that the helipad was a secret altar. Inspired by the story of an Indonesian tribe that laid out decoy wooden aeroplanes to attract rich tourists flying overhead, he had put out offerings of Geoffrey's favourite foods, in the hope of luring him down from heaven to complete his childhood. But the food in heaven was evidently better, because Geoffrey never returned. And Geoffrey was not the only absentee. In the rolling mist stood jumping hurdles that were kept radiant white, and the polo field that was marked and mown all year, and the stables where every saddle and bridle and snaffle and stirrup was burnished, against the never-never day when Tiger, after 20 years of being on a business trip, would roll up the drive with Gaston at the wheel and resume the hard-earned feudal English life. The drive sank between copper beeches. Ahead lay a pair of brick and flint staff cottages. Passing them, he dawdled, hoping to catch sight of Kraft, the butler, and his wife, seated over tea. He had loved the Crafts, and used them as his window on the world, beyond the walls of nightingales. But Mrs. Kraft had died 15 years ago, and Mr. Kraft had returned home to Hull, where his roots were, taking with him a Fabergé box and a set of 18th-century miniatures of Tiger's elusive ancestors, this time Pennsylvania Dutch. Oliver descended the hill, and nightingales appeared below him, first the chimney-pots, then the whole grey-stoned heap, set in weedless gravel that made his feet crunch like cracking ice as he advanced on the front porch. The bell-pull was a brass hand, with its thumb and fingers stuck together. Seizing it in a monkey grip, he tugged downward, while his heart thumped with a son's inescapable longing. He was about to give a second pull when he heard a shuffle from the other side of the door, and in a panic wondered what to call her, because she hated Mother, and Mummy even more. He realized he had forgotten her first name. He had forgotten his own, too. He was 7 years old, and sitting in a police station 6 miles away, and he couldn't even remember the name of the house he had run away from. The door opened, and a darkness came out at him. He was grinning and mumbling. His ears had blocked. He felt the fuzz of a mohair cardigan against his grin as her arms came round his neck. He folded her into his protection. He closed his eyes and tried to become a child, but it didn't work. She kissed his left cheek, and he smelt peppermint and putrid breath. She kissed his other cheek, and he remembered how tall she was, taller than any other woman he had kissed. He remembered her trembling and her smell of soapy lavender. He wondered whether she trembled all the time, or just for him. She pulled back from him. Her eyes, like his, were flooded with tears. "Ollie, darling." You got it right, he thought, because sometimes she called him Geoffrey. "Why ever didn't you warn me, Ollie? My poor heart. Whatever have you done now? Nadia, he remembered. Don't call me Mother, Ollie, darling. Call me Nadia. You make me feel so old. The kitchen was low and vast. Bruised copper saucepans, bought at auction by a vanished interior designer, hung from ancient beams, added during one of numberless refurbishments. The table was long enough for 20 servants. A Bombay Dutch oven, never connected to the flue, filled the dark end. You must be ravenous, she told him, analytically, as if eating were something other people did. I'm really not, honestly. They peered into the fridge for something to satisfy him. A bottle of milk, a packet of pumpernickel, bread, a tin of anchovies, perhaps. Her trembling hand was resting on his shoulder. In a minute I'll be trembling too. Oh dear, it's Mrs. Henderson's day off, she said. I bant at weekends. I always did, you've forgotten. Their eyes met in the downlight, and he saw that she was scared of him. He wondered whether she was drunk, or only on the way. Sometimes she'd hardly started and already spoke a girlish slur. Other times she'd have a couple of bottles inside her and be seemingly composed. You don't look very well, Ollie, darling. Have you been overdoing it? You go so hard at things. I'm fine. You look fine too. Incredible. It wasn't incredible at all. Each year before Christmas, she went on what she called her little holiday and returned without a wrinkle in her face. Did you walk from the station, darling? I didn't hear a car arrive, nor did Jacko. Jacko, the Siamese cat. I'd have picked you up if you'd rung. You haven't driven a car for years, he thought. Not since you crashed through the barn wall in the Land Rover on New Year's Eve, and Tiger burned your driving licence. I love the walk, honestly, he said. You know I do. Even when it's raining, I don't mind. In a minute, neither of us will know what to say. The trains don't seem to run on Sundays, as a rule. Mrs. Henderson has to change at Swindon if she wants to see her brother, she complained. Mine was bang on time. He sat at the table in his usual place. She remained standing, doting on him, trembling and worrying, working her lips like a baby before a feed. Anyone staying? He asked. Just me and the pussycats, darling. Why should there be? I just wondered. I don't keep a dog any more. Not after Samantha pined away. I know. She just sat in the hall at the end, waiting for the sound of the rolls. She wouldn't budge, not at the end. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't hear me. You told me. She'd decided she was a one-man dog. Tiger said bury her next to the pheasantry, so we did. Me and Mrs. Henderson. And Gasson, he reminded her. Gasson dug the hole. Mrs. Henderson said the words. We weren't a very jolly party, I'm afraid. Where is he, Mother? Gasson, darling. Tiger. She's forgotten her lines, he thought, watching her eyes begin to flood. She's trying to remember what she's supposed to say. Oh, Ollie, darling. What is it, Mother? I thought you'd come for me. I have. I wondered where Tiger was. He's been here. Gupta told me. It wasn't fair. Nothing was. She was calling up a whole storm of self-pity to shelter her. Everyone asks me, she wailed. Massingham, Mirsky, Gupta, that creepy Hoban man from Vienna, Bernard, that ghastly Horsley hag with her pugs. Now you. I tell them all, I don't know. You'd think with fax machines and cell phones and God knows what, they'd know where everyone was all the time. They don't. Information isn't knowledge, your father always says. He's right. Who's Bernard? Bernard, darling. You know Bernard. The big bald policeman from Liverpool. The Tiger helped. Bernard Porlock. You once called him Curly, and he nearly killed you. I think that must have been Geoffrey, Oliver said. And Mirsky, he's the lawyer. Of course he is, darling. Alex's lovely, bubbly Polish friend from Istanbul. Tiger only needs a bit of privacy, she protested. It's perfectly reasonable, living in the limelight the way he does, to want to be someone little for a while. We all do sometimes. You did. You even changed your name so that you could, darling, didn't you? And you've heard the news, I take it. Well, you must have done. What news? Sharply. I'm not to talk to the newspapers, Ollie. You're not either. I'm to put the phone down on them. The news about Alfred Windsor, our legal eagle. That dreadful little man. Whatever's he done? I'm afraid he's died, Mother. Been shot. Out in Turkey. Person or persons unknown. He was doing a job for Singles, and someone shot him. Oh, how horrible, darling. How perfectly disgusting. I'm so sorry. That poor woman. She'll have to take a job. It's too cruel. Oh, darling. You knew, he thought. You had the words ready before I finished telling you. They stood hand in hand at the centre of her snug, which he called the morning room. It was the smallest of a run of living rooms that skirted the south side of the house. Jacko the Siamese lay in an upholstered basket under the television set. "Tell me what's changed since you were last here, darling," she was saying. "Let's play Kim's game. Come on." He played, looking for clues. Tiger's engraved whiskey glass, the imprint of his neat backside in his favourite chair, a pink newspaper, handmade chocolates from Rushu round the corner in South Audley Street. He never showed up at Nightingale's without them. "That watercolour's new," he said. "Ollie, darling, how terribly clever of you!" Clapping her hands, but making no sound. "It's at least 100 years old, but it's new here, so well done you. Auntie B left it me. It was done by the lady who painted birds for Queen Victoria. I never expect anything when people die." "So when did you last see him, Mother, actually?" But instead of answering him, she embarked on an impassioned description of Mrs. Henderson's hip operation, how the local hospital had been absolutely marvellous, just when the government was planning to close it down, which was typical. And our darling Dr. Bill, who's been looking after all of us for eons, yes. She had lost the thread. They moved to the boys' day room and contemplated wooden toys he didn't remember playing with, and the rocking horse he didn't remember riding, though she swore he'd nearly rocked it off its stand. So he supposed she was thinking of Geoffrey again. "And you're all right, aren't you, darling, the three of you? I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm only a mother. I'm not stone. You're all healthy and happy and free, the way you wanted it, darling? No more bad things?" And kept her smile on him, flickering like a home movie, and her plucked eyebrows arching while he handed her a photograph of Carmen, and watched her quiz it with the folding spectacles she kept on a garnet necklace, at arm's length, the photo swaying with her arm and her head swaying with the photo. "She's bigger than that now. We've cut her hair," Oliver said. "She says new things every day. Absolutely adorable, darling. Bliss." Shoving the photo back at him. "Jolly well done, both of you. What a lovely, scrummy, happy little girl. And Helen's well, is she? Happy and things?" "Heather's great." "I am glad." "I need to know, Mother. I have to know when you last saw Tiger and what happened. Everybody's searching for him. It's important that I find him first." "It's better when we don't look at each other," he remembered, keeping his eyes on the rocking horse. "Don't bully me, Ollie, darling. You know how I am about dates. I hate clocks. I hate night. I hate bullies. I hate everything that isn't yummy and Moorish and sunny. But you love Tiger. You don't wish him ill. And you love me." Her voice went little girl. "You know your father, darling. He sweeps in, he sweeps out. You wiggle all about, and when he's gone, you wonder whether he was here at all. If you're poor Nadia, you do." He was sick and tired of her, which was why he had tried to run away when he was 7. He wished she was dead like Geoffrey. "He came here and told you Windsor had been shot," he said. Her hand flew across her body and clutched her upper arm. She was wearing a long-sleeved blouse of tulle, with frilly cuffs to hide the veins. "Your father's been very good to us, Oliver. Stop it, do you hear me?" "Where is he, Mother?" "You're to respect him. Respect is what separates us from animals. He didn't compare you with Geoffrey. He didn't turn his back on you when you failed your exams and had to leave your schools. Other fathers would have done. He didn't mind you writing poetry, or whatever else you did, even though there wasn't any money in it. He sent you to tutors and gave you Geoffrey's place in the business. That's hard for a man who believes in merit and pulled himself up by his bootlaces. You were spared, Liverpool. I wasn't. If you'd known Liverpool, you'd have Geoffrey's spirit. No two marriages are the same, they can't be. He's always loved nightingales. He's always kept me as I should be kept. It was disloyal of you, Oliver. Whatever you did to him, he didn't deserve it. You've got your own family now. Go and attend to them. And stop pretending you're in Singapore when I perfectly well know you're in Devon. He was dead cold, her executioner. You told him, didn't you? He said flatly. Tiger wormed it out of you. He came and saw you. He told you about Windsor, and you told him about me, where I was, what my new name was, where you wrote to me, care of Too Good at the bank. He must have been very grateful. He had to hold her up because she was drooping and biting her forefinger and moaning pathetically at him from under her Princess Diana fringe. So what I'd like to know, please, Nadia, is what Tiger told you, he went on brutally. Because if you don't tell me, I've a good notion he's going to finish up like Alfie Windsor. She needed another different place, so he led her along the corridor to the dining room, with its carved white marble fireplace from Mallet's, with statues of naked women, possibly by Canova, set into pillared alcoves. All through his puberty they had been the beloved sirens of his fantasy. One stolen peek through the half-open doorway at their celestial smiles and flawless bottoms had been enough to fire him. Above them hung a family conversation piece, done by a forgotten painter of the day, with golden clouds rising over nightingales, and Tiger mounted on a prancing polo pony, and Oliver in Eton jacket reaching for the bridle, and Tiger's beautiful young wife, Nadia, wasp-waisted in a flowing housecoat, restraining the child's over-eager hand. And behind Tiger, and looking like a blonde Italian prince, pranced the ghost of Geoffrey, brought alive from photographs, with flowing gold hair and a dashing smile, as he jumps his grey pony Admiral through a sunbeam, while family retainers wave their caps. "I'm so bad, Oliver," Nadia complained, taking the painting as a reproach of some kind. "Tiger should never have married me. I should never have had you both." "Don't worry, Mother. Somebody would have had us, even if you hadn't," he said, with false cheerfulness. He was wondering whether Geoffrey was Tiger's child. In her cups, she had once spoken of a fellow barrister of Tiger's in Liverpool, a real rough diamond with gorgeous fair hair. They were in the billiards room. He was pressing her again. "I've got to know, Mother. I have to hear what passed between the two of you." She was hiccuping and shaking her head and denying everything while she confessed herself, but her tears had ceased to come. "I'm too young, too frail, too sensitive, darling. Tiger wheedled it out of me, and now you're doing the same. It was because I never went to university. My father didn't think girls should. Thank God I never had a daughter." She switched pronouns and talked about herself as someone else. "She only ever told Tiger little bits, darling. Never all of it. She wouldn't. If Ollie hadn't peached to poor Nadia in the first place, she could never have peached to Tiger, could she?" "You're bloody right," he thought. "It was never any use to tell you anything. I should have left you to drink and fret yourself into the grave." "He was so sad, darling," she explained through her sobs. "Sad about Windsor, saddest about you. That Catwoman had been acting up, I expect. I'd rather have Jacko any day. All I wanted was for him to look at me, call me darling, put his arms round me and tell me I'm still pretty." "Where is he, Mother? What name's he sailing under?" He was clasping her, and she was leaning all her weight on his arms. "He must have told you where he was going. He tells you everything. He wouldn't leave his Nadia in the dark." "I'm not to trust you, not any of you, not Mirsky or Hoban or Massingham or anybody. And Oliver started it. Let me go." Leather chairs, books about horses, a headmaster's desk. They had reached the study. A questionable Stubbs thoroughbred above the fireplace. Oliver strode to the window seat and ran his hand along the top of the pelmet till he came on a dusty brass key. He lifted the questionable Stubbs from its hook and set it on the floor. Behind it, a wall safe was positioned at tiger height. He unlocked it and peered inside, just as he had done as a child in the days when he believed the safe was a magic hen box where a great secret would be laid. There's nothing there, Ollie, darling. There never was. Just boring wills and deeds and bits of foreign money from his pockets. Nothing now, nothing then. He locked it, replaced the key, and turned his attention to the desk drawers. A polo glove, a box of 12-bore cartridges, receipted tradesmen's bills, stationery, a black notebook, nothing printed on the cover. I want notebooks, Brock had said. I want jottings, memo pads, diaries, scribbled addresses. I want names written inside book matches, screwed up balls of paper, anything he meant to throw away and didn't. Oliver flipped open the notebook. The after-dinner speaker's guide, jokes, aphorisms, words of wisdom, quotations. He tossed the notebook back in the drawer. Any parcels arrived for him, Mother? Packages, large envelopes, registered stuff, couriers? Nothing you were keeping for him? Nothing that's arrived since he left? Collateral is forwarded under separate cover to your private residence. Signed, Y.I. Orloff. Of course not, darling. Nobody writes to him here unless it's bills. He took her back to the kitchen and made a pot of tea while she watched. At least you're not ugly any more, darling. She meant it as a consolation they could share. He cried. I haven't seen him cry since Geoffrey. He borrowed my Polaroid. You didn't know I was a photographer, did you? What on earth did he want with a Polaroid? Thinking, passports, visa applications. He wanted a picture of everything he loved. Me, the painting of us all, the walled garden, everything that made him happy before you made it all go wrong. She wanted another cuddle, so he provided it. Old Yevgeny been down recently? Last winter, darling, for the pheasants. But Tiger hasn't shot a bear yet. Joke. No, darling, I don't think bears are him. They're too like humans. Who else came along? That poor Mikhail. He shoots everything. He'd have shot Jacko if he'd had a chance. It's so sweet of Yevgeny to include him in things. And Mirsky, of course. What did Mirsky do? Played chess with Randy in the conservatory. Randy and Mirsky were very close. I wondered whether they'd got a thing going. What sort of thing? Well, Randy's hardly a ladies' man, is he? And darling Dr. Mirsky would get up to anything. I caught him flirting with Mrs. Henderson in the kitchen, if you can believe it, asking her to come and make shepherd's pie for him in Gdansk. He handed her a cup, piece of lemon, never milk. He kept his voice breezy. So how did Tiger get here this time, when he came and saw you? Did Gasson bring him? A taxi did, darling, from the station. He came by train like you, except it wasn't Sunday. He didn't want to be conspicuous. So what did you do? Hide him in the woodshed? She was standing, clutching the back of a chair for support. We beat the bounds, just like we always do, looking at everything he loves and photographing it, she replied, defiantly. He was wearing the brown raglan I gave him for his 40th. We call it his love coat. I said, don't go, stay here. I said I'd look after him. He wouldn't listen. He had to save the ship, he said. There was still time. Yevgeny had to know the truth, then everything would be all right. I fought them off at Christmas, and I'll do it again. Now. I was proud of him. What happened at Christmas? Switzerland, darling. I thought for a minute he was going to take me, like in the old days, but it was work all the way, back and forth like a yo-yo. He never did eat his Christmas pud, though he loves it. Mrs. Henderson nearly wept. But he won. He fought them off, all of them. I've blooded their noses, he said. Yevgeny stood by me at the end. They won't try that one again in a hurry. Who won't? Whoever they were. Hoban, Mirsky, how should I know? All the people who tried to do him down. The traitors. You're one of them. He said he had to send you something. If he never had sight or sound of you again, there was something he owed you as your father, although you'd done the dirty on him. Something he'd promised you. It was what his life's about. So's mine. We always taught you to keep your promises. Which was when you told him about Carmen. He'd decided I knew where you were. He's clever. He always was. He'd notice I wasn't worrying about you the way I do, and why wasn't I? He's a lawyer, so you can't argue with him. I said nonsense, and he shook me. Not hard, like the old days, but hard enough. I tried to go on lying for you, but then I didn't see why I should bother. You were our only son. We owned you equally. I told him he was a grandfather, and he wept again. Children always think their parents are cold until they cry. Then they think they're ridiculous. He said he needed you. Needed me? What the hell for? He's your father, Ollie. He's your partner. They're ganging up on him. Who's he supposed to turn to if not his own son? You owe him. It's time you stood by him. Did he say that? Yes, his words. Tell him he owes me. Tell him. Yes. Did he have a suitcase? A brown bag to match his love coat. A carry-on. Where was he flying to? I didn't say he was flying. You said a carry-on. I didn't. Nadia, mother, listen to me. The police have combed every flight list and passenger list there is. There's not a trace of him. How did he fly without them noticing? She flung round at him, breaking herself free. He said you were. He's right. You're in league with the police. I have to help him, Mother. He needs me. He said so. If I don't find him and you know where he is, it'll be on our heads. I don't know where he is. He's not like you. He doesn't tell me things I can't keep in. Stop squeezing me like that. Scared of himself, Oliver stepped quickly back from her. She was whimpering. What's the good? Tell me what you want to know and leave me in peace. Then, choking on her own words, he returned to her and took her in his arms. He put his cheek against hers and felt it stick against her tears. She was submitting to him the way she had submitted to his father, and there was a side of him that triumphed, and a side that hated her for her frailty. He hasn't been seen since, Mother. Nobody's seen him but you. How did he leave? Bravely, with his chin up, the way a fighter should. He would do exactly what he'd said he'd do. You should be proud to be following in his footsteps. I mean transport. His taxi came back. He'd have walked to the station if he hadn't had his bag. It's day one again, Nadia, he said. We're in Liverpool with our backs to the wall. I said I'd never let you go, and I never will. He was his old self again. He didn't wave, he just rode away. Why did you do it, Ollie? Why did you tell silly Nadia if you didn't want Tiger to know? Because I was a besotted father and Carmen was 3 days old, he thought hopelessly. Because I loved my daughter and assumed you'd like to love her too. She sat stiffly at the table, clutching her cold tea mug in both hands. Mother, no, darling, no more. If the ports are being watched and he's got a carry-on and he's going off to confound his enemies, how does he propose to get around? What's he got for a passport, for instance? No one's, darling. You're being theatrical again. Why do you say no one's? Why does it have to be someone else's passport he isn't using? Shut up, Ollie. You think you're a great barrister like your father. You're not. Whose passport has he got, Mother? I can't help him if I don't know what name he's using, can I? She gave a great sigh. She shook her head, and the action got her weeping again, but she recovered. Ask Massingham. Tiger relies on his underlings too much. Then they stab him in the back, like you. Is it a British passport? It's real, that's all he told me. It's not a fake. It belongs to a real person who doesn't need it. He didn't say which country, and I didn't ask. Did he show it to you? No. He just boasted. When? Not this time, was it? He wasn't in a boasting mood. A year ago, last March. She who hated dates. He'd got some business to attend to in Russia or somewhere, and didn't want people knowing who he was, so he'd got himself this passport. Randy got it for him. And the birth certificate to back it up. It makes him 5 years younger. It was a joke between us that he'd got a 5-year rebate from the great taxman in the sky. Her voice turned deadly cold, like his. That's all I've got for you, Ollie. All I'll ever have. Every last drop. You ruined it for us. You always did." At first Oliver walked slowly down the drive. He was carrying his grey wolf coat over his arm. Walking, he pulled it over him, one arm then the other as he gathered speed. By the time he reached the gates, he was running. The electricity company van was in the same place, but its folding ladder was retracted, and 2 figures sat inside the cab. He kept running until he reached the fork, and saw the lights of the parked Ford wink at him, and the cheerful figure of Aggie waving at him from the driver's seat. The passenger door swung open. He clambered in beside her. "Can you get Brock on that thing?" he shouted. She was already holding out the phone to him. "So he was never in Australia," Heather said. "Australia was a lie too." "Cover, put it that way," Brock suggested. He had a priestly tone for these occasions. It went with a deep-felt sense of caring. "When you take on a Joe, you take on his problems," he would preach to his newcomers. "You're not Machiavelli, you're not James Bond. You're the overworked welfare officer who's got to hold everybody's life together, or somebody will run amok." They sat very still in the little country police station in Northamptonshire, Brock on one side of the plane table and Heather on the other, with her head in her hand, and her eyes wide, but not fixed on anything, as she stared away from him into the dusky corner of the interviewing room. It was evening, and the room was poorly lit. From the shadowy walls, wanted men and missing children watched them like a silent chorus of the damned. Through the partition wall came the jeering of an incarcerated drunk, the monotone of a police radio, and the pat-pat of darts hitting a board. Brock wondered what Lily would make of her. With women he always did. "A nice girl, Nat," she would have said. Nothing wrong with her that a good husband couldn't put right in a week. Lily thought everyone should have a good husband. It was her way of flattering him. "He actually told me about the seafood in Sydney," Heather said, marvelling. "Said it was the best he'd had anywhere in the world. Said we'd go there one day. Eat a grand meal at all the restaurants where he'd been a waiter." "I don't think he's been a waiter in his life," said Brock. "He's been a waiter for you, though, hasn't he? Still is." Brock didn't rise to this. "He doesn't like what he's doing, Heather. He sees it as his duty. He needs to know we're on his side, all of us. Carmen especially. She's the world to him, is Carmen. He wants her to know he's all right as a bloke. He hopes you'll put in a good word for him now and then while she grows up. He wouldn't want her thinking he walked out on her, without a reason. Your father lied his way into my life, but he's a good man, like that. Better than that if he can. So give me the spiel." "I don't think there is a spiel, Heather. I think it's more a case of smiling when you talk about him, and letting him be the father to her that he dreams of." Chapter 12. For his visit to Pluto's kennel, a safe flat known only to a half-dozen members of the Hydra team, Brock first took the tube south across the river, then jumped on an eastbound bus and dawdled in a sandwich bar with a good view of the pavement. Hopping on a second bus, he got out 2 stops early and covered the final couple of 100 yards on foot, moving with neither too much purpose nor too little, and pausing to enjoy such features of the dockland landscape as caught his fancy: a row of rusted cranes, a rotting barge, a dump for used tyres, until he arrived by stages at a row of brick arches like a viaduct, with each cave a shifty metal workshop of some kind. Selecting a pair of stout black doors numbered 8 and embellished with the encouraging message, "Gone to Spain, fuck off," he pressed a buzzer and announced himself into the speaker as Alf's brother come to see about the Aston Martin. Admitted, he crossed a warehouse containing car parts, old fireplaces, and a large assortment of vehicle license plates, and climbed a rickety wooden staircase to a newly installed steel door, which for decency's sake had been daubed and scratched with appropriate graffiti. There he stood, waiting for the eye-hole to go black, which it duly did, and the door to be opened by a spectral man in blue jeans, track shoes, a check shirt, and a leather shoulder holster containing a 9mm Smith & Wesson automatic, with a piece of old sticking plaster round the butt, as if it had cut itself in some forgotten escapade. Brock stepped inside, and the door closed after him. "How's he been, Mr. Mace?" he inquired. There was a breathy tension in him, like a case of first-night nerves. "Depends what you're into, really, sir," said Mace, matching his quiet to Brock's. "Reads a bit, when he's got the concentration. Plays chess, which is a help. Otherwise he's down to crosswords, the upper-class sort." "Still scared?" "Shitless, sir." Brock moved down the corridor, passing a tiny galley, a bunk room and a bathroom, till he came face to face with a second chubby man with long hair knotted at the nape. His holster was of canvas and rigged like a baby's snugly round his neck. "All well, Mr. Carter?" "Very nice, thank you, sir. Just finished a nice game of whist." "Who won?" "Pluto, sir. He cheats." Mace and Carter, because, for as long as the operation ran, Aidan Bell had arbitrarily named the two men after the discoverers of Tutankhamun's tomb, and Pluto after the king of the nether regions. Pushing open a wooden door, Brock entered a long attic room with skylights covered with iron grills. 2 corduroy-covered armchairs had been pulled up to a stove. Between them lay a packing case, strewn with newspapers and playing cards. One armchair was empty, and in the other sat the Honourable Ranulph, alias Randy Massingham, alias Pluto, lately of the British Foreign Service, and other questionable addresses, clad in a homey blue zip-up cardigan from Marks and Spencer, and instead of his customary buckskin shoes, a pair of orange bedroom slippers lined with imitation fleece. He was crouching forward and clutching the arms of his chair, but when he saw Brock, he linked his hands behind his head, crossed his slippered feet on the packing case, and leaned backward in an attitude of fake ease. "It's my Uncle Nat again," he drawled. "Look, have you brought me my stay-out-of-jail card? Because if you haven't, you're wasting your time." Brock appeared greatly entertained by this question. "Now come along, sir, we're both civil servants at heart. When did ministers ever sign immunity certificates at weekends? If I push any harder, I'm going to start annoying people." "Who's Dr. Mirsky when he's at home?" he asked, on the principle that an interrogator's best questions are those to which he already knows the answers. "Never heard of him," Massingham retorted, sulkily. "And I want some decent clothes from my house. I can give you a key. William's in the country. He'll stay there till I tell him not to. Just don't go on Tuesdays and Thursdays when Mrs. Ambrose is scrubbing." Brock was once more shaking his head. "I'm afraid that's a total no-no, sir, at present. They may be watching the house. The last thing on earth I'm having is a trail leading from there to here, thank you." This was a small lie. In his panic to surrender, Massingham had failed to provide himself with a change of clothes. Brock, knowing his ward's fondness for fine plumage, had seized the opportunity to humble him with shapeless boiler suits and woolly trousers with elastic at the waist. "Now then, sir," said Brock, sitting down and opening a notebook and taking out Lily's pen. "A little bird is telling me that you and the said Dr. Mirsky played chess together at Nightingale's this last November, as ever is." "Then your little bird talky lie," said Massingham, who liked to fall into pidgin English when he felt threatened. "Exchanging ribble jokes and the like, you and Dr. Mirsky were, I'm told. He's not of your persuasion, is he?" "Never met him, never heard of him, never played chess with him. And no, he's not, since you ask. He's quite the other thing," Massingham replied. He picked up a copy of The Spectator, shook it, and pretended to read. "And I adore it here. The boys are darling. The food's to die for. Location's divine. I'm thinking of buying the place. You see, the trouble is, sir, with these immunity deals always," Brock explained, still in the friendliest of tones. "My minister and his cohorts have to know what they're immunizing a person from, and therein lies the worm." "I've had that sermon already." "Then perhaps if I repeat it, you'll take it to heart. It's no good, with respect, you just picking up the phone to some grand fellow you know in the Foreign Office or wherever it was, and saying, 'Randy Massingham would like to trade a spot of information for a guarantee of immunity, so wave a wand for us, will you, old boy?' That doesn't answer, not in the long run. My ministers are picky people. 'Immunity what from?' they ask themselves. Is Mr. Massingham tunnelling into the Bank of England, or molesting underage schoolgirls? Is he in league with Beelzebub? Because if he is, we'd prefer he apply elsewhere. But when I ask you that question, I ask in vain, because what you've told me so far, frankly, that's peanuts. We'll protect you, if that's what you want. We're very happy to protect you. The accommodation won't be as comfortable as what it is at the moment, but you'll be protected all right. Because if you carry on like this, my masters will not only withhold their favour, but throw in a charge of obstructing the course of justice as well. Sir. Carter came in with tea. Has Mr. Massingham telephoned his office today, Mr. Carter? 17:45, sir. Where from? New York. Who was with him? Me and Mace, sir. Did he behave himself? Massingham slammed down his newspaper. Like a bloody lamb, he did. He gave it everything he's got, didn't I, Carter? Admitted. He sounded fine, sir, Carter said. A bit too camp for my taste, but he always is. Listen to the tape if you don't believe me. I was in New York. The weather was bliss. I'd just come away from breathing new hope into the hearts and minds of our wavering Wall Street investors, and I was off to do the same thing all over again in Toronto. And did anybody have news of our poor wandering tiger? Answer, a tearful no. Right or wrong, Carter? I'd say that was a fair depiction, sir, as far as it goes. Who did he talk to? Angela, his secretary, sir. Do you reckon she swallowed it? She always swallows it, Massingham drawled. With a face of stone, Carter made his exit. Oh dear, was I too blue? Well, Mr. Carter is quite a churchman, you see, sir. Very big on the boys' club and the football teams. Massingham was crestfallen. Oh, Lord, oh, damn. How vulgar of me. Oh, do tell him I'm sorry. Brock was back at his notebook, benignly shaking his white head like everybody's dream daddy. Now, sir, can I ask you, please, a little more about these very threatening telephone calls you've been receiving? I've told you everything I know. Yes, well, we're still having a spot of difficulty in tracing them, you see. Only, when we take on a request like this, we're obliged to show jeopardy. It's what I call the golden twain. There's jeopardy, and there's the tangible evidence that you're willing to cooperate with the authorities once immunity has been granted. A pause to single the harder tone. Your firm impression, as per your testimony to my officers, was that the calls came from abroad, correct? There was a foreign noise in the background, trams, that sort of thing. And you still can't place the voice. You've thought about it day and night, but you're stuck. I'd tell you otherwise, Nat. I'd like to think that, sir. And it was the same voice each time, and there were 4 calls in quick succession, and they always said the same thing, and always from abroad. There were the same atmospherics, hollowness. It's hard to describe. It wasn't Dr. Mirsky, for instance. It could have been, if he'd shoved a handkerchief in the mouthpiece or whatever they do. Whole band. Throwing out these names, Brock was marking how each one hit the target. Not American enough. Alex talks as if he'd had a nose job done an hour ago. Shalva, Mikhail. It wasn't Yevgeny himself, was it? English too good. And the old boy would have spoken Russian to you, too, I suppose, except that perhaps it mightn't have sounded so threatening. He was reading from his notebook. You are next on the list, Mr. Massingham. You cannot hide from us. We can blow up your house or shoot you any time we want. No advance on that? It wasn't as dramatic as that. You make it sound ridiculous. It wasn't ridiculous. It was terrifying. It's such a shame your mysterious caller didn't ring again after you'd thrown yourself on our mercy and we'd had your phone rerouted, Brock lamented with sweet patience. 4 calls in as many hours, then he goes off the air the minute you come to us. It makes you wonder if he knows more than what's good for him. It wasn't good for me, is all I know. I'm sure it wasn't, sir. What passport's Tiger using, by the by? British, I assume. You asked me last time. And you are aware, I take it, as a former foreign servant yourself, that it's a felony in this country to aid or abet the procurement of a false or doctored passport, of whatever nationality? Of course I am. And that accordingly, if I was able to demonstrate that an Honourable Mr. Ranulph Massingham did knowingly, and with intent, provide such a fraudulent passport, backed up by a purloined birth certificate, what's more, you might very well find yourself changing this extremely comfortable accommodation for a prison cell. Massingham was sitting upright, one hand plucking at his lower lip. His eyes were turned downward, and with the frown of concentration that he wore, he might have been contemplating a crucial chess move. You can't put me in prison. You can't arrest me either. Why can't I? You'd blow your operation sky high. You're in the same boat as us. You want business as usual, for as long as you can get it. Inwardly, Brock was not at all cheered by this accurate appraisal of his situation. Outwardly, his demeanour continued to radiate a simple decency. You're dead right, sir. It's in my interest to keep you out of harm's way, but I can't lie to my superiors, and you mustn't lie to me. So will you kindly tell me, without further prevarication, the name that is on the false passport that you personally provided for Mr. Tiger Single? Smart. Tommy Smart. T.S. to match his rather common gold cufflinks. So, now let's talk a little more about the good Dr. Mirsky, Brock suggested, concealing his victory under a bureaucratic frown of hard necessity, and he managed to keep himself sitting there for another 20 minutes before rushing his news to the crew. But to Tanby he confessed his most secret anxiety. He's giving me the big lie, Tanby. Everything he tells me is chicken feed. The surveillance team had reported that Subject was home alone. The telephone monitors had confirmed that Subject had resisted 2 supper invitations, pleading first a bridge date, then a previous engagement. It was 10 o'clock at night in Park Lane. A warm, straight rain was dancing on the pavement. Tanby had driven him here. Aggie had ridden with him in the back of Tanby's cab, chattering about Chinese nosh in Glasgow. We can wait till tomorrow if you're tired, Brock had said, without conviction. I'm fine, Oliver, the nearly good soldier, had replied. Quai Altremont, he read, shielding his eyes from the rain while he studied the illuminated bell buttons. Apartment 18. He pressed the button. A light shone in his face, and he heard a bisexual squawk. It's me, he said, into the beam. Oliver. Wondered if I could take a cup of coffee off you. Won't keep you long. A metallic voice burst through the atmospherics. Christ, it really is me. I buzz, you push. Ready? But he pushed too early, and had to wait and push again, before the glass doors yielded. In a futuristic lobby, grey-suited earthlings manned a white space desk. The younger wore a badge saying he was Matty. The older, Joshua, was reading his Mail on Sunday. Sent a lift, Matty lisped at Oliver. And don't touch anything, because we do it all for you. The lift rose. Matty sank into the ground. At the 8th floor, the door opened by itself, and she was waiting for him. An eternal 30-something in stone-washed jeans, and one of Tiger's cream silk shirts rolled to the elbows, and a tangle of tiny gold bracelets on each wrist. She stepped forward, drawing the whole length of him against her, which was how she greeted all her men, chest to chest and groin to groin, except that with Oliver's height the bits didn't mesh the way they were meant to. Her long hair was brushed out and smelt of bath. Oliver, isn't it awful? That poor Alfie. Everything. Where's Tiger gone? You tell me, Cat. Where have you been, for God's sake? I thought he'd gone to find you or something. She pushed him away, but only so that she could look at him more closely. Cracks forming at the stress points, he noticed. The same scamp smile, but more effort to keep it there. The eye as calculating, the voice as brittle. Have you acquired responsibilities, darling? She asked him, when she had completed her examination. Not really. No, I don't think so. Foolish giggle. You've acquired something. I rather like it. But then I always did, didn't I? He followed her to the drawing-room. A studio in search of an artist, he remembered. Cult sculpture, airport art, Kensington Killims. Property of a Liechtenstein foundation. I drew up the contract. Windsor vetted it. Cat owned the foundation. Mixture as before. How about an alcohol, darling? Love one. Me too. The drinks cupboard was a refrigerator disguised as a Spanish travelling chest. She drew out a silver-chased jug of dry martini, filled a frosted flute, and half-filled another. Sun-tanned arms. Cat goes to Nassau for February. Hands, rifle steady. Boy's size, she said, handing him the full glass, and keeping the girl's size for herself. He took one sip and entered an altered state. If it had been tomato juice, he would still have been drunk. He took a second sip and recovered. Business okay? He asked. Absolutely coining it, darling. We made a profit last year, which threw Tiger into a total tantrum. She perched herself on a Bedouin saddle. He squatted at her feet on a pile of long-haired cushions. Her feet bare, tiny toenails like spots of blood. Tell, darling, omitting no detail, however sordid. He was lying, but with Katrina he found lying easy. He was in Hong Kong when he got the news, he said, quoting the cover story according to Brock. A fax from Pam Horsley reported that Windsor had been shot, and Tiger had left his desk to attend to urgent matters, and perhaps Oliver should consider coming home. It was the middle of the night in London, so rather than hang around he found a Cathay Pacific to Gatwick, took a cab to Curzon Street, woke Gupta, raced down to Nightingale's to see Nadia. How is she, darling? Katrina cut in, with a special concern that mistresses evince for lovers' wives. Bearing up remarkably well, thanks, he replied uncomfortably. Surprisingly so. Yes, very feisty. Her eyes, for all the time he had been talking, had not released him. You haven't been to our boys in blue, have you, darling? She asked, shrewdly, a bridge player, reading his face. Which ones? Oliver asked, reading hers. I thought you might have called on darling Bernard's services. Or aren't you Bernard-friendly? Are you? Not as friendly as he'd like me to be, thank God. My girls won't touch him. $5,000 he offered Angela to go on a holiday with him to his fuck hutch in the sun. She told him she wasn't that sort of girl, which gave us all a bit of a laugh. I haven't been to anyone. The firm's desperate to keep it quiet that Tiger's gone missing. They're terrified of a run on the house. So why have you come to me, darling? He gave a large shrug, but could not shake off her gaze. Thought I'd get it from the horse's mouth, he said. And I'm the horse. Her toe prodded his flank. Or was it for a bit of TLC in the midst of our tribulations? Well, you're his best pal, Cat, aren't you? He replied, grinning and shifting away from her. Apart from you, darling. Plus, you were the first person he came to see when he heard the news about Alfie. Was I? According to Gupta, you were. Then, where did he go? To see Nadia. Well, she said he did. I mean, she wouldn't make it up. What would be the point? And after Nadia? Who did he go and see then? Some special little friend I don't know about? I thought he might have come back here. Darling, whatever for? Well, he's not that bright at handling his own arrangements, is he? Not if he wants to go abroad. I'm sort of surprised he didn't take you with him. She lit a cigarette, which amazed him. What else does she do when Tiger isn't here? I was asleep, she said, closing her eyes to exhale, wearing nothing but my modesty. We'd had a perfectly bloody night at the cradle. Some air charters brought an Arab prince, and he got the hots for Vora. You remember Vora? Another prod of the toe, this time in the flesh of his backside. Drop-dead gorgeous blonde, dreamy bosom, endless legs. Well, she remembers you, darling, as I do. Ahmed wanted to sweep her off to Paris in his jet, but Vora's boyfriend's only just been let out, and she didn't dare. There was fuss, and it was 4 a.m. before I got back here, switched off the phone, took a bomb, and crashed. The next thing I know, it's lunchtime, and Tiger's standing over me in his beastly brown overcoat saying, "They've shot Winsor's head off for a punishment." Shot his head off? How did Tiger know that? Search me, darling. Turn of phrase, probably. It was certainly more than I needed in my frail condition. "Why on earth should anyone shoot Alfie, for God's sake?" I said. "Who's they? How do you know it wasn't a jealous husband?" "No," he said, "it was a plot, and they were all in it. Hoban, Yevgeny, Mirsky, and the whole guard's armoured. He wanted to know where I'd put the shoe brushes. You know how he gets when he's in one of his panics. He's got to die with his boots clean." Oliver, who did not know that his father was prone to panic, nodded wisely all the same. The next thing he wanted was change for the telephone. He was gibbering. So I thought at first he was telling me I'd got to change my telephone line. "No, money," he said. "Pound coins, 50p's. What had I got?" "Don't be ridiculous," I said. "You pay the phone bill here. Use mine." Not good enough. It had to be a proper coin box. Everywhere else was tapped by his enemies. "Get hold of Randy," I said. No good. Got to find the shillings. "Ring Bernard," I said. "If you're in trouble, that's what Bernard's for." "Not from here," he said. "But, darling, he's police," I said. "Police don't tap police." Shook his head. Did his little woman stuff. Said I couldn't see the whole picture, and he could. "Poor you," said Oliver, still trying to get used to the idea of Tiger gibbering. "So, of course, we couldn't find any bloody change, could we? My parking change was in the car. My car was in the basement. Quite honestly, I thought your revered papa was going round the twist. What is it, darling? You look as though you've eaten something." Oliver had eaten nothing. He was adding events together in his head and making no sense of them. He was calculating that it could only have been minutes since Tiger had received Yevgeny's letter, asking him for 200 million sterling. Yet when Gupta saw Tiger leave Curzon Street, he was still apparently composed. And Oliver was wondering what could have happened between Curzon Street and Cat to panic his father and make him gibber. So we schlep around the flat for 10 minutes, me in my kimono, looking for loose change. Made me wish I was back in my bed sit with a tin of 10p's for the gas meter. We came up with 2 quid. Well, that wasn't going to be enough, was it? Not for phoning abroad. But then, of course, he hadn't said it was abroad. Not till we'd finished looking. "For God's sake," I said, "have Matty go round to the newsagent and buy you some phone cards." That wouldn't do either. Porters weren't to be trusted. He'd rather buy them for himself. So off he went, never called me mother. It took me absolutely hours to get back to sleep and dream about you. A huge drag on the cigarette, followed by a discontented sigh. "Oh, and it's all your fault, you'll be pleased to hear. It's not just Mirsky and the Borgias. We're all in league against him. We're all betraying him. But you've betrayed him rottenest. I was rather jealous. Have you?" "How?" "God knows, darling. He said you left a trail behind you, and he tracked it back to source, and the source was you. First time I'd heard of trails having sources, but that's what he said." "He didn't say who he needed to phone?" "Of course not, darling. I'm not to be trusted, am I? He was waving his little filofax thingy about, so he obviously didn't have the number in his head. But it was abroad. So he said. And it was lunchtime, Oliver thought. "Where's the newsagent's?" he asked. "Out of the door, turn right for 50 yards, and it's staring at you. Are you being Hercule Poirot, darling? He said you were Iscariot. I think you're scrumptious," she added. "I'm just getting the picture," he said. A picture he has never dreamed of until now, of a tiger, frenzied, irrational, and on the run, huddled in a phone box in his brown raglan and polished shoes, while his mistress goes back to sleep. "He got into a big shootout with somebody last Christmas," he said, A bunch of people tried to do the dirty on him. He flew to Zurich and beat them off. Does that ring any bells with you?" She yawned. "Oh, vaguely. He was going to sack Randy. He's always going to sack Randy. And they're all crooks, Mirsky included. Yevgeny, too. Yevgeny wobbles. He's too much under the influence." "Who of?" "God knows, darling. How's your alcohol?" He drank his martini. Katrina smoked and watched him, while one bare foot thoughtfully massaged the other. "You're the one who slipped through his fingers, aren't you? You naughty boy," she said reflectively. "He never talks about you, do you know that? Only when he's roused. Well, not roused exactly, because that only happens on leap years. First you were on overseas study leave, then you were bringing in the foreign business, then you were back at studying again. He's still proud of you in his way. He just thinks you're a traitor and a shit." "He'll probably show up in a few days," Oliver said. "Oh, if he's alone, he'll come running back. He can't stand his own company. Never could. That's why one rather assumes the little friend. He certainly doesn't get enough out of me to keep him going. Or vice versa, frankly. Perhaps he needs a change of bowling. Par for the course at his age. Par for the course at mine, come to think of it." Her toe prodded him again, this time closer to the groin. "Have you got a little friend, darling? Someone who knows how to drive you mad?" "Sort of between two stools, really. That nice Nina came to see me at the cradle once. She couldn't understand why you told Tiger you were going to marry her, and never told her." "Yeah, well, sorry about that." "Don't apologize to me, darling. What was the matter with her? Not lively enough in the sack? She's got a dishy little body, what I could see of it. Super bum. Lovely wrap-around hips. Made me wish I was a man." Oliver shifted further away from her. "Nadia says Mirsky's been around a lot," he said, changing the subject. "Showed up at Nightingale's, playing chess with Randy." "Everything you can get on Mirsky," Brock had ordered. "That's not the only thing he plays, I can tell you, darling. He'd play me if he got half a chance. Not for want of trying. He's worse than Bernard. We're not allowed to call him Mirsky, by the by. His passport's temperamental. I'm not surprised." "What do you call him, then?" "Dr. Münster from Prague. Some doctor. I'm his personal private secretary, in case you didn't know. Dr. Münster needs a helicopter to Nightingale's. Get old Cat onto it. Dr. Münster needs the bridal suite at the Grand Ritz Palace. Old Cat'll fix it. Dr. Münster needs 3 tarts and a blind violinist by yesterday. Cat'll pimp for him, no problem. He's too hot for the Ice Maiden to handle, I gather. I thought Tiger said Mirsky was in the plot against him. That was this month, darling. Last month he was the Angel Gabriel. Then, bingo, Mirsky's joined the bad guys, and Yevgeny's a soft old fool to listen to a smooth-tongued Pole. And Randy's the creep who put him up to it. And for all I know, you did too, didn't you? Where are you living, darling? Singapore, mainly. I meant tonight. Camden. Friend from law school. A he friend? Yes. Isn't that rather a waste? Unless you're a Randy, which you definitely aren't. He was about to laugh when he caught her eye and saw a different, darker glow. There's a spare bed here, if you like. Mine. Satisfaction guaranteed, she said. Oliver considered this proposal and realized it did not surprise him. I suppose I ought to take a squiz round his pad, he objected, as if this were a hindrance of some kind. Find out if there are any papers or anything, before anyone else does. You can take a squiz round his pad, then you can come back to my pad, can't you? Only I haven't got his keys, he explained, with a shabby grin. They stood side by side in the lift, and flank against flank. Her keys were looped together with elephant hair. She took his palm and laid them on it. then folded his fingers over them. She drew him to her and kissed him, and kept kissing him and fondling him until he returned her embraces. Her breasts were naked under Tiger's shirt. She feathered her tongue against his, while her hands skimmed and dived around his crotch. She took his hand and opened it, and selected a key, which together they put into the keyhole and turned. They put in a second key. The lift rose and stopped, and the doors opened onto a glazed rooftop corridor, like a parked railway coach, with chimney pots one side and the lights of London the other. Still without speaking, she chose a long, brass-stemmed key, and another key that was attached to it, and arranged them suggestively between his finger and thumb, so that they were pointing outward and upward at their imaginary target. She kissed him again, and with her hand on his bottom, urged him down the corridor, in the direction of a mahogany door, with electric coaching lamps burning to either side of it. "Hurry," she whispered. "Promise." He waited till the lift had disappeared. Then, to be sure, he pressed the call button and waited till it returned empty. Then he took off one sneaker and wedged the doors open to prevent the lift from going anywhere, because he knew that of the three that served the building, this was the only lift to serve the penthouse, and that therefore the only person who might logically be wishing to come up here at this hour, apart from Tiger, was Katrina, deciding after all to keep him company. Keys in hand, one shoe off and one shoe on, he hobbled down the corridor. The mahogany door yielded at once, and he stepped into an 18th-century gentleman's London house, except that it had been built 15 years ago on a rooftop. Oliver had never slept here, never laughed here, never washed up or made love or played here. Sometimes on lonely evenings Tiger had required his attendance, and they had sat watching mind-reducing television over too many nightcaps. The only other recollections he had of the place were Tiger raging against the city authorities for refusing to let him have a helicopter pad, and summer parties catered by Katrina for all the friends that Tiger didn't have. "Oliver! Nina, over here, please. Oliver, tell us again that joke about the scorpion that wanted to get across the Nile, but slowly. His Highness wishes to write it down. Oliver, a moment of your time, my dear boy, if I may detach you from your delightful companion. Describe to His Excellency once more the legal basis of the project you presented to us so fluently this morning. Since we are off the record, you may wish to use a somewhat less inhibited terminology." He was standing in the hall, his crotch aching from Katrina's caresses. He advanced into the house, his senses still on fire. The rooms confused him, and he no longer knew his way, but that was Katrina's fault. He turned a corner and passed through a drawing-room, a billiards-room, and a study. He returned to the hall, delved in overcoats and raincoats in search of Brock's treasured scraps of paper. Something seemed to be written in Tiger's hand on the jotting pad beside the telephone. Still lusting after Katrina, he shoved the pad into his pocket. In one room he had spotted something, but he couldn't remember which. He hovered in the drawing-room, waiting for inspiration, trying to shake off memories of Katrina's breast nestling in his palm, and the pressure of her mound against his thigh. Not this room, he thought, running his hands through his hair to clear his mind. Try somewhere else. He was on his way to the billiards-room when he noticed a leather waste-basket nestling between a reading chair and an occasional table, and knew he had seen it before without acknowledging its significance. A padded yellow paper bag, empty but fattened by whatever it had contained, was the only thing in the basket. His gaze lifted to a pair of cupboard doors got up as bookcases. They stood ajar, revealing in vertical section a stack of audio and video and television equipment. And as he hobbled towards them with his one good shoe and one stockinged foot, he caught the flash of a green pin light winking at him from the video machine. On the lid of the video player lay a white, unmarked cassette box, also empty. Oliver's head cleared. His desires subsided. If somebody had written collateral on the box's spine and drawn an arrow pointing downward at the winking light, the connection could not have been more obvious. Collateral is forwarded to you under separate cover. Y.I. Orloff. The phone was ringing. It's for Tiger. It's Mirsky, who calls himself Münster. It's Katrina to say she's coming up and the lift is stuck. It's bald Bernard offering to perform a service. It's the porters to say they're on their way. It's Brock to say you're blown abort. It went on ringing, and he let it. No message machine intercepted it. He pressed the eject button on the console, extracted the cassette, put it in the white box, and the box into the padded yellow bag. To Mr. Tiger Single, ran the label, electronically typed. By hand. But no courier's label and no sender's name. He hobbled to the hall and was alarmed to see a photograph of his younger self, dressed in barrister's wig and legal drag. He grabbed a leather jacket from the row of coats and slung it over his shoulder, wedging the padded bag under his arm and using the jacket to hide it. He recovered his shoe from the lift doors, put it on, stepped into the lift, and after a moment's shameful hesitation, pressed the button for the ground floor. The lift descended at its own stately pace. He passed the 12th and the 11th, and by the 10th he had squeezed himself into a corner so that she couldn't see him through the window as he passed the 8th landing. But in his mind's eye he had her sprawled, naked and resplendent on the bed she shared with Tiger, and called spare. In the lobby, Matty had appropriated Joshua's mail on Sunday. "Would you please give these to Miss Altremont?" Oliver said, handing him Cat's keys. "In due course," said Matty, without looking up from his newspaper. Emerging on the pavement, he turned right and walked briskly till he came to Mohammed's News and Smokes, open all hours. Not far past it, tucked against the railing, stood 3 phone boxes. He heard the teasing hoot of a car horn close behind and turned quickly, half fearing to see Katrina in her house of single Porsche. But it was Aggie, waving to him from the wheel of a green Mini. "Glasgow," he breathed, as he flopped gratefully onto the seat beside her. "And step on it." The Camden House living room was a natural viewing theatre, with a smell of stale sandwiches and departed bodies. Brock and Oliver sat on a prickly sofa. Brock had offered to watch on his own. Oliver had overridden him. A trail of numbers rolled down the screen. "It's a blue movie," Oliver thought, remembering Cat's hands on him. "Just what I need." Then he saw Alfred Windsor chained and kneeling on a rock-strewn hillside, and a masked angel in a white raincoat holding a glinting automatic to his head. And he heard Hoban's awful twanging voice explaining to Alfie why he had to have his head shot off. And all he could think of after that was Tiger in his brown raglan overcoat, alone in his penthouse, seeing and hearing the same things, before going to the 8th floor to wake up Cat. In the kitchen, the crew listened to the drone of Hoban's voice while they drank their tea and stared at the partition wall. "You lot are coming to the second house," Brock had told them. The men sat hushed and close together. Aggie sat apart from them, eyes closed and thumb knuckles driven against her teeth, remembering how she had made bird noises on blades of grass for Zack. Brock took pleasure in having Massingham kicked out of bed at midnight. Hovering on the tiny landing, he was consoled to hear him shriek as Carter and Mace woke him with nearly minimum force. And when they hauled him out of his bedroom, looking like a condemned man arrayed for the public amusement, in his shapeless Mother Hubbard dressing-gown and slippers and hideous striped pyjamas, and his dazed eyes blinking and beseeching, and a jailer either side of him, Brock thought a vicious, "Serve you right," before forcing his features into an expressionless, bureaucratic stare. "My apologies for the intrusion, sir. An article of information has come to light which I feel I have to share with you. A tape recorder, if you please, Mr. Mace. The Minister will be wanting to hear this one personally." Massingham didn't budge. Carter stepped back from him. Mace went off in search of a recorder. Massingham stayed put. "I want my solicitor," he said. "I'm not saying another bloody word until I get written assurance." "Then on present showing, sir, you had better prepare yourself for the life of a Trappist monk." Without drama, Brock pulled open the door to the attic living room, Massingham marched ahead, ignoring him. Each sat in his usual chair. Mace brought a tape recorder and switched it on. "If you've been persecuting William," Massingham began. "I haven't. Nobody has. I want to talk to you about Jeopardy. You remember Jeopardy?" "Of course I bloody do." "Good, because the Minister's private office is giving me serious grief. They think you're hiding something." "Then bugger them." "That's not my preference, thank you, sir." Lunchtime. Tiger Single goes missing from Curzon Street, but you've already left the building. By 11 o'clock that morning you'd walked out of your office and returned to your domicile in Chelsea. Why? Is that a crime? Depends on the reason, sir. You remained there for a full 10 hours until 9:05 p.m. when you asked for protection. Do you confirm this? Of course I confirm this. It's what I told you. Massingham's bold words belied his manner, which was increasingly nervous. What made you go home early that morning? Have you absolutely no imagination? Windsor had been murdered, the news was out, the office was bedlam, phones ringing off the hook. I'd got a string of people to get on to. I needed peace and quiet. Where else would I find it but at home? Where you duly received your threatening telephone calls, said Brock, reflecting that liars also sometimes told the truth. At 2 p.m. the same afternoon you received a courier with a package. What was in that package? Nothing. Come again, sir. I received no package. Therefore there was nothing in it. It's a lie. Someone in your household received it and signed for it. Prove it. You can't. You can't find the courier service. Never signed for it, never touched it. Whole thing's a fiction. And if you think William did, you're barking up the wrong tree. I never suggested it was William, sir. You did. I warn you. Keep William out of this. He was in Chichester since 10 o'clock that morning, rehearsing the whole bloody day. What for, sir, may I ask? A Midsummer Night's Dream. Edwardian. He's Puck. What time did he get home, then? Not till 7 o'clock. Go, 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 I told him. Get out of the house, it's not safe. He didn't understand, but he went. Where? Mind your own business. Did he take anything with him? Of course he did. He packed. I helped him. Then I called a cab for him. He can't drive. He won't. He's had lessons galore, but it's not his thing. Did he take the parcel with him? There was no parcel. I see hard now. Your parcel is a piece of crap, Mr. Brock. It doesn't exist, and it never will. At 2 p.m. exactly, a neighbour of yours saw a motorcycle courier coming up the steps to your door with a parcel in his hand and coming back down again without one. She didn't see who signed for it because the door was on the chain. The neighbour's a liar. She's got multiple arthritis, and there's not a thing that happens in that street she doesn't notice, Brock replied, with unearthly patience. And she'll make a very good witness. A prosecution witness. Massingham examined his fingertips disapprovingly, as if to say, look what's become of them. I suppose it could have been telephone directories or something, he speculated, offering an explanation that would serve them both. Those telecom people turn up at any odd hour. I suppose I might have signed for them and not realized. Given the state I was in, it's possible. We're not talking telephone directories. We're talking one padded envelope, yellow, with a white adhesive label. Something approximately the size... He looked slowly round the room, taking his time when he came to the television set and video recorder. The size of one of those paperback books. Massingham turned his head to look at them. Or it could have been a cassette, Brock went on, as if the idea were just now dawning on him. One of those Johnnies on the shelf there, portraying in glorious colour the murder by shooting of your late colleague Alfred Windsor. No answer, beyond the same stubborn glower that had come over him the moment Brock had mentioned William. With a message in it, Brock continued. The film was shocking enough, but the message that came with it was worse. Am I right? You know you are. It was so shocking that before you sought the protection of HM Customs, you made up a cock-and-bull story that denied the existence of the tape which you handed to William, with instructions to burn it and scatter the ashes to the four winds, or words to that effect. Massingham rose to his feet. "The message, as you're pleased to call it," he announced, digging his hands into the pockets of his shapeless dressing-gown and throwing back his head, "was not a message at all. It was a pack of lies that painted me in the foulest light. It practically made me responsible for Winsor's death. It accused me of every crime under the sun, without a shred of evidence to back it up." Theatrically, he advanced on the seated Brock, and with his knees close to Brock's face, spoke down on him. "Do you really suppose I was going to arrive on your doorstep, my host's, Her Majesty's Customs no less, brandishing as my ticket of entry a grossly defamatory document, tape, that portrays me as the super shit of all time? You must be mad." Brock was not mad, but he was beginning to appreciate his adversary. "On the other hand, Mr. Massingham, if what your detractors say is right, you'd have two good reasons for destroying the evidence instead of one, wouldn't you?" "He did do that, did he, your William? Destroy the evidence?" "It wasn't evidence, so he destroyed none. It was a lie. It deserved to be destroyed, and was." Brock and Aidan Bell sat teacup to teacup in the wardroom of the house beside the river, after a late-night showing of Windsor's execution. It was 2 a.m. "Pluto knows something big that I don't," Brock said, echoing the confession he had made to Tanby. "It's staring me in the eye. It's like a bomb lit somewhere. I can smell burning, but I'm not going to see it till it blows me up." Then, as seemed to happen these days, they fell to talking Porlock, his behaviour at meetings, blatant, his lavish lifestyle, blatant, his supposed prime sources in the underworld, who in reality were his trading partners, blatant. "He's testing God's patience," Brock said, quoting Lily. "He's seeing how high he can fly before the gods clip his wings." "She means melt," Bell objected. "She's thinking of Icarus." "All right, melt. What's the difference?" Brock conceded, grumpily. Chapter 13. The shotgun wedding was arranged only after prolonged debate between Brock and the planners, if not between the contracting parties. The honeymoon, it was quickly decided, must take place in Switzerland, because it was to Switzerland that Tiger Single, alias Tommy Smart, had been traced after his departure from England. Arriving at Heathrow late in the evening, Smart, Single, had spent the night in the Heathrow Hilton, taking a frugal dinner in his room, and caught the first plane to Zurich next morning. He had paid cash at every turn. It was to Zurich also that he had telephoned from a public phone box in Park Lane, his interlocutor being identified as an international law firm long associated with the House of Single's offshore transactions. A 6-strong support crew would shadow the couple at all times, provide counter-surveillance and communications. The decision to join Oliver and Aggie in wedlock was not lightly taken. Brock had at first assumed that Oliver would carry on abroad as he had done at home, nominally alone, with a team to watch over him, and Brock himself on instant call to debrief him and dab away his tears. It was only when the fine print of the plan started to come under discussion — how much cash should Oliver carry, what passport, what credit cards, in what name, and should the team travel on the same planes as Oliver and share his hotels, or should they keep their distance — that Brock went into reverse. Something had choked in him, he told Bell awkwardly. "I just can't see it, Aidan." "See what?" "I just can't see Oliver on his own," Brock said. "Abroad, with a funny passport and credit cards and a wad of money in his pocket and a live telephone at his bedside. Not even with a whole regiment of minders out on the street, or in the cab behind him, or at the tables next to him, or in the bedrooms either side of him." But when Aidan Bell pressed him for his reasons, Brock was uncharacteristically lost. "It's his bloody tricks," he said. Bell misunderstood him. What tricks had Oliver been up to, he inquired severely, that Brock had failed to report? Bell was an ex-Ireland man. A Joe was a Joe for him. You paid him what he was worth, and dropped him down a hole when he wasn't worth it any more. If he was leading you up the garden, you had a quiet word with him in a back street. "It's his conjuring tricks," Brock explained, sounding stupid to himself. "It's his private puzzling all the time, never reaching a conclusion, or none he lets you know about." He tried again. "It's his hours and hours of sitting up there in his bedroom, shuffling his playing cards, juggling, modelling his bloody balloons. I never trusted him, but now I don't know him either." But his complaint went further. "Why doesn't he ask me about Massingham any more? Deriding his own inventions, mending fences, roaming the globe, soothing customers' feathers. What sort of a cover story is that to blind a man of Oliver's intelligence?" Even then, Brock failed to get to the heart of his unease. Some kind of sea change was occurring in Oliver, he wanted to say. An assurance was getting into him that hadn't been there a couple of days ago. Brock had felt it after the film show, when he'd expected Oliver to be rolling around on the floor, threatening to take himself off to a monastery or some such nonsense. Instead, he'd remained sitting sweetly on the sofa after the lights had gone up, looking as calm as if he'd been watching Neighbours. "Yevgeny didn't kill him. It was Hoban flying solo," he had declared, with a sort of heated cockiness. And this conviction was so strong in Oliver, so emboldening somehow, that when Brock proposed to run the tape a second time for the benefit of the crew, who later watched it in taut silence and departed looking pale and determined, Oliver had been half disposed to see it round with them just to prove his point. Until, under Brock's admonishing eye, he got up, did his stretching number, and sauntered to the kitchen and made himself a hot chocolate to take up to his room. Brock selected the conservatory for the ceremony and was conscious all the time of flowers. "You'll be travelling as man and wife," he told the couple, "which means you'll be sharing the same toothbrush and the same bedroom and the same name. That's all it means, Oliver. We're clear on that, are we? Because I don't want you coming home with both arms broken. Are you hearing me?" Oliver was hearing him, or he wasn't. First he scowled, then he turned sanctimonious, and seemed to reflect on whether such an arrangement was compatible with his high moral principles. Then he pulled a silly grin, which Brock put down to embarrassment, and mumbled, "Whatever you say, boss." And Aggie reddened, which rocked Brock to his foundations. Platonic cover marriages were standard kit for crew members on overseas assignments. Putting girls with girls and boys with boys was just too damn conspicuous. So why this maidenly confusion? Brock decided it was because Oliver wasn't strictly crew, and chided himself for not taking her aside for a premarital homily. Love and its variations did not occur to him. Perhaps he was too much the victim of the belief, shared by Oliver, that any girl who fell for him had to be a basket case by definition. And Aggie, though Brock would not have told her this in a month of Sundays, far from being a basket case, was simply the best and sanest girl he had come upon in his 30 years of service. An hour later, conducting a pair of middle-aged Hydra analysts to Oliver's room to give him a few parting words of wisdom, Brock found him, instead of packing, standing by his bed in his shirt-tails, juggling his thuds, stitched leather bags stuffed with sand or whatever. He'd got 3 going, and when the 2 women cheered him on, he added a 4th. Then, for a few glorious moments, he managed the entire 5 alive. "You have just witnessed a personal best, ladies," he intoned in his Barker's voice. "Nathaniel Brock, sir, if you can hold a 5 alive for 10 consecutive throws, you'll be a man, my son." What the hell's wrong with the boy? Brock wondered once more. He's practically happy. "And I want to ring Elsie Watmore," Oliver told Brock, as soon as the women had left, because Brock had ruled no calls from Switzerland. So Brock led him to the telephone and stayed with him until he was done. The marriage decided upon, Brock gave much thought to how the couple should be named. The obvious solution was for Aggie to become Heather and for Oliver to remain Hawthorne. Credit cards, driving licenses and public records would then fall into line, not to mention Oliver's notional past life in Australia. Anyone choosing to check them would come upon a wealth of corroboration and otherwise a brick wall. If they stumbled on the divorce, to hell with them. Oliver and Heather had got together again. Against this was the indisputable operational fact that the name Hawthorne must be considered blown, not only to Tiger, but to other persons unknown. Unusually, Brock went for the compromise. Oliver and Aggie would have 2 operational passports apiece, not 1. In the first, they would be Oliver and Heather single, children's entertainer and homemaker, British, married. In the second, they would be Charmian and Mark West, commercial artist and homemaker, American, resident in Britain. These latter identities having already been cleared in advance for short-term operational use outside the United States. Credit cards and driving licenses and home addresses for the Wests were also available for restricted use. The decision about which passport to use would depend on the merits of each situation. Aggie would be issued with traveller's checks in both names, and would be responsible for the safekeeping of passports, not in action. She would take care of all loose cash and do the paying. "You mean you're not even trusting me with the housekeeping?" Oliver blubbered in mock protest. "Then I'm not marrying her. Send back the presents." Aggie not liking the joke at all, Brock noticed. Squeezing her lips together and wrinkling her nose as if things were getting out of hand. Tanby drove them to the airport. The crew waved them off, all but Brock, who watched them from an upper window. The castle stood on a hump of the wooded Dolder hillside, where it had stood for 100 years or more. A medieval keep, with green-tiled turrets and striped shutters, and mullioned windows, and a double garage, and a comically drawn fierce dog in red, with its teeth bared, and a plate on the granite gatepost that said Lothar, Storm, and Conrad, Anwälte, and below this, attorneys, legal and financial counsellors. Oliver ambled up to the iron gates and pressed the bell. Glancing downward through the trees, he saw shards of Lake Zurich, and a children's hospital with happy families painted on the walls, and a helicopter on the roof. On a bench across the road from him sat Derek in student casuals, soaking up the sunshine, and listening to a doctored Walkman. Up the hill in a parked yellow Audi, with a fiery devil dangling in its rear window, sat 2 long-haired girls, neither of them Aggie. "You're his wife, and you do what wives do when their men are doing business," Brock had told her in Oliver's hearing, when she had pressed to be included in the surveillance team. "Mooch, read, shop, do the galleries, see a movie, get your hair done. What are you grinning at?" "Nothing," Oliver said. The gate lock buzzed. Oliver was toting a black attaché case containing dummy files, an electronic diary, a cell phone, and other grown-up toys. One of them, he was unclear which, doubled as a radio microphone. "Mr. Single, sir! Oliver, 5 years, my God!" Plump Dr. Conrad welcomed him with the restrained enthusiasm of a fellow mourner, bustling out of his office with his chin up and podgy arms held wide, then narrowing the gesture to a handshake of commiseration, which he achieved by clamping his doughy left palm over their 2 right hands, and piping, "Absolutely shocking. Poor Windsor. A tragedy, actually. You are not changed, I would say. Not smaller, certainly. Also not fatter from all that excellent Chinese food." And with this Dr. Conrad took Oliver by the arm and guided him past Frau Marty, his assistant, and other assistants, and other doors, to other partners, into a panelled study where a sumptuous courtesan, naked but for her black stockings and gold frame, displayed herself centre stage above a Gothic stone hearth. "You like her?" "She's great. She is a little risque for some of my clients, actually. I have a countess who lives in the Tessin, and for her I change it for a hodler. I like very much impressionists. But I like also women who do not grow old." "The little confidence is to make you feel special," Oliver remembered. the greedy surgeon's chatter before he cuts you up. "You have married in the meantime, Oliver?" "Yes." Thinking of Aggie. "She is beautiful?" "I find her so." "And not old?" 25. "Brunette?" "Sort of mousy blonde," Oliver replied, with mysterious diffidence. In his inner ear, meanwhile, Tiger is waxing fulsome on the subject of our gallant doctor. "Our wizard of offshore, Oliver, the biggest name in no-name companies, the only man in Switzerland who can steer you blindfold through the tax laws of 20 different countries." "You take coffee? Filter? Espresso? We have a machine now. Everything by machine today. Decaffeinated also? 2 Filter Kaffee bitte, Frau Marte. With poison, please. Sugar? Zucker nimmt auch. Soon we lawyers will also be machines. Und kein Telefon, Frau Marte. Not even if the Queen calls. Tschüss." All this while he waved Oliver to a chair across from him, extracted a pair of black-rimmed spectacles from a pocket of the cardigan that he wore to emphasize his informality, polished them with a chamois leather from a drawer, leaned forward in his chair, and, raising his eyes over the black parapet of his spectacles, subjected Oliver to a second, penetrating examination, while he again lamented Windsor's passing. "All over the world, huh? No one is safe, not even here in Switzerland." "It's awful," Oliver agreed. 2 days ago in Rapperswil," Dr. Conrad went on, his intense gaze for some reason fixed on Oliver's tie, a new one bought by Aggie at the airport. "Because I'm not having you in that soup-stained orange thing a moment longer. A respectable woman, shot dead by a very normal boy, a carpenter's apprentice, the husband, under-director with a bank." "Dreadful," Oliver agreed again. "Maybe it was the same with poor Windsor," Dr. Conrad suggested, dropping his voice to give his theory a clandestine force. "We have many Turks here in Switzerland, in restaurants, driving taxis. They are behaving well, actually, on the whole, so far. But look out, huh? One never knows." "No, one really doesn't," Oliver echoed heartily, and set his briefcase on the desk, snapping the locks as a wishful prelude to getting down to business, and at the same time guiding the right-hand lock to transmit. "And greetings from Dieter," Dr. Conrad said. "Gosh, Dieter, how is he? Fantastic. You must give me his address." Dieter, the creamy-haired sadist who beat me 21 love at ping-pong in the attic of Conrad's millionaire's gin palace in Küsnacht, while our fathers talked mistresses and money over brandy in the sun lounge, he remembered. "Thank you. Dieter is now 25. He is at Yale School of Management. He hopes he will never see his parents again. But that's a phase, actually," said Dr. Conrad proudly. An anxious pause while Oliver forgot the name of Dr. Conrad's wife, though it was clearly inscribed in Aggie's hand on the goof sheet that she had pressed on him as he left the hotel, and was even now nestling against his heart. "And Charlotte is also very well," Dr. Conrad volunteered, letting him off the hook, and drew a slim folder from his desk and laid it before him, then spread his elbows and set his fingertips along its 2 edges to make sure it didn't fly away. Which was when Oliver realized that Dr. Conrad's hands were shaking and that oily little beads of sweat had appeared, like an unwelcome visitation on his upper lip. "So, Oliver," said Conrad, straightening himself up and making a new beginning. "I ask you a question, yes? An impertinent question. But we are old friends, so you don't get angry. We are lawyers. Some questions must be asked. Not always answered, maybe, but asked. You don't mind?" "Not at all," said Oliver politely. Conrad puffed out his sweating lips and frowned in exaggerated concentration. "Who am I receiving today? In what capacity? Is it Tiger's anxious son I am receiving? Is it Oliver, the Southeast Asian representative of the House of Single? Or the brilliant student of Asian languages, perhaps? Is it a friend of Mr. Yevgeny Orlov? Or is it a fellow lawyer discussing legal aspects? And if so, Who is his client? With whom do I have the honour of speaking this afternoon?" "How did my father describe me?" Oliver proposed, prevaricating. Every question a threat to you, he thought, watching Dr. Conrad's fussy hands join and separate. Every gesture a decision. "He didn't, actually. He said only that you would come," Dr. Conrad replied, too anxiously. "That you would come, and when you came I should tell you what was necessary." "Necessary to what?" Conrad tried to look amused, but fear curdled his smile. "To his survival, actually." He said that? In those words? His survival? The sweat had spread to his temples. "Maybe salvation. Salvation or survival. Otherwise he told me nothing regarding Oliver. Maybe he forgot. We had important matters to discuss." He drew a deep breath. "So, who are you today, please, Oliver?" he repeated, in his sing-song accent. "Answer my question, please. I'm actually very curious to know." Frau Marty brought coffee and sugar biscuits. Oliver waited till she had left, then calmly, not a lie out of place, retold the gospel according to Brock, as he had related it to Cat, until he came to the point where he arrived in England. "After I'd looked at the situation and spoken to the staff, I knew that somebody had to take over the shop, and it had better be me. I didn't have Windsor's experience, or his legal know-how, but I was the only other partner. I was on the spot. I knew his methods of working, and I knew Tiger's. I knew where the bodies were buried." Dr. Conrad's eyes widened to register terror. "I mean that I was conversant with the inside workings of the firm," Oliver explained kindly. "If I didn't step into Windsor's shoes, who else was going to?" He was sitting his full height. Master of his fictions, he looked boldly down on Conrad for approval, and obtained a non-committal nod. "My problem is there's nobody left in the house that I can consult, and next to nothing written down. Deliberately so. Tiger's off the air. Half the staff have taken sick leave." "And Mr. Massingham?" Dr. Conrad interrupted, in a voice cleansed of all inflection. "Massingham's on a whistle-stop tour to reassure investors. If I pull him off the job, I create the exact impression we're trying to forestall. Besides, Massingham's not much use on the legal side." Conrad's features reflected nothing but flatulent discomfort. "Then there's the question of my father's own state of mind. Health, whatever you call it." He permitted himself a decent hesitation. "He's been under severe stress since before Christmas." "Stress," Dr. Conrad repeated. "He can take an awful lot, as you can, I'm sure, but there's such a thing as having a nervous breakdown in place. The tougher a man is, the longer he holds out. But the signs are there for those who can read them. The man ceases to function on all cylinders." "Please?" "He stops performing rationally, and he's not aware of it." "You are a psychologist?" "No, but I'm Tiger's son, and his partner, and his greatest fan, and, as you say, he's relying on my help." "And you're his lawyer." But even this, to judge by the rigidity of Dr. Conrad's expression, was more than he was prepared to own to. "My father's desperate. I've spoken to the people who were nearest to him in the hours before he did his disappearing act. The one thing he wanted was to talk to Caspar Conrad. You. It had to be you. Before he talked to anyone else in the world. He kept his visit here secret, even from me." "Then how do you know he came to see me, Oliver?" Oliver managed not to hear this unpleasantly perspicacious question. "I have to get to him urgently. Give him whatever help I can. I don't know where he is. He needs me." "Get Conrad to tell you the Christmas story," Brock had said. "Why did Tiger visit him 9 times in December and January alone?" "Some months ago my father was caught up in a major crisis. He wrote to me complaining of a conspiracy to unseat him. He said the only other person he could trust apart from myself was you. Caspar Conrad is our boy. And together you won. You fought them off, whoever they were. Tiger was cock-a-hoop. A couple of weeks ago, Windsor has his head blown off, and again my father rushes over to see you. Then he disappears. Where's he gone? He must have said where he was going. What's his next move? Chapter 14. It's a replay, Oliver was thinking, as Conrad began to talk. It's 5 years ago, and Tiger is standing at this very desk, and I'm stationed obediently in his shadow, sated after last night's father and son dinner of chopped veal and rösti, and house red at the Kronenhalle, followed by the more private pleasures of the minibar in my hotel suite. Tiger is giving one of his State of the Nation addresses, and I, as usual, am the nation. Caspar, good friend, allow me to present Oliver, my son, and newly inducted partner, and, as of today, your valued client. We have an instruction for you, Caspar. Are you ready to receive it? From you, Tiger. I am ready for anything, actually. Ours is a sweetheart partnership, Caspar. Oliver has the key to all my secrets, and I to his. Agreed and understood? Agreed and understood, Tiger. And off to lunch at Jackie's. It is 3 months later, and this time we are a crowd. Tiger, Mikhail, Yevgeny, Windsor, Hoban, Shalva, Massingham, and me. We are sharing a coffee-driven feast of friendship, to be followed by a more substantial feast at the Dolda Grand, just up the road. Last night in Chelsea, I made love to Nina, and my left shoulder, inside my Turnbull and Asser shirt, is lacerated with teeth marks. Yevgeny is silent and perhaps asleep. Mikhail is watching squirrels through the window, wishing he could shoot them. Massingham dreams of William. Hoban hates us all, and Dr. Conrad is describing perfect harmony. We shall be one, almost. One unlimited offshore company, almost. We shall be preferred shareholders, almost. Though some of us will be more preferred than others. Such trivial differences occur in the best of happy families. We shall be tax efficient, meaning we shan't pay any. We shall be Bermudian and Andorran. We shall be the almost equal beneficiaries of an archipelago of companies reaching from Guernsey to Grand Cayman to Liechtenstein. And Dr. Conrad, the great international lawyer, will be our confessor, keeper of the company purse and chief navigator, patrolling the movement of our capital and income in accordance with hands-off, no-name instructions conveyed to him from time to time by the House of Single. And everything is going swimmingly. Lunch is only a few paragraphs of Dr. Conrad's brilliant working paper away, when, to Oliver's stupefaction, Randy Massingham calmly inserts one elegant suede toe cap into the middle of this intricate, deniable, arm's-length machinery, and from his chosen place of influence between Hoban and Yevgeny drawls, "Caspar, I'm sure I sound as if I'm speaking against House of Single's interests here, but wouldn't it be a teeny bit more democratic all round if our instructions to your splendid self were thrashed out jointly by Tiger and Yevgeny, rather than handed down to you by my incomparable chairman alone? Just trying to head off frictions in advance, Ollie," Massingham explains, in an outrageously relaxed aside. "Iron out our differences now, rather than have 'em bite us in the backside later, if you follow my reasoning." Oliver follows it effortlessly. Massingham is playing all ends against the middle, and portraying himself as Mr. Nice Guy while he does it. But he is not fast enough for Tiger, who is onto him almost before he has finished speaking. "Randy, may I thank you enormously for having the foresight, presence of mind, and, dare I say it, courage to make an absolutely vital point ahead of time. Yes, we must have a democratic partnership. Yes to power sharing, not just in principle, but on the ground. However, we're not talking power here. We're talking one clear voice and one clear order handed down the line to Dr. Conrad. Dr. Conrad can't take orders from a Babel, can you, Caspar? He can't take orders from a committee, not even one as harmonious as ours. Caspar, tell them I'm right. Or wrong, I don't mind." And of course, he is right, and remains right, all the way up to the Dolder Grand. Dr. Conrad was talking about false courtiers, conspiring courtiers, courtiers who banded together and turned on their benefactor. Dr. Conrad's fear of them had become palpable, and it was thickened by indignation. Russian courtiers, Polish courtiers, English ones. He was talking elliptically, and partly in whispers. His piggy eyes were growing larger and rounder. His courtiers were no-name courtiers, engaging in no-name conspiracies. He was personally absolutely not engaged in them himself, his word of honour. But the courtiers were emerging nonetheless, and their ringleader this Christmas was Dr. Mirsky, who, I may tell you in absolute confidence, has a terrible reputation, and a beautiful wife with long legs, assuming she is his wife, because with Dr. Mirsky, who is a Pole, one cannot be sure. He expelled a rush of breath, produced a blue silk handkerchief, and dabbed his sweated brow. I shall tell you what I may tell you, Oliver. I shall not tell you all, but I shall tell you the maximum that I can reconcile with my professional conscience. Do you accept this? I shall have to. I shall not decorate. I shall not speculate. I shall accept no supplementary questions, even if the behavior of certain persons has been completely outrageous. So, we are lawyers. We are paid to respect the instruments of law. We are not paid to prove that black is black or white is white. Another mop of the brow. Maybe Dr. Mirsky is not the locomotive of this train, he suggested in a whisper. Mystified, Oliver gave an intelligent nod. Maybe the locomotive is at the back. Maybe it is, Oliver agreed, more mystified still. It is common knowledge, I am not betraying professional secrets, that for 2 years now, certain things have not been good. For singles, for certain clients, for certain customers. So long as the customers are making money, singles are managing it. But what if the customers do not lay the eggs? Then singles cannot boil them. Of course not. It is logical. Sometimes eggs are also smashed. That is a disaster. A disgusting snapshot of Winsor's head bursting like an egg. Singles customers are also my clients. These clients have many interests. Precisely, I do not know which. That is not my business. If I am told it is export, so it is export. If I am told leisure, then it is leisure. If I am told precious minerals, raw materials, technical and electronic commodities, then this also I accept. He dabbed his lips. We call this many-faceted, yes? Yes. Makes sense, Oliver was urging him. Spit it out, whatever it is. The partnership was strong. The atmosphere was good. The clients and customers were happy, also the courtiers. Which courtiers? A snapshot of Massingham in the tights, yellow cross-garters and doublet of Malvolio. Substantial sums of money were obtained. Profits accrued. The leisure industry flourished. Towns, villages, hotels, also import-export. I don't know what. The structures were excellent. I am not stupid. Your father neither. We took care. We were academic, but we were also practical. You accept this? Absolutely. Until... Conrad closed his eyes, drew a breath, but kept his finger in the air. In the beginning it was only small embarrassments. Inquiries from insignificant authorities, in Spain, in Portugal, in Turkey, in Germany, in England. Orchestrated? We didn't know. Where before there had been acceptance, now there was suspicion. Bank accounts frozen, pending investigations. Mysteriously. Tradings unaccountably suspended. Somebody arrested. Completely unfairly, in my opinion. The pointing finger descended. Isolated incidents. But, for certain people, not quite so isolated. Too many questions, not enough answers. Too many accidents that are not coincidence, finally. Please. More staff work with a silk handkerchief. sweat appearing on him like dew, sweat like tears of fear on the bags beneath his eyes. "These are not my companies, Oliver. I am a lawyer, not a trader. I am for what is on the page, not what is on the boat. I do not load this boat. I do not open every banana to see whether it is a banana or something else. I do not make out the manifest." "Same word, manifest. Please. I sell you a box. I am not responsible for what you put in the box." He ran the handkerchief round his neck. He was speaking faster, running low on breath. "I provide advice based on the information given to me. I charge a fee. Good night. If the information is not correct, how can I be held responsible? I can be misinformed. To be misinformed is not a crime." "Not even at Christmas," said Oliver, prompting him. "So, Christmas," Conrad agreed, with a quick suck of air. "Last Christmas. 5 days before, actually. On December the 20th, Dr. Mirsky sends to me by courier, out of a clear sky, 68 pages of ultimatum. A fait accompli for the immediate attention of your father, my client. Sign here and return forthwith, etc. Deadline, January the 20th. Demanding what? Effectively, the transfer of the entire structure of companies intact into the hands of Transfinance Istanbul, a new company, offshore, naturally, but also now the parent company of Transfinance Vienna, owing to complicated share maneuvering, masterminded by Dr. Mirsky and others, and Dr. Mirsky, the nominated chairman of this company, also the managing director, also chief executive." He was talking at breakneck speed. "Nominated by whom? Another matter. Certain courtiers of your father, faithless courtiers, I would say, are also holding shares in this new company." Shocked by his own narrative, Conrad again mopped his forehead, then ploughed on. It was typical, actually, a typical Polish mentality. At Christmas, nobody is looking. Everybody is baking cakes, buying presents for the family. Sign here immediately. His voice fell to a quaver, but lost none of its forward thrust. "Dr. Mirsky is not a reliable person, actually," he confided. "I have many friends in Zurich. He is not correct at all. And this whole ban," he shook his head. "Transfer how? It's an enormous network. You might as well transfer the London Underground." "That's it. Genau. Exactly. The London Underground is perfect." The brave finger soared once more into the air, while with the other hand Conrad grabbed a folder and pulled out a thick document bound in red cloth, guarding it close to his stomach. "I'm glad you came, Oliver, actually, very glad. You have many good expressions, like your father." He was flipping through the pages, offering a rapid-fire version of the contents. "All shares and assets controlled by House of Single on behalf of certain clients to be transferred without delay to the control of Transfinance Istanbul offshore." That's theft, actually. "All offshore operations to be administered by Dr. Mirsky and his wife and dog, completely as they decide. Maybe from Istanbul, I don't know. Maybe from the top of the Matterhorn. Why does a Pole represent a Russian in Turkey? House of Single to relinquish all rights as signatories. Listen, please. All authority over all company affairs to be redefined, naturally to exclude House of Single. Certain delighted courtiers to replace them. The choice of such delighted courtiers to be at the sole discretion of Misters Yevgeny and Mikhail Orlov, or their nominees, who will naturally be certain delighted courtiers already clearly identified in the ultimatum. It's a putsch, actually. A palace plot, completely." "And if not?" Oliver asked. "If Tiger refuses, if you do, what then?" "You are absolutely correct to ask this, Oliver. That's a completely logical question, I would say. If not, it was a blackmail. If House of Single does not agree to the Mirsky master plan, then certain no-name courtiers will immediately withhold all further collaboration, which will have a crippling effect naturally. These courtiers will further regard all existing articles of agreement as void. If we sue them, they will immediately file a counterclaim for breach of confidence, incompetent administration, malfeasance, and I don't know what. Furthermore, it is only a hint, I would say, but it is here, in the ultimatum, between the lines. He tapped the side of his glistening nose to indicate his finely developed sense of smell, while his words fell from him at an ever-increasing speed. They regret very much that in the event of non-compliance by House of Single, certain negative informations regarding House of Single's overseas activities may coincidentally be lodged with certain international authorities, also domestic. It's totally disgraceful, actually. A Pole threatening an Englishman in Switzerland. So, what action did you take, you and Tiger? What did you do in the face of this ultimatum? He spoke to them. My father? Naturally. Spoke to them how? From where you are sitting, indicating the telephone that lay between them. Here, several times, at my expense. Never mind. Often for hours. To Yevgeny. Correct. To Olaf Senior. He had found a slower pace. Your father was brilliant, I would say. Very charming, but also very firm. He swore an oath, literally on the Bible. We have one here, naturally. Frau Marty brought it to him. Yevgeny, I give you my solemn oath, nobody has betrayed you. There has been no indiscretion on the part of House of Single. This is all a dirty fiction from Mirsky and the no-name courtiers. Mr. Yevgeny is very suggestible, I believe. This way, that way, like a pendulum. Also, your father made certain concessions. It was necessary. This agreement would be made, that one cancelled. It was a package. But still, inside the package we had a very familiar, very fragile human situation, namely an old man who did not know which voice he should listen to. Olaf Senior puts down the telephone. Whom does he see? Courtiers, each with a dagger behind his back. Dr. Conrad thrust a fist behind his own back by way of demonstration. How long will the agreement last? Not long, I believe. Only till the old man's mind is changed again, or the next disaster happens. And it did, Oliver suggested, when they had shared another tense silence, broken only by the words, "My God," whispered several times by a temporarily exhausted Dr. Conrad. And Oliver resumed. The Free Tallinn was boarded. There was a shootout. A few days later, Windsor had his head blown off. My father panicked and rushed over here to put the fire out. With this fire, it was impossible. Why? It was too hot, more advanced, more dangerous. Why? In the first place, we have an episode. An arrested boat, confiscated materials, dead crew, maybe captured crew, we don't know. These were matters that could not be overlooked, even if they were not in any way the responsibility of your father, let alone myself. Similarly, the contents of the cargo. And in the second place, there was no answer. I beg your pardon. Nobody answered us, literally. From where? Who? All the telephone numbers, fax machines, all the offices. In Istanbul, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Transfinance here, Transfinance there, the private numbers, the public numbers. Nothing responded positively. You mean they were cut off? A weary shrug. There was a wall. Mr. Yevgeny Orlov was not available. Neither was his brother. His whereabouts were not known. He could not be contacted. We were informed that all appropriate communications with House of Single had already been made. It was now only necessary for House of Single to meet its financial obligations or face the consequences. Amen and thank you. Who said that part, about the consequences? Who said it? Mr. Hoban from Vienna said it, except that he was not in Vienna. He was somewhere I don't know, speaking on a cell phone. Maybe in a helicopter, maybe in a crevasse, maybe on the moon. We are calling this modern communication. How about Mirsky? Dr. Mirsky also could not be contacted. It was the wall again. Your father was convinced of it. They wished to put a wall of silence around him. Pressure and fear. It is a well-known combination. Also very effective. On me as well. He was losing his courage before Oliver's eyes. He was dabbing his flues and shrugging, and, as a conscientious lawyer, seeing the force of the other side's argument, even as he protested its monstrosity. Listen, It's not so unreasonable. They have suffered a big loss. Singles have provided a service. The service is maybe not totally satisfactory. They hold singles liable, so they are seeking compensation. Objectively, this is normal commercial practice. Look at America. You are a worker, you break your finger. On I don't know what. $100 million, please? Singles will pay or they will not pay. Maybe they pay part. Maybe there will be a negotiation. Has my father instructed you to negotiate? It's impossible, you heard. No answer. How can one negotiate with a wall? He stood up. I have been frank with you, Oliver. Maybe too frank. You are not only a lawyer. You are your father's son. Goodbye, huh? Good luck. Break your leg and neck, as we are saying. Oliver remained in his chair, ignoring Conrad's extended hand. So what happened? He came here, he telephoned. There was no answer. What did you do? He had other engagements. Where was he staying? It was evening already. Did you bother to ask him? Where did he go? You've been his lawyer for 20 years. Did you just throw him into the night? Please. You are being emotional. You are his son. But you are a lawyer also. Listen, please. Oliver was listening, but he had to wait a while. And the message, when it came, was punctuated by painful, heavy breaths. I also have my problems. The Swiss Bar Association, certain other authorities, the police also, they have spoken to me. They are not accusing me, but they are not respectful, and they are coming closer. He licked his lips, pursed them. Regretfully, I had to inform your father that these matters were outside my professional competence. Difficulties with banks, fiscal matters, frozen accounts perhaps, these we can discuss, but dead sailors, illegal cargoes, a dead lawyer, and maybe not the only one, they are too much, please. You mean you dumped my father as a client? Signed him off, bye-bye? I was not hard with him, Oliver. Listen to me. We were not heartless. Frau Marty drove him to the bank. He wanted the bank. He must see what cards he had to play. Those were his words. I offered to lend him money. Not much. I am not rich. Maybe a few 100,000 francs. I have friends who are richer. Maybe they will help him. He was dirty. An old brown coat. Dirty shirt. You are right. He was not himself. One cannot advise a man who is not himself. What are you doing, please? Still seated, Oliver was fidgeting with a briefcase. Having fidgeted to his satisfaction, he stood up, plodded round the desk, and grabbed a handful of Conrad's cardigan and shirt front, with the intention of carting him to the nearest wall and hoisting him up it by the armpits while he asked him a few more questions. But the act was easier in the imagining than in the fulfilment. As Tiger always likes to say, I lack the killer instinct. So he released Conrad and left him quaking and whining in a heap on the floor. And, as a consolation, he helped himself to the folder containing Mirsky's 68-page Christmas ultimatum and shoved it in the briefcase among the dummy files. While he was at it, he also took a look through the desk drawers, but the only thing that caught his eye was a cumbersome service revolver, presumably a relic of Conrad's heroic days in the Swiss army. He walked to the antechamber where Frau Marty was busily typing, and having closed the door behind him, leaned flirtatiously over her desk. I wanted to thank you for driving my father to the bank, he said. Oh, you are very welcome. He didn't by any chance mention where he was going after that, did he? Alas, he did not, I am afraid. Briefcase in hand, he trotted down the little garden path, gained the pavement, and turned down the hill. Derek fell in behind him. The afternoon was muggy. They descended a steep, cobbled alley, wide enough for one car. Oliver was striding out, head reeling, heels jolting on the cobble. He was passing small villas and familiar faces. In one garden he saw Carmen on a swing, in her white party dress, being pushed by Sammy Watmore. Next door to them, Tiger was mowing the lawn, watched by dead Geoffrey with his flowing gold mane. From an attic window, naked Zoya waved to him. A lane opened to his left. He entered it and ran for a while, Derek following. He reached a wide road and saw the yellow Audi waiting ahead of him in a lay-by next to a tram stop. The back door opened. Derek jumped in after him. The girls' elected names were Pat and Mike. Pat was a brunette today. Mike, her co-driver, wore a scarf round her head. "Why did you switch off, Ollie?" Mike demanded, over her shoulder, as they drove. "I didn't. They were heading downhill towards the lake and town." "You did? It was when you were about to leave." "Probably jogged it or something," Oliver said, with his legendary vagueness. "Conrad gave me a document to read," he told Derek, handing him the briefcase. "When did he do that?" Mike persisted from the front, holding Oliver's gaze in the mirror. "Do what?" "Give you the document." "Just shoved it at me," said Oliver, as vague as before. "Didn't want to admit he was doing it, most likely. He's dropped Tiger down a hole." "We heard that part," said Mike. They set him down at the lakeside, where the Bahnhofstrasse begins. Chapter 15. Oliver was not entirely present for his progress through the bank. He smiled and lied. He smiled and shook hands. He sat and stood, and smiled, and sat again. He waited for signs of panic or aggression on the part of his hosts, and encountered none. The mounting rage that had guided him through his meeting with Conrad had given way to a drugged apathy. Wafted from one teak-panelled office to another, lectured on the latest dramatic shifts by old acquaintances, whom he barely remembered. Herr somebody had taken over loans department, but sends his regards. Frau Dr. somebody else is now regional director for Glarus, and will be sad not to have met him. Oliver floated in a state of intermittent consciousness that reminded him of the recovery room after his appendix operation. He was nobody, doing everybody's bidding. He was an understudy who hadn't learned his lines. From the bank's lobby, he had ascended in a satin steel lift with no controls. He was greeted by a carrot-haired man called Herr Albrecht, whom he at first sight mistook for one of his several headmasters. "We are so pleased to see you here again, Mr. Single, after all these years, and so soon after your good father," said Herr Albrecht, as they shook hands. "So how was my good father? Or did you drop him down a hole like that bastard Conrad?" Oliver replied. But it was evident that he had only asked these questions in his head, because the next thing he knew was that he was being wafted down a river of blue carpet at the side of a kind matron on his way to see a Herr Dr. Lilienfeld, who will take a photocopy of your passport in view of the new regulations. "How new?" "Oh, very new. Also, it is a long time since you were here. We have to be sure you are the same person." "So do I," Oliver thought. Herr Dr. Lilienfeld required a sample of Oliver's new signature after the rounder, younger version of 5 years ago. If he had asked for a blood sample, Oliver would have provided it. But when the kind matron returned into a headmaster Albrecht, there sat Tiger in the very rosewood chair Oliver had occupied minutes before. He was looking much as Oliver expected, unwashed and wearing his brown love coat. But it was Oliver, not Tiger, whom Herr Albrecht addressed, while the world's prices rallied and collapsed on monitors along the wall behind him. And it was a round-eyed pixie called Herr Stempfli, not Tiger, who stepped forward out of the shadows to present himself as the official now responsible for the extended family of single accounts. Everything was satisfactory, Herr Stempfli assured Oliver. The original authorization was still valid. It was in perpetuity. And of course, sycophantic smirk, Oliver required no authorization to examine his own personal account, which, Herr Albrecht was pleased to report, was in excellent health. "Fine. Great, thank you." "Excellent. There is, however, one small snag," Herr Albrecht, the headmaster, confessed, over Herr Stempfli's balding head, pronouncing it snag. "You have asked for copies of all correspondences. I regret very much that the authorization does not permit you to take copies. No bank correspondences may leave the bank except by hand of Mr. Single Senior in person. This is written expressly in the instructions, and we must accept this limitation." I shall expect to be able to take notes. That is what your father was expecting you to expect, Herr Albrecht said gravely. So it's ordained, Oliver thought. I don't have to worry. The river of carpet was this time orange. Herr Stempfli waded at Oliver's side, a jailer jangling his keys. "Did my father take papers away with him?" Oliver asked. "Your father has an excellently developed instinct for security, but he would have been permitted, naturally." Naturally. The room was a chapel of remembrance. Only Tiger's corpse was missing. Wax flowers, a polished table for the dear departed, trays of perforated printouts from the loved one's private papers, stacks of account sheets in imitation leather folders clamped together by brass rods, a stapler, a plastic dispenser of pins, paper clips and elastic bands, and crisply bonded notepads, and a stack of complimentary picture postcards, showing a peasant of the Engadine waving the Swiss flag from the top of a green mountain that reminded Oliver of Bethlehem. "You like coffee, Mr. Oliver?" Herr Stempfli intoned, offering him his last meal on earth. Herr Stempfli lived in Solothurn. He was divorced, which he regretted, but his wife had decided she preferred solitude to his company, so what could he do? He had a daughter named Alouette, who lived with him. A little fat at present, but she was only 12, and with exercise she would grow thinner. It was 5 o'clock, and the bank was closing, but Herr Stempfli would be honoured to remain till 8 o'clock, if Oliver required him. He had nothing particular to do, and the evenings hung heavy on him. "Won't Alouette mind your being late?" "Alouette is playing basketball," Herr Stempfli rejoined. "On Tuesdays she has always basketball till 9 o'clock. Oliver was writing and reading and drinking too much coffee all at once. He was Brock. I want bald Bernard and his nasty companies. He was Tiger, landlord of the satellite accounts, which were in turn attached by drip feed to the parent account of single holdings offshore. He was Oliver again, authorized in perpetuity to exercise all powers invested in his partner and father. He was bald Bernard, owner of a Liechtenstein foundation called Dervish, worth £31 million sterling, and a company called Sky Blue Holdings of Antigua. Bernard thinks he's bulletproof, Brock is saying. Bernard thinks he can walk on the bloody water, and if I have my way he'll go under for the rest of his dirty little life. He was Sky Blue Holdings, and the holdings were not one villa but 14, each the property of a separate owning company, with a silly name like Janus, Plexus, or Mentor. Bernard is the paymaster, Brock had said. Bernard is the Hydra's biggest head. He was Brock again, talking about less-than-perfect civil servants signing up for their second pensions. He was Oliver, son of Tiger, writing patiently and legibly under the sobering eye of Herr Stempfli. He was 12 years old, and sitting an examination, and Mr. Revilius, not Herr Stempfli, was invigilating. He was Alouette in Solothurn, playing basketball till 9 o'clock for her figure. He was in Antigua on one page, Liechtenstein the next, and Grand Cayman a page after that. He was in Spain, Portugal, Andorra, and Northern Cyprus, writing. He was the owner of a chain of casinos, hotels, holiday villages, and discotheques. He was Tiger, totting up his personal assets, and seeing by how much they fell short of 200 million sterling. Answer, off the top of Tiger's head, by 119 million pounds. Liquid account, he read. No heading, just a 6-figure number and the letters TS at the top of the page. Current value 17 million pounds in various currencies. 2 debits recorded in last 2 weeks. One of £5 million and £30 sterling, marked transfer. The other of £50,000 sterling, dated and marked bearer. Did my father withdraw this sum in cash? Cash, Herr Stempfli confirmed. Herr Stempfli had personally assisted him to load the money into his airbag. In what currency? Swiss francs, dollars, Turkish lira, Herr Stempfli replied, like a Swiss speaking clock, and added proudly, I fetched them for him personally. Can you fetch some for me, too? The question, which surprised Oliver, turned out to have been forced on him by two external factors. The first, that he had stumbled upon his own numbered account, and discovered it was worth £3 million. The second, that he resented the fact that Brock had forbidden him money of his own while he was abroad, with the insulting implication that he might make an unscripted dash for freedom, a course of action he had contemplated repeatedly over the last 3 days. Herr Stempfli was not permitted to leave Oliver alone with the papers. With tremendous circumstance, he therefore telephoned the night cashier and placed an order on Oliver's behalf for $30,000 in hundreds, a couple of thousand Swiss francs, and some Turkish, like my father. A vestal appeared, armed with a wad of notes and a receipt. Oliver signed the receipt and distributed the notes among the copious pockets of his Haywood suit. No magician could have done it more discreetly. By way of celebration, he helped himself to one of the bank's postcards of a flag swinger, scribbled a jolly message to Sammy, and slipped that also into his pocket. He returned to the figures. 7 o'clock chimed before his courage ran out. I just can't bear to keep Alouette waiting, he confessed to Herr Stempfli with a shy laugh. Carefully he pulled his precious handwritten pages from the notepad. Herr Stempfli produced a stout envelope and held it open while Oliver fed them into it. Then Herr Stempfli escorted Oliver down the main staircase as far as the front doors. Did my father mention where he was going from here? Herr Stempfli shook his head. With the lira, maybe Turkey. Outside in the half-darkness, Derek was waiting. You're changing hats, he announced, as they strolled towards a parked cab. Nat's orders. You're Mr. and Mrs. West, and you're staying in a commercial traveller's love nest on the other side of town. Why? Ferrets. Whose ferrets? Not known. Could be Swiss, could be Hoban's lot, could be Hydra. Maybe Conrad bubbled you. What did they do? Tailed Aggie, quizzed the hotel, sniffed your underpants. It's orders. You lie low, stay clear of the bright lights, and you're on the first plane home in the morning. To London? The Nat's calling time out. What do you expect him to do? Tie you to a tree and wait for the wolves? Seated at Derek's side in the cab, Oliver watched the lights along the lake. In the lobby of a dingy high-rise that smelt of old soup, Derek spoke to room 509 on the house telephone, while Pat and Mike studied the notice board. Seizing his moment, Oliver magicked Sammy's postcard from his pocket, scribbled "Charge to 509," where the stamp should have been, and dropped it in the hotel mailbox. "She's waiting for you," Derek murmured, pointing Oliver at the lift. "Sooner you than me, mate." It was a double bed in a very small bedroom. The bed was small even for small lovers, and out of the question for two tall, married strangers intent on not touching one another. There was a minibar and a television set. 2 tiny armchairs were crammed at the foot of the bed, and there was a slot in the bedhead that for 2 francs provided you with a therapeutic massage. She had unpacked for both of them. His spare suit hung in the wardrobe. She was wearing a rather nice scent. He had never associated her with scent, more with outdoors. All this he established before sitting himself on the edge of the bed with his back to her while she stood at the basin in the bathroom, adding finishing touches to her makeup. He had brought Rocco the raccoon with him, was passing him round his shoulders, and keeping his jacket on because of the money in the pockets. "Is it all right to talk in here?" he asked. "Unless you're paranoid," she retorted through the open doorway, while he discreetly unloaded the cash from his jacket, unbuttoned his shirt, and set to work wedging the notes inside his waistband. "Everyone's ganged up on him. Only Yevgeny's on his side. Even I'm not," he complained, shoving a wad of hundreds into the small of his back. "So?" "I owe him." "Owe him what?" He guessed she was biting in her lipstick or something, because she sounded a bit like Heather. "Oliver, we cannot owe ourselves to everybody." "You do," he said. The money was all inside his shirt. He took off his jacket and put Rocco back to work. I've seen you. You're like a nurse on her rounds. Everyone's your patient. That is total crap. But she lost the P because of whatever she was doing with her lips. And stop wiggling that animal at me, because you're just putting yourself down, and it pisses me off. Our first marital row, Oliver thought, rubbing Rocco's snout and pulling faces at him. She came out of the bathroom. He went in, closed the door behind him, and locked it. He took the money from round his waist and wedged it behind the cistern. He flushed and ran the taps. He returned to the bedroom and poked around for a clean shirt. She pulled open a drawer and handed him a new one that went with the tie she'd bought him at Heathrow. "When did you get this?" "What else was I meant to do all day?" He remembered the ferrets, and supposed that was what was annoying her. "So who's been following you?" he asked, solicitously. "I don't know, Oliver, and I didn't see them to ask. The crew saw them. It is not my part to act surveillance-conscious." "Oh, right. Yes, of course. Sorry." It seemed silly to go back to the bathroom to put a new shirt on. Besides, it was always good to show the audience you'd nothing up your sleeve, when you hadn't. He peeled off his old shirt and held his stomach in while he tore off the cellophane and groped inexpertly for the pins that held the new shirt to the cardboard inside. "They ought to print it on the packet how many you're supposed to look for," he groused, when she took the shirt from him and finished the job. "You could impale yourself just pulling it over your head." "It's plain cuffs," she said. "They're what you like." "I'm not very fond of the links," he explained. "You don't need to tell me. I'm aware." He put the shirt on and turned his back to her, while he unzipped his fly to tuck in the tails. He'd always tied his tie badly, and remembered how Heather had insisted on retying it in a Windsor knot, a trick that the great magician had never mastered. Then he wondered how many men it had taken Heather to teach her the knack, and whether Nadia tied Tiger's tie, or Cat did, and whether Tiger was wearing one at the moment, or whether, for instance, he had hanged himself with it, or been strangled with it, or had his head blown off while he was wearing it, because Oliver's mind was bouncing around inside his head like a rubber ball, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it except act naturally and be his charming self, and get hold of one of those air and railway timetables that he'd spotted peeping out of the rack beside the reception desk. Their table was a lover's niche, with cowbells hanging over it. In the rest of the dining room, interchangeable men in grey suits ate without expression. Pat and Mike sat alone against a wall, being covertly undressed by 100 lonely male eyes. Aggie ordered US beef and chips. "Same for me, please." If she'd ordered tripe and onions, he would have said same for me. Small decisions were eluding him. He ordered half a litre of Dole, but Aggie would drink only mineral water. "Sparkling," she told the waiter. "But don't let me stop you, Oliver." "Is that because you're on duty?" he asked. "Is what?" "Staying on the wagon." She answered, but he didn't notice what she said. "You're beautiful," he was telling her with his eyes. "Even in this sickly white light, you're absurdly, healthily, radiantly beautiful." "It's a bit of a tall order," he complained. "What is?" "Being one person all day and somebody else in the evening. I'm not sure who to be anymore." "Be yourself, Oliver, just for once." He rubbed his head. "Yeah, well, there's not that much left to be, really. Not after Tiger and Brock have finished with me." "Oliver, if you're going to talk like that, I think I'll eat alone." He gave it a rest for a while, then tried again, asking the questions the young master used to ask singles female staff at the All Ranks Christmas Bash, what her larger ambitions were, how she'd like to see herself 5 years from now, whether she wanted babies, or a career, or both. "Actually, Oliver, I don't have the least fucking idea," she said. The meal dragged to an end. She signed the bill, and he watched her, Charmian West. He proposed a nightcap in the bar being the other side of the reception desk. "One brush past it and I'm home free," he was thinking. "All right," she agreed. "Let's have a nightcap in the bar." Perhaps she was grateful for a delay before returning to the room. "What the hell are you looking for?" she asked. "Your coat." Heather had always worn a coat when they went out. She liked him to sweep her in and out of it, and hang it up for her between acts. "Why on earth should I wear a coat to go from the bedroom to the dining room and back?" Of course not. Silly me. At the reception desk, Aggie asked the concierge whether there were any messages for West. There were none, but by the time they had resumed their passage to the bar, Oliver had a bunch of timetables in the left pocket of his jacket, and the audience hadn't seen a thing. Love is what you can get away with. In the bar he ordered a brandy, and she another mineral water, and this time when she signed the bill he made an ambiguous joke about being a kept man, but she didn't smile. In the lift, which they had to themselves, she remained distant. No Katrina, she. In the bedroom, which she entered ahead of him, she had it all worked out. He was larger than she was, so he got the bed, she said. The 2 armchairs would suit her fine. She would have the duvet and 2 pillows, Oliver the blanket and the quilted bedspread, and first use of the bathroom. He thought he caught a glimpse of disappointment in her eye, and wondered whether, if he'd managed to bring his act down instead of pursuing an agenda of his own, the sleeping arrangements might have been more conciliatory. He took off his shirt, but kept his shoes and trousers on. He hung his jacket in the wardrobe, extracted the timetables, wedged them under his arm, slung a bathrobe over his shoulder, collected his sponge bag, and, mumbling something about taking a bath in the morning, shuffled into the bathroom and locked the door. He sat on the lavatory, studying the timetables. He fished the money from behind the cistern and put it in his sponge bag, and made a show of sloshing water and brushing his teeth, while he added the last touches to his plan. Through the door he heard the martial fanfares of American television news. "If that's Larry King, turn the bastard off," he called, in a show of bravura. He rinsed his face, cleaned the hand basin, knocked on the door, heard, "Come in," and returned to the bedroom, to find her shrouded to the neck in a bathrobe, with her hair packed into a shower cap. She entered the bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. The television was showing disasters in Black Africa, brought to us courtesy of a well-made-up woman in a flak jacket. Oliver waited for the sound of water, but heard none. The door opened, and without a glance at him, she fetched her hairbrush and comb, returned to the bathroom, and relocked the door. He heard the shower running. He put his shirt back on, dropped his sponge bag into a canvas grip, threw in Rocco, socks, underpants, a couple more shirts, his thuds, and brilli on balloons. The shower was still running. Reassured, he slipped on his jacket, took up the grip, and tiptoed towards the door. Passing the bed, he paused to scribble a message to her on the telephone pad. "Sorry I have to do this. Love you. O." Feeling better, he put his hand on the doorknob and turned it, relying on disaster in the African jungle to cover the sound. The door yielded. He turned round to take a last look at the room, and saw Aggie, without her shower cap, watching him from the doorway. "Shut the door, gently." He shut it. "Where the fuck do you think you're going? Keep your voice down." "To Istanbul." "By air or rail? Decided yet?" "Not really." Anxious to escape her glare, he peered at his watch. "There's a 22:33 from Zurich station, gets to Vienna around 8 in the morning. I could make the Vienna-Istanbul flight at 10:30. Otherwise? 2300 to Paris and 9:55 from Charles de Gaulle. How are you reckoning to get to the station? Tram or walk? Why not a cab?" "Well, a cab if I find one. Depends." "Why not fly from Zurich?" "I thought trains were more anonymous, sort of thing. Fly from somewhere different. Anyway, I'd have to wait till morning." "Bloody brilliant. You've Derek across the corridor and Pat and Mike between our bedroom and the lift. Have you thought of that?" "I thought they'd be asleep." "And you think the hotel will be happy, do you, with you sneaking past reception with a suitcase in your hand at this hour of the night?" "Well, they'll still have you to pay the bill, won't they?" "What do you think you're going to use for money?" And before he could answer, "Don't tell me. You drew some from the bank. That's what you hid in the bathroom." Oliver scratched the top of his head. "I'm going anyway." He had his hand on the door handle still, and he was standing his full height. and he hoped he looked as determined as he felt, because he knew that if she made an attempt to stop him, by raising Derek and the girls, for instance, he was going to prevent her somehow. Turning her back to him, she slipped off her robe, and for a moment, splendidly naked, began dressing. And it dawned on Oliver, too late as ever, that a girl who was proposing to spend a chaste night on 2 armchairs would take her pyjamas or nightdress to the bathroom in order to emerge decent. But Aggie hadn't done that. "What are you doing?" he asked, gawping at her like an idiot. "Coming with you. What do you think I'm doing? You're not safe crossing the fucking road." "What about Brock?" "I'm not married to Brock. Put that bag on the bed and let me pack it properly." He watched her pack it properly. He watched her add things of her own. Not everything, so that they had 1 suitcase between them. He watched her put the rest of her stuff into a second bag, so that it would be all ready for Derek in the morning when he wakes up, under her breath. And he noted that causing Derek embarrassment was not going to upset her unduly. He padded uselessly round the tiny room while she returned to the bathroom, and he heard her through the paper-thin wall ordering a cab in a low voice on the bathroom telephone, and at the same time asking the desk to have the room bill ready, because they had to check out immediately. She came back and murmured to him that he was to follow her and bring the suitcase and not thump about. She turned the door handle and lifted it, and it opened silently, which it hadn't done for him. There was a door marked "Service" straight across the passage. She opened it and beckoned to him, and he followed her down an evil stone staircase that reminded him of the back staircase in Curzon Street. He watched her pay the bill at the desk, and she did that unconscious thing with her hips that he'd seen her do in the garden in Camden, weight on one leg and cocking the other somehow. He noticed that she still had her hair down, and that even under the awful overhead lighting he could imagine her riding horses and climbing glens, and looking like an advertisement for rainwear while she fly-fished for the salmon. "Is the cab out there, Mark?" she asked over her shoulder, while she signed. And Oliver, because he was still dreaming, looked round helpfully for Mark, before remembering who he was. They rode in silence to the station. When they got there, he stood guard over the suitcase and checked their platform number several times, because he kept forgetting it while she bought the tickets. And suddenly, there they were, just another Mr. and Mrs. West, pushing their his and hers suitcase down the platform, looking for their berth. Chapter 16. Until that evening, Brock had relied on the long game to keep Massingham at the table, dropping in on him unannounced at any odd moment of day or night, firing off a few cryptic questions and leaving others pregnantly unasked, while he kept his promises on the boil. "Yes, sir, your immunity is in the pipeline. No, sir, we will not be hounding William. And meanwhile, can you help us with the following little problem?" Anything to keep him talking, he told Aidan Bell. Anything to keep the chemistry working in him while the information comes in. "Why don't you have him walk into a door and save yourself the time?" Bell argued. "Because he's afraid of bigger things than us," Brock replied. "Because he loves William and knows where the bomb is hidden. Because he's a turncoat with loyalties. And they're the worst. Because I don't understand why he came to us or what he's hiding from, or why the pragmatic Orloffs have taken up ritual killing in their old age." Tonight, however, Brock knew he was a step ahead of Massingham and made his dispositions accordingly, though still with that mysterious lack of confidence that had bedevilled their previous encounters. Something was out of joint. Something was missing. He had listened to Oliver's interview with Dr. Conrad, digitally encrypted by the British consulate in Zurich that same afternoon. He had cut a grateful path through Oliver's notes from the bank, and though he knew it would be months before the analysts had squeezed the last drop out of them, he had seen with Oliver's eyes the living proof, if he had ever doubted it, that singles were paying huge retainers to the Hydra, and that Porlock was its treasurer and controller of the purse. Under his arm he was carrying Dr. Mirsky's 68-page ultimatum, spirited back to London on the last plane of the day, and now residing in a brown official envelope, sealed in HM Customs tape. He led off briskly, as he had planned to do, firing his first question before he had sat down. "Where did you spend last Christmas, sir?" he demanded, wielding the sir like a meat cleaver. Skiing in the Rockies. With William. Naturally. Where was Hoban? What's he got to do with it? With his family, I should imagine. Which family? His in-laws, probably. I'm not sure he's got parents of his own. I rather think of him as an orphan child, don't you? Massingham responded, lethargically, in deliberate counterpoint to Brock's haste. So Hoban was in Istanbul with the Orloffs. Hoban was in Istanbul for Christmas, yes? I assume so. One never quite knows for certain with Alex. He's a bit of still water, if that's the expression. Runs deep. Dr. Mirsky was also in Istanbul over Christmas, Brock suggested. What an amazing coincidence! Population twice the size of London. They must have been falling over one another's feet. Does it surprise you to learn that Dr. Mirsky and Alex Hoban are old buddies from way back? Not particularly. What do you think was the nature of their relationship, way back? Well, they weren't lovers, darling, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm not. I'm suggesting they were bonded by other factors, and I'm asking you what those factors were. Doesn't like it, Brock recorded, his spirits rising. Buying time, eyes to the envelope on the table. Back again. Moistens lips. Wondering how much the little bastard knows, and how much do I need to tell him? Hoban was a high-flying Soviet apparatchik, Massingham conceded, after deliberation. Mirsky was the same sort of creature in Poland. They did business together. When you say apparatchik, what type of apparatus are you referring to? Massingham gave a disdainful shrug. A little of this and that. I'm just wondering whether you've been cleared for this stuff, he added insolently. So, intelligence. They were in their country's respective intelligence services, one Soviet, one Polish. Let's just call them technocrats, Massingham proposed, attempting once again to put Brock in his place. During your tour in Moscow with the British Embassy, weren't you one of the people who had side-door dealings with Soviet intelligence? We took a few soundings. It was very informal and rather romantic, and terribly secret. We were looking for common ground, targets of potential interest, how we might go forward, hand in hand. That's all I'm allowed to tell you, I'm afraid. What sort of targets? Terror. Where the Russians weren't financing it, of course. Massingham was enjoying himself. Crime? Where they weren't involved in it. Drugs? Isn't that a crime? You tell me, Brock shot back. And to his pleasure fancied he had scored a hit, for Massingham had set his fingers to his lips to hide his mouth, and his gaze had slipped away to the bookshelves. And wasn't Alex Hoban one of the people on the Soviet side you took soundings from? He asked. This really isn't your business at all. I shall have to clear this with my former masters, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I can't go on. Your former masters wouldn't speak to you if you paid them. Ask Aidan Bell. Was Hoban on the Soviet team, or wasn't he? You bloody well know he was. What was his expertise? Crime. Organised crime? Oxymoron, darling. It's disorganised by definition. And he was involved with Soviet criminal gangs. He was covering them. You mean he was on their payroll? Don't be such a prude. You know very well how that game is played. It's give and take between poacher and gamekeeper. Everybody has to get something, or there's no deal. Was Mirsky around at that time? Around what? You and Hoban. It was an inspired gesture on Brock's part. He hadn't planned it, hadn't even thought to do it till that moment. He picked up the envelope and tore it open. He pulled out the red-bound document and dumped it back on the packing case. Then he scrumpled up the envelope and tossed it with perfect accuracy into a waste-paper basket on the other side of the attic. And for a while the red book smouldered like a fire in a dark room. I was asking you whether you made the acquaintance of Dr. Mirsky during your tour in Moscow in the late 80s, Brock reminded Massingham. I met him a couple of times. A couple. You're being too Gothic. Mirsky went to the conferences. I went to the conferences. That doesn't mean we played doctors during lunch hour. And Mirsky was representing Polish intelligence. If you want to make it sound bigger than it was, yes. What was Polish intelligence doing at side-door conferences between British and Russian intelligence officers? Talking about collaboration, putting the Polish view. We had Czechs and Hungarians and Bulgarians, appealing to him now. We encouraged all that, Nat. There was no point in taking our case to the satellites unless the Sovs had given them the green light, was there now? So why not short-circuit the system and have the Sats aboard from the start? How did you meet the Orloff brothers? Massingham let out a silly shriek of derision. That was bloody years later, you dunce. 6. You were pimping for singles. Tiger wanted the Orloff connection, so you pimped that too. How? Through Mirsky or Hoban? Massingham's questing eye again took in the red book on the packing case, then returned to Brock. Hoban. Was Hoban married to Sawyer by then? He may have been. Sulkily. Who believes in marriage these days? Alex had targeted Yevgeny's daughters and wasn't fussy which one he got. The son-in-law also rises, he added, with an uneasy giggle. And it was Hoban who introduced Mirsky to the brothers. Probably. Did Tiger object to Mirsky being let into the act? Why should he? Mirsky's bright as hell. He was a fat-cat Polish lawyer, knew all the angles, had a first-class organization. If the brothers were looking for openings further west, Mirsky was their man. He knew the boys in the ports. He was a Gdansk man, a door-opener. What more could Yevgeny ask? You mean Hoban, don't you? Why? It was still the Orloff's operation. But Hoban was running it. It was the Hoban-Mirsky show, when you got down to it. Yevgeny was the figurehead by then. It was Hoban, Massingham, and Mirsky, Brock ended, stabbing his finger at the red book. You're a villain, Mr. Massingham. You're in it up to your ears. You're not just a money launderer. You're a front-line player in the dirtiest game on the planet. Sir. Massingham's manicured hands were twitching where they lay. For the second time in as many minutes he cleared his throat. That's not true at all. That's an absolute travesty. It was Tiger to Yevgeny on the money, and Hoban to Mirsky on the shipments. The whole thing was conducted by hand-delivered letters, and I never saw them. Tiger's eyes only. Can I ask you something, Randy? Not if you're trying to pin the whole business on me. Did you ever, let's say at the very start of it all, for example when Hoban took you up onto the high hill, or Mirsky did, or you took them, and you showed each other the kingdom, and you took Tiger aside and did the same to him, or he took you, I'm not point-scoring. Did you ever, any of you, once mention aloud to one another, just on the one-to-one basis, the word drugs? Massingham gave a sneering shrug, implying that the question was ridiculous. Warheads, nuclear and otherwise, fissile materials, also not. Massingham was shaking his head at each of them. Heroin? Good God, no. Cocaine? So how do we get round this tricky problem of vocabulary, may I ask? What fig leaf, if I may be so vulgar, disguised our shame, sir? I've told you, and I've told you. Our job was to bring the Orloff operation from the black side to the white side. We came in after the fact, not before. That was the deal. Brock leaned very near to Massingham, and almost as a favour begged him, Then what are we doing here, sir? If you're so legit, why are you so anxious to cut a deal? You know bloody well why. You've seen what they do. They'll do it to me. You. Not Tiger. You. Why you? What have you done that Tiger hasn't? What do you know that Tiger doesn't know? What's so bad about you that you're so afraid? No answer. Brock waited, and still no answer. The anger in him acquired a deadly edge. If Massingham was terrified, let him be more terrified. Let him see his whole life rotting away before his eyes. "I want the Black Book," Brock said. "Tiger's list of people in high places. Not bent Poles in Gdansk, or bent Germans in Bremen, or bent Dutch in Rotterdam. I like them, but they don't make me horny. I want bent Brits, homebred with lots of power to abuse, people like you. The higher they are, the more I want them. And what you're going to tell me is, Tiger knew about those people, and you never did. And what I'm going to tell you is, I don't believe a word of you. I think you're being economical with the verite, and hoping I'll be generous with the immunity. I won't. That's not my nature. I'm not taking one more step down immunity lane until you give me those names and telephone numbers." In a fresh convulsion of fear and anger, Massingham broke free of Brock's taunting gaze. "Tiger's the streetwise one, not me. Tiger's the defender of crooks, the befriender of police. Where did he cut his milk teeth? In Liverpool, down among the immigrants and druggies. How did he make his first million? In property, bribing council officials. It's no good shaking your head at me, Nat, it's the truth." But Brock had already changed his ground. "You see, what I keep asking myself is, Mr. Massingham, why?" "Why what?" "Why did Mr. Massingham come to me? Who sent him to me? Who's the puppet master behind his act?" And then a little bird leans over his twig and says to me, "Tiger is. Tiger wants to know what I know, and how I know it, and who from. So he sends his highly impressive chief of staff to me, posing as a frightened British subject, while he suns himself in some nice tax haven, where there's no extradition. You're the fall guy, Mr. Massingham, because if I can't have Tiger, I'm having you." But Massingham had found his balance again. A smile of disbelief had spread across his tight lips. "And if Tiger Single didn't plant you on me, the brothers did," Brock went on, trying to sound triumphant. "Those pseudo-Georgian horse traders were never short of a trick or two, that's for sure." But the smile on Massingham's face only widened. "Why did Mirsky move to Istanbul?" Brock demanded, giving the red document an irritable shove, so that it slid to the other side of the packing case. "For his health, darling. The Berlin Wall was coming down. He didn't want to be hit by a falling brick. I heard there was talk of putting him on trial. Let's just say the Turkish climate became him." "Do you own shares in Transfinance Istanbul by any chance?" Brock asked. "You or any company on or offshore that you have an interest in?" "I'm pleading the fifth," Massingham said. "We haven't got one," Brock replied. And with this exchange, there occurred between the interrogator and his subject one of those mysterious truces which are followed later by renewed and intensified combat. "You see, I can understand your two-timing Tiger, Randy. I have no difficulty with that. If I was working for Tiger, I'd two-time him right and left. I can understand your getting into a cabal with a couple of bad men from the ex-Soviet intelligence world. None of that bothers me. I can understand Hoban and Mirsky bullying Yevgeny into cutting Tiger out of the loop, and you lending a helping hand, to say the least. But when that failed, and there was no Father Christmas after all, what the hell happened next?" He was so warm, he could feel it. It was here in the room. It was across the packing case from him. It was inside Massingham's skull and begging to come out, till at the very last second it turned and scurried back to safety. "All right, the Free Tallinn was nabbed," Brock conceded, pressing forward in his mystification. "Tough luck. The Orloffs lost a few tons of dope, and a few men besides. These things happen. And face was lost. There'd been too many Free Tallinns. Somebody had to be punished. Reparation had to be demanded. But where are you in this, Mr. Massingham? Whose side are you on apart from your own? And what the hell is keeping you sitting here putting up with my insults?" But though Brock went back and forth with this question, it to Massingham in a dozen different ways, though he shoved the 68-page document at him and made him read in black and white the evidence of his villainy, and though Massingham, now churlishly, now pertly, answered a string of less pressing questions, arising from Oliver's visits to Dr. Conrad and the bank, Brock returned to his office in the Strand with a deeper sense of failure and frustration than before. The promised land is still out there, and it's unconquered, he told Tanby bitterly, and Tanby said maybe get some sleep. But Brock didn't. He rang Bell and went over old ground with him. He rang a couple of his whisperers in far-off places. He rang his wife and listened gratefully to her insane opinions about what to do with the Northern Irish. None of these dialogues brought him nearer to breaking Massingham's code. He dozed and woke abruptly with the telephone already to his ear. "Open line from Derrick in Zurich, sir," Tanby was saying in his lugubrious West Country drawl. "The bridal pair have flown the coop. No forwarding address." Chapter 17. The hilltop was an enchanted sea above the smog. Domes of mosques floated on it like basking tortoises. The minarets were stand-up targets on the shooting range at Swindon. Aggie switched off the engine of the rented Ford and listened to the dying wheeze of the air-conditioning. Somewhere below her lay the Bosphorus, but she couldn't see it through the smog. She lowered her window for a bit of air. A wave of heat leapt at her from the tarmac, though it was by now early evening. The stench of smog mingled with scents of wet spring grass. She raised the window and resumed her vigil. Grey cumulus collected purposefully above her. Rain fell. She switched on the engine and ran the wipers. The rain stopped. The cumulus turned pink. The pine trees around her blackened, until their fir cones resembled plump flies caught in the tracery of the foliage. Again she lowered the window, and this time the car filled with a sense of lime and jasmine. She heard cicadas and the burping of a frog or toad. She saw crows with grey chests sitting to attention on an overhead cable. A celestial explosion blasted her out of her seat. Sparks burst above her and wandered into the valley before she realized that a nearby house was throwing a firework party. The sparks vanished, and the dusk deepened. She was wearing jeans and a leather jacket, which was what she had eloped in. She had no gun, because she had made no contact with Brock's family. No gift-wrapped parcel had been delivered to her hotel. No thick envelope shoved at her under the visa section grill with a gruff, "Sign here, Mrs. West." Nobody in the world except Oliver knew where she was, and the stillness up here on the hilltop was like the stillness that had descended on her life. She was unarmed, and in love, and in danger, and she was staring down a lonely Turkish hillside at a pair of iron gates set into a shell-proof wall 100 yards below her. Behind the wall lay the flat roof of Dr. Mirsky's very modern brick fortress, and to Aggie's travelled eye it was just another dope lawyer's pad, with bougainvillea and intruder lights and fountains and video cameras and Alsatian dogs and statues, and two burly men in black trousers and white shirts and black waistcoats who were doing nothing very particular in the forecourt. And somewhere inside the fortress was her lover. They had arrived here after a fruitless visit to Dr. Mirsky's very legal offices in the centre of the city. "The doctor is not here today," a beautiful girl informed them from behind a mauve reception desk. "Maybe you leave your name and come back tomorrow, please." They left no name, but once on the pavement, Oliver hammered at his pockets till he found a bit of paper with Mirsky's home address on it, memorized from a sneak view of the file he'd stolen from Dr. Conrad's office. Together they stopped a venerable gentleman who thought they were German and kept shouting, "Dahin! Dahin!" while he pointed them in the general direction. On the hillside, more venerable gentlemen directed them, till, out of nowhere, they were in the right private road and driving past the right fortress, and drawing the attention of the right dogs, bodyguards, and cameras. Aggie would have given anything to go into the house with Oliver, but it wasn't what he wanted. He wanted a lawyer's 1-to-1, he said. He wanted her to park 100 yards away and wait. He reminded her that it was his father they were looking for, not hers. And anyway, what use can you be with or without a gun, sitting there like a wallflower. Much better to wait and see whether I come out, and if I don't, holler. He's taking over his own life, she thought. Mine too. She didn't know whether she was alarmed or proud or both. She was parked on a deserted building lot alongside a pink lorry with a lemonade bottle painted on it and half a dozen Volkswagen Beetles, all empty. It would take a pretty sophisticated surveillance camera, she reckoned, or a very smart bodyguard to spot her at that distance. Anyway, who was interested in one woman in a small brown car without aerials, talking on a cell phone in the twilight? Not that she was talking. Absolutely not. She was listening to Brock's messages, one by one. Nat, steady as a good Merseyside sea captain in a storm. No reproaches, no fuss. Charmian, this is your dad again. We'd like you to give us a call as soon as you receive this message, please. Charmian, we need to hear from you, please. Charmian, if you can't get through to us for some reason, then please contact your uncle. Charmian, we want you both to come home as soon as possible, please. For uncle, read local British representative. While she listened, her quick gaze scanned the iron gates and trees and hedges of the surrounding gardens, and the lights pricking through the blue-grey smog. And when she had stopped listening to Brock, she listened to the conflicting voices of her complexity while she tried to fathom what she owed to him and what she owed to Oliver and to herself, though the last two were in reality a single debt, because every time she thought of Oliver, he was back in her arms, laughing and shaking his head in disbelief, with the sweat running off him from the overheated sleeping car, and looking altogether so light-hearted and enthusiastic that she felt her entire life had been spent trying to get him out of prison, and to rat on him was to put him back inside, with no remission. The service had an operational message desk, and Aggie had the number in her head. The compromiser in her considered ringing it, and saying that Oliver and Aggie were alive and well, and not to worry. A stronger side of her knew that the smallest message was betrayal. The night was gathering in earnest. The smog was lifting. The intruder lights were casting a white cone over the fortress, and the car lights on the bridges above the Bosphorus were like moving necklaces against the blackness of the water. Aggie discovered she was praying, and that prayer did not affect her powers of observation. She braced herself. The gates were parting, one black waistcoat to each. A pair of headlights was coming up the hill at her. She saw them dip and heard a distant fanfare of a car horn. The car turned into the gateway, and she identified a silver Mercedes before the gates closed on it. It was chauffeur-driven. One bulky man sat in the back, but he was too far away, and the sight of him too brief, for her to recognize Mirsky from the photograph she had been shown in London, 1,000,000 miles away. Oliver pressed the bell, and to his confusion heard a woman's voice, which reminded him that when you are obsessed by one woman, all other women become unconscious ducts to her. She spoke to him first in Turkish, but as soon as he spoke English, she switched to Euro-American, and said her husband was out right now, but why not try him down at the office? To which Oliver replied that he had tried the office without success. It had taken him more than an hour to find the house. He was a friend of Dr. Conrad's. He had confidential messages for Dr. Mirsky. His chauffeur had run out of petrol, and could Mrs. Mirsky perhaps suggest a time when her husband might return? And he reckoned that something in his voice as he said all this must have communicated itself to her. Some blend of authority and flirtation left over from his love-making with Aggie, because her next question was, "Are you American or English?" spoken in a relaxed, almost post-coital purr. "English to the core. Does that disqualify me?" "And you are a client of my husband?" "Not yet, but I intend to be. Just as soon as he'll have me," he replied heartily, at which she went off the air for a few seconds. "So why don't you come on in and have a lemon juice till Adam shows up?" she suggested. And soon a man in a black waistcoat was rolling back an iron gate, far enough to admit one pedestrian, while a second man bellowed in Turkish at the two Alsatian dogs to shut up. And to judge by the men's expressions, Oliver might have landed from outer space, for they first scowled up and down the road in puzzlement, then at his dust-free shoes. So Oliver jabbed his thumb down the hill and laughed and said, "Driver's gone to get petrol," hoping that if they didn't understand him, they would at least accept that an explanation had been given. The front door was open by the time he reached it. A prize-fighter in full black suit was guarding it. He was glossy and unfriendly, and Oliver's height, and he kept his hands curled at his sides while he frisked Oliver with his eyes. "Welcome," he said, finally, and led Oliver through an outer bailey to a second door, which in turn led to a courtyard with an illuminated swimming pool and a fairy-lit paved patio with trumpet flowers growing over it, and in the patio rattan swing chairs suspended from rafters. In one chair sat a small girl, who looked as Carmen might when she attained the ripe age of 6, with plaits and a double gap where her top teeth should be. Squeezed in beside her was a slow-eyed Romeo, 2 years her senior, whose features were mysteriously known to him. The little girl was spooning ice cream from a common plate. Drawing books, paper scissors, crayons, and bits of popped-together warriors were strewn around the tiled floor. Opposite the children sat a blonde, long-legged woman in the last weeks of pregnancy, and Dr. Conrad was right. She was beautiful. A volume of Beatrix Potter's Peter Rabbit in English lay open at her side. "Children, this is Mr. West from England," she announced with mock portent while she shook his hand. "Meet Friedy and Paul. Friedy is our daughter, Paul is our friend. We have just discovered that lettuces are soporific, haven't we, children? And I am Mrs. Mirsky. Paul, what does soporific mean?" Oliver guessed she was Swedish and bored, and he remembered how Heather had flirted with any male over the age of 10 from her 5th month onward. Friedy, who was Carmen, aged 6, grinned and spooned ice cream, while Paul stared at Oliver, and the stare continued to accuse him. But of what crime? Against whom? Where? The black-suited prize-fighter brought iced lemon juice. "Sleepy," Paul replied, at long last, when everyone had forgotten the question, and too late the penny dropped. Paul, for God's sake, Zoya's Paul, that Paul. "You arrived today?" Mrs. Mirsky asked. "From Vienna. You had business there?" "Sort of." "Paul's father also has a business in Vienna," she said, articulating slowly and clearly for the children's benefit, but keeping our large eyes appreciatively on Oliver. "He lives in Istanbul, but he works in Vienna, yes, Paul? He is a big trader. Today everybody is a trader. Alex is our great friend, isn't he, Paul? We admire him very much. Are you also a trader, Mr. West?" Languidly drawing her wrap across her bosom. "That kind of thing." "In any particular commodity, Mr. West?" "Money, mostly." "Mr. West trades in money. Now, Paul, tell Mr. West what languages you speak. Russian, naturally. Turkish, a bit of Georgian. English. The ice cream does not make you soporific, Paul?" Paul, the party's clouded child, Oliver thought, empathetically, as the recognition took wing. Inconsolable like his mother, Paul, the bereaved one, the divorced one, the eternal stepchild, the one you want to beg a smile from, the one whose smudged eyes brighten when you walk into the room and stay on you reproachfully when it's time to pack up your tricks and leave. Paul, the troubled 8-year-old memory, trying to retrieve a misty encounter with a mad monster called Postboy, from the days when Grandpa and Grandma lived in a leafy castle outside Moscow and had a motorbike, which the postboy rode while Mummy hugged me to her breast and kept her hand over my ear. Bending abruptly double in his chair, Oliver swooped and grabbed a drawing book and a pair of paper scissors from the floor, and, when he had secured Paul's nodded consent, whipped a double page from the drawing book. Having swiftly folded and refolded it, he cut and fretted with the scissors, until he had produced a string of happy rabbits, nose to tail. "But that's fantastic!" cried Mrs. Mirsky, the first to speak. "You have children, Mr. West?" But if you have no children, how can you be so expert? You are a genius. Paul and Freedy, what do you say to Mr. West? But it was what Mr. West would say to Dr. Mirsky that was causing Oliver the greater concern, and what he would say to Zoya and Hoban when they called by to pick up their little boy. He made aeroplanes, and to the common delight, they really flew. One landed on the water, so they sent a rescue plane to fetch it, then fished them both back to dry land with a pole. He made a bird, and Freedy refused to let it fly because it was too precious. He magicked a Swiss 5-franc piece out of Freedy's ear, and was about to produce another from Paul's mouth, when a two-toned view-halloo of a car horn and a joyous yell of "Papa!" from Freedy announced that the good doctor had come home. A commotion in the forecourt, a clatter of running servants, a slamming of car doors, a throaty howl of happy dogs, and a soothing roar of Polish greeting, as a bustling, boisterous, black-haired man with a widow's peak bursts into the courtyard, wrenches off his necktie, jacket, shoes, then everything, and with a bellow of relief dives hairy naked into the pool and swims 2 lengths under water. Emerging like a half-shaven bear to seize a multicoloured robe from the prize-fighter, he wraps it round himself, embraces first his wife, then his daughter, calls, "Hi, Paulie!" and bestows a friendly scrabble on Paul's hair, before inclining once more to his wife, and only then, with visible displeasure, to Oliver. "I'm terribly sorry to barge in like this," Oliver said, in his most disarming upper-class voice. "I'm an old friend of Yevgeny's, and I bring greetings from Dr. Conrad." No answer, but the straight stare, older than Paul's by several centuries, and cushioned between plump eyelids. "If I could talk to you alone," Oliver said. Oliver followed Dr. Mirsky's multicoloured backside and bare heels. The black-suited prize-fighter followed Oliver. They crossed a corridor, climbed a few steps, entered a low study with scenic Polaroid windows, looking at dusky hilltops, prickling with restless lights. The prize-fighter closed the door and leaned against it, one hand tucked against his heart. "Okay," said Mirsky. "What the fuck do you want?" His voice beat on one bass level, like a salvo of artillery. "I'm Oliver, Tiger Single's son. I'm the junior partner of the house of Single and Single of Curzon Street, and I'm looking for my father." Mirsky growled something in Polish. The prize-fighter put his hands affectionately under Oliver's armpits, explored them, then his breasts and waistband. He turned Oliver round, and instead of kissing him or wrestling him to the bed like Zoya, felt his crotch like Cat, and continued the caress all the way to his ankles. He removed Oliver's wallet and handed it to Mirsky, then the passport in the name of West, then the junk from Oliver's pockets, which, as usual, would have disgraced a 12-year-old schoolboy. Cupping his hands, Mirsky took the whole lot to the desk and put on a pair of dainty spectacles. A couple of thousand Swiss francs. He had left the rest of his money in the suitcase. Some loose coins, a photograph of Carmen sitting on a beach donkey, a cutting, still unread, from a weekly magazine called Abracadabra, offering tricks new and newly slanted. One freshly laundered handkerchief forced on him by Aggie. Mirsky was holding the passport to the light. "Where the fuck you get this?" "Massingham," Oliver said, remembering Nadia at Nightingale's, and wishing for a moment he was there. "You a friend of Massingham?" "We're colleagues." "Massingham send you here?" "No." "British police send you?" "I came for myself to find my father." Mirsky spoke in Polish again. The prize-fighter replied. A staccato conversation followed, in which the manner of Oliver's arrival appeared to be discussed, and the prize-fighter was rebuked and sent from the room. "You're a danger to my wife and family, you understand. You've got no business coming here, you understand?" "I hear you." "I want you out of my house now. You ever come back, God help you. Take this shit, I don't want it. Who brought you here?" "A taxi." "A fucking woman drives a taxi in Istanbul?" They spotted her, Oliver thought, impressed. "I got her from the car hire people at the airport. We took an hour to find the house. She had another job and she was out of petrol." Mirsky watched with distaste as Oliver loaded his junk back into his pockets. "I've got to find him," Oliver said, stuffing his wallet into his jacket. "If you don't know where he is, tell me someone who does. He's in over his head. I need to help him. He's my father." From across the courtyard they heard the jolly chatter of Mrs. Mirsky and the children as she turned them over to a maid to be put to bed. The prize-fighter returned and seemed to be reporting that what was ordered had been done. Reluctantly, Mirsky appeared to give him a different order. The prize-fighter demurred, and Mirsky roared at him. The prize-fighter departed and returned with jeans, a checked shirt and sandals. Mirsky threw off his bathrobe, stood naked, pulled on the trousers and shirt, stepped into the sandals, said, "Jesus H. Christ," and, with the prize-fighter bringing up the tail, marched ahead of Oliver down a back corridor to the forecourt. A silver Mercedes stood facing the closed gates, chauffeur at the wheel. Mirsky opened the chauffeur's door, yanked him out, and barked another order. The prize-fighter pulled a pistol from his left armpit and handed it to Mirsky, who, with a disapproving shake of his head, jammed it butt forward into his waistband. The prize-fighter escorted Oliver to the passenger door, one hand on his arm, and sat him smartly in the passenger seat. The gates opened. Mirsky drove into the road and slewed left down the hill towards the city lights. Oliver wanted to turn round and look for Aggie, but didn't dare. "You a big friend of Massingham?" "He's a bastard," said Oliver, feeling this was no time for half-truths. "He shafted my father." "So what? We're all bastards. Some bastards that don't even play chess." Mirsky drew the car to a sickening halt in the middle of the road, lowered the window and waited. A snake track to their right zigzagged towards a cluster of winking antennae on the hill's crest. The sky was drenched with stars. A brilliant moon had cleared the black saddle of the horizon. The Bosphorus twinkled below them. Still Mirsky waited, watching his mirrors, but no Aggie came down the hill behind them. With a muttered expletive, Mirsky slammed the car into gear, lurched off the road and onto the track, rounded a bend at speed, bumped 500 yards over grass and rubble, and stopped in a lay-by out of sight of the main road. Tall tree trunks rose around them. Oliver remembered his own secret place on the hilltop at Abbott's Key, and wondered whether this was Mirsky's. "I don't know where your fucking father is, okay?" Mirsky said, in a voice of grudging complicity. "That's the truth. I tell you the truth. Then you get the hell out of my life. You stay away from my house, my wife, my kids. You go back to fucking England. I don't give a shit where you go. I'm a family man. I've got family values. I liked your father, okay? Sorry he's dead, okay? Sorry about that. So fuck off home and find a new dynasty, and forget you ever knew him. I'm a respectable lawyer. It's what I like to be. Not a crook anymore. Not unless it's necessary." "Who killed him?" "Maybe they didn't do it yet. Maybe they kill him tomorrow, tonight. What's the difference? You find him, he'll be dead. Then you'll be dead too." "Who will have killed him?" "All of them. The whole family. Yevgeny, Tinatin, Hoban, every cousin, uncle, nephew. What do I know who kills him? Yevgeny's reinvented the blood feud. Declared war on the whole fucking human race with no dispensations. He's a Caucasus man. Everyone's got to pay. Tiger, Tiger's son, his son's dog, his fucking canary. All because of the free Tallinn? The free Tallinn screwed everything. Till Christmas, okay, we do some things, Massing and me, Hoban. We got a little tired of everybody else's mistakes. Thought it was time to reorganize, improve security, go modern. Get rid of the old men, Oliver suggested. Take over the shop. Sure, said Mirsky, generously. Screw them always up. That's business, what's new? We try to pull a takeover. A bloodless coup, why not? By peaceful means, I'm a peaceful guy. I made a long journey. Lousy little free kid from Lvov. Studies to be a good communist. Learns to fuck in 4 languages at the age of 14. Magna cum laude, in law. Gets to be a big party guy. Nice operation going, a lot of influence. Sees the way the wind is blowing. Gets churchy a bit.
Gets baptized. Big champagne party. Joins Solidarity. But the cure is not 100%. The new guys think they ought to put me in jail. So I come to Turkey. I'm happy here. I build a new practice. I marry a goddess. Maybe I'm getting a little tired of the Holy Trinity. Maybe one day I convert to Islam. I'm flexible. And I'm peaceful, he repeated emphatically. Peaceful today. It's the only way to go. Till some crazy Russian decides he'll start a third fucking world war.
Where have they taken him?
Where they took him? How should I know? Where's Yevgeny? Where they took the corpse? Where's Alex? Where Yevgeny went? Where's Tiger? Where Alex took him?
Whose corpse?
Mikhail's fucking corpse. Who do you think? Yevgeny's brother, Mikhail. You got rocks in your head or something? Mikhail, who was killed on the Free Tallinn, for Christ's sake. Why else do you think Yevgeny needs to start a war? All he wanted was the body. Paid a fortune for it. Get me my brother's body in a steel coffin, lots of fucking ice. Then I kill the world.
Oliver noticed a lot of things concurrently. That his eyes were seeing negative instead of positive, so that for several seconds the moon shone black in a white sky. That he was underwater, deprived of speech and hearing. That Aggie was reaching for him, but he was drowning. When he recovered his faculties, Mirsky was talking about Massingham again.
Alex tells Randy about the load. Randy snitches to his old employers, the fucking British Secret Service. His old employers snitch to Moscow. Moscow calls out the whole fucking Russian Navy. They make a new Pearl Harbor. Kill 4 guys. Seize the boat. 3 tons of best shit go back to Odessa for the customs boys to make themselves a fortune. Yevgeny goes crazy. Has Windsor's head shot off. That's for openers. Now they get down to business.
Oliver spoke stiffly ahead of him, through the trees to the city. What was Mikhail doing on the Free Tallinn when it was boarded?
Riding with the load, protecting it, doing his brother a favor, I told you. They'd been losing too much stuff, too many mistakes around the place, too many accounts frozen, too much money going down the toilet. Everyone was pissed off. Everyone was blaming everyone. Mikhail wants to be a hero for his brother, so he goes on the boat, takes his Kalashnikov along with him. The Russian Navy boards the ship. Mikhail shoots a couple of them. Creates a bad atmosphere. They shoot him back. So everybody has to pay. It's logical.
Tiger came to see you, Oliver said, in the same mechanical tone.
The fuck he did.
He came here to Istanbul just days ago.
Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. He called me. At my office, that's all I know. Didn't sound like a normal telephone. Didn't sound like a normal man. Like he'd got an onion in his mouth. Maybe it was a pistol. Listen. I'm sorry, okay? He's your fucking father.
What did he want?
He insulted me. Said I tried to rob him last Christmas. Rob you? I don't know, I said. At that time we had a bad feeling you were robbing us. Anyway, you won, so who gives a shit? Then he tells me I should call off this crazy demand for £200 million. Talk to Yevgeny, I tell him. Talk to Hoban. The demand is not my idea. Yell at the client, not me, I tell him. Those 2 guys together, they went off the reservation. Then he tells me, if my son Oliver shows up, don't talk to him. He's a fucking lunatic. Tell him not to come any further. Tell him not to follow me. Tell him to get the fuck out of Istanbul and go hide in a hole. Tell him the joke's over.
That doesn't sound like my father speaking.
It's his message, in my words. It's my message too. I'm a lawyer. I give the essence. Get the fuck out now. You want to go somewhere? The airport? The train station? You got money? I take you to a cab rank.
He started the engine. Who told you Massingham was a traitor?
Hoban. Alex knows stuff. He's got his people in Russia still. Guys in the system. Spooks.
Without putting on his headlights, Mirsky released the handbrake and eased the car towards the road, letting the moon show him the way. Why did Hoban tell you it was Massingham who betrayed the Free Tallinn?
He told me that's why. Like we're friends. Like we did stuff together in the bad times. Pair of spooks, doing our best for communism and making a buck on the side.
Where's Zoya?
Off her screwball head. Don't mess with her, hear me? Russian women are crazy. Alex has to come back to Istanbul. Put her in a clinic or something. Alex is neglecting his marital duties.
He had reached the bottom of the hill. He was watching his mirrors all the way. Oliver was watching them too. He saw the Volkswagen come up behind them, and as Mirsky pulled up, he saw Aggie, jaw set and both hands firmly on the top of the wheel, as she rolled past them.
You're a nice guy. I hope I never see your fucking face again.
He pulled the pistol out of his waistband.
You want one of these?
No thanks, said Oliver. Mirsky parked just short of a roundabout. Oliver stepped out and waited on the curb. Mirsky circled the roundabout at racing speed and headed for home. Not another glance for Oliver. He was succeeded after a suitable intermission by Aggie. Mikhail was Yevgeny's Sammy, Oliver said, staring blindly ahead of him. They had parked close to the water. Oliver had debriefed himself while Aggie listened. Who's Sammy? Already calling Brock on her cell phone. Boy I knew. Help me with my magic. Elsie Watmore heard the doorbell in her sleep, and after the doorbell she heard her late husband Jack telling her Oliver was wanted down at the bank again. After that it wasn't Jack, but Sammy in his dressing gown, with the landing light on, saying 2 plain-clothes policemen were standing on the doorstep. Somebody must have been murdered, and one of them was bald. Sammy's thoughts had taken a gory turn recently. Death and disaster, he couldn't get enough of them. If they're plain clothes, how can you be so sure they're policemen? She asked him, while she pulled on her housecoat. Whatever time is it? They've got a police car, Sammy replied, following her down the stairs, with police on it. I don't want you round me, Sammy, so don't be. You're to stay upstairs, it's better. I won't, Sammy said, which was another thing that worried her. His rebelliousness, just in the few days since Oliver had left. It went with his bedwetting and wanting everybody killed in disasters. She looked through the fisheye. The near one wore a trilby hat. The other was bareheaded and bald like a wrestler, and Elsie had never seen a stone-bald copper before. His scalp glistened in the lamplight of the porch, and she had a notion he rubbed it with a special oil. Behind them, parked bang next to Oliver's magic van, stood their white Rover car. She opened the door, but kept it on the chain. It's 1:15 in the morning, she said, through the gap. Very sorry, Mrs. Watmore, I'm sure. You are Mrs. Watmore, aren't you? The one with the hat talking, the bald one watching. A London voice, educated, but not as much as he'd like. What if I am? She said. I'm Detective Sergeant Jennings. This is Detective Constable Ames. He waved a cellophane-backed card at her, but it could have been his bus pass. We're acting on information regarding a person we'd like to talk to before they commit another felony. We think you may be able to help us with our inquiries. It's about Oliver, Mum, Sammy croaked in a gravelly whisper from her left elbow, and Elsie almost rounded on him and told him to shut his stupid mouth. She unchained the door, and the policeman stepped into the hall, one close behind the other. It's that ex-wife of his. She's put the law on him for his maintenance, she thought. He's been on one of his benders and belted somebody. She had a vision of Oliver curled on his side, the way she had found him on his bedroom floor that time, staring at a prison wall. The policeman with a hat took it off. Leaky eyes like a drinker, ashamed of himself somehow. But the shiny bald one wasn't ashamed of anything. He had spotted the Rest registration book and was stooped over it, and flipping through the pages as if he owned them. Bully boy shoulders, arse too small for the rest of you. Name of West, said the bald constable, licking his thumb and flipping another page. Know a West at all? I expect we've had one here and there. It's a common enough name. Show her, the constable said, and went on turning pages, while the sergeant with the hat extracted a grease-proof paper envelope from his wallet and presented her with a photograph of Oliver looking like Elvis Presley, with his hair marcelled and his eyelids fatty from the time when he was doing whatever he had run away from. Sammy was standing on his toes, trying to get a look, and saying, "Me, me." "First name Mark," said the sergeant. "Mark West, 6 foot, dark hair." Elsie Watmore had only instinct and the memory of Oliver's stifled phone calls coming in like SOS messages from a sinking ship. "How are you, Elsie? How's Sammy?" "I'm all right, Elsie. Don't worry about me. I'll be back to see you soon." Sammy had changed his plea to, show me," and was snapping his fingers under her nose. "It's not him," she said hoarsely, like a formal declaration she had rehearsed too often. "Not who?" said the bald constable, straightening and barging round on her at the same time. "Who's not who?" His eyes were water-pale and empty, and it was the emptiness that scared her. The knowledge that whatever amount of kindness anyone poured into them, it was wasted. He could be watching his own mother dying. He wouldn't look any different, she thought. "I don't know the man in the photograph, so it's not him, is it?" she said, handing back the photograph. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, waking decent people up like this." Sammy could bear his exclusion no longer. Emerging from her skirts, he marched up to the sergeant and boldly struck out his arm. "Sammy, go up to bed, please. I'm serious. You've got school tomorrow." "Show it to him," the constable commanded, though his lips never moved. A constable giving orders to a sergeant? The sergeant handed Sammy the photograph, and Sammy made a show of examining it, first one eye, then both. "No Mark West here," he pronounced, and shoved it back into the man's hand, as if it were a dud, before stomping upstairs to bed, not looking back. "How about Hawthorne?" the bald constable asked, back at the registration book. "Oh, Hawthorne. Who's he?" "That's Oliver," she said. "What is?" "Oliver Hawthorne. He's a lodger here. He's an entertainer for children. Uncle Ollie." "Is he here now?" "No." "Where is he?" "Gone to London." "What for?" "To entertain. He had an engagement, an old customer, a special." "How about single?" "You just say 'how about' all the time. I don't know what you're asking. Single rooms? They're all double." She had found her anger, the clear, strong kind that served her best. "You've no right, you've no warrant. Get out." She pulled open the door and held it for them, and she thought she could feel her tongue swelling the way her father always said it would if she lied. The bald constable had come up close to her and was breathing whiskey and ginger straight into her face. "Has anybody from this establishment, a male, recently gone abroad to Switzerland, either on business or on holiday?" "Not that I know of." "Then why should someone write a picture postcard of a Swiss peasant swinging a flag on a mountaintop to your son Samuel, saying he'll be back home shortly? And why should the stamp on the said postcard be charged to the room account of Mr. Mark West?" "I don't know. I've not seen a postcard, have I?" The empty eyes closer, the whiskey fumes stronger and warmer. "If you're lying to me, madam, which I think you are, you and that big-mouthed son of yours will wish you'd never been born," said the constable. Then he put his cap on and smiled good night to her, before walking with his colleague to the car. Sammy was waiting in her bed. "I did all right, didn't I, Mum?" he said. "They was more frightened than what we ever was, Sammy," she assured him, forgetting her grammar, and began to shiver. Chapter 18. Once, long ago, in the fire of youth, Nat Brock had beaten a man until he cried. The tears, so unexpected, had disconcerted Brock and shamed him. Entering Pluto's kennel less than an hour after his conversation with Aggie, he remembered this incident, as he always did whenever the temptation returned, and swore that he would abide by its lessons. Carter opened the steel door and saw from Brock's face that something was afoot. Mace, trapped in the corridor, pressed himself respectfully against the wall to let Brock sweep past. Down in the street, Tanby was waiting in his tame cab, with his meter running and his operational radio on receive. It was 10 o'clock at night, and Massingham was seated in an armchair, eating Chinese take-in with a plastic fork, and watching a bunch of sniggering television journalists congratulating one another on their wit. Brock unplugged the set at the door and ordered Massingham to stand, which he did. The weakness in Massingham's face was like a stain that in the last days had deepened with each interrogation. Brock locked the door and put the key in his pocket. Why he did this he could never afterwards explain. "Here's the situation, Mr. Massingham," he said, sweet and calm, which was what he was determined to be. "Mikhail Ivanovich Orlov was shot dead on the Free Tallinn. You knew that, but you didn't see fit to tell us." The pause he made was not intended as an invitation to Massingham to speak, but rather to let the accusation sink in. Why not, I wonder? And receiving no reply beyond an unconvincing shrug, "It is also my information that Yevgeny Orlov blames you and Tiger single, jointly, for his brother's death. Is that your information also?" "Hoban did it." "I beg your pardon?" "Hoban pinned it on me." "Did he then? And how did that information reach you, may I ask?" A protracted silence, ended by the muttered words, "My business." "Was it something that was said to you in your personalized version of the videotape of Alfred Winsor's killing by any chance? Some tailored message or PS that made you aware of the danger that you were in?" "They told me I was next on the list. Mikhail was dead. I'd betrayed him. I and those I loved, but William in particular would pay for it in blood," Massingham said, in a parched voice. "It was a set-up. Hoban two-timed me. 3-timed, wasn't it? You were already two-timing Tiger." No answer, but no denial either. "You had played an enthusiastic part in an earlier plan round about last Christmas to strip your employer Single of his assets and create a new entity controlled by Hoban, Mirsky, and yourself. Is that a nod, Mr. Massingham? Will you say yes, please?" "Yes." "Thank you. In a minute I shall ask Mr. Mace and Mr. Carter to come in here, and I shall formally charge you with a number of criminal offences. They will include obstructing the course of justice by withholding information and destroying evidence, and conspiring with persons known and unknown to import proscribed substances. If you collaborate with me now, I shall go into the witness box at your trial and plead for a reduction in the draconian sentence that awaits you. If you don't collaborate with me now, I shall so represent your part in this matter as to obtain maximum sentences on all charges, and I'll put William in the dock beside you as an accessory, before and after and during the fact. I shall also deny under oath that I said what I just said. Which is it to be, Mr. Massingham? Yes, I collaborate, or no, I don't?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Yes, I collaborate." "Where is Tiger Single?" "I don't know." "Where is Alex Hoban?" "I don't know." "Do I see William in the dock beside you?" "No, you bloody well don't. It's the truth." "Who betrayed the Free Tallinn to the Russian authorities?" Be very careful how you answer, please, because you will not have a later opportunity to correct your story. A whisper. "The bastard dropped me in it." "The bastard in this case being who?" "I told you, damn you. Hoban." "I'd like the reasoning behind this, please. I'm not seeing everything as clearly as I should tonight. What was to be gained, from the point of view of Hoban and yourself, from the seizure of the Free Tallinn and a few tons of best refined heroin by the Russian authorities, not to mention the killing of Mikhail?" "I didn't know Mikhail was on the bloody boat. Hoban never told me. If I'd known that Mikhail was going to be aboard, I'd never have dreamed of playing along with him." "Playing along with him in what way?" "He wanted a last straw. A last spectacular failure of a long line. Hoban did." But you did too.
All right, we both did. He suggested it. I saw the logic of the idea. I went along with it. I was a fool. Does that satisfy you? If the free Tallinn was seized, that would be the clincher, and Hoban would be able to deliver Yevgeny.
Deliver in what sense? Speak up, if you please. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Deliver like persuade. Don't you know English? Hoban's got some hold on Yevgeny. He's married to Zoya. He's the father of Yevgeny's only grandson. He can play on him. If the free Tallinn was blown, there'd be no more resistance, no more last-minute changes of heart from Yevgeny. Not even Tiger would be able to sweet-talk him round.
Then, for good measure, Hoban put Mikhail on the boat and didn't tell you. You're going all faint again, I'm afraid.
Put him there? I don't know. Mikhail decided to go on the boat. Hoban knew in advance the cargo was betrayed, but didn't stop him going.
So Mikhail was killed, and instead of a paper putsch, you had a 5-star Georgian blood feud on your hands.
It was a trick. I'm the traitor, so I'm the prime target. The way Hoban spins it to Yevgeny, Tiger put me up to being the traitor, so he goes with me.
You're losing me again. Why are you the traitor? How did you get yourself in that position? Why didn't Hoban blow the whistle on the free Tallinn himself? Why couldn't Hoban do his own dirty work?
The tip-off had to come from England. If it came from Hoban, his old pals in the business would tumble to it, and Yevgeny would find out.
That was the logic as purveyed to you by Hoban.
Yes, and it made sense. If the tip-off came from England, then by inference it came from Tiger. If I did it on Tiger's orders. Tiger was double-crossing Yevgeny. It was part of the plot to finger Tiger.
But it fingered you as well.
In the event, turn round, yes. Played Hoban's way, yes. Played my way, no.
He had recovered his voice, and with it a kind of self-righteous indignation. So you went along with him? No answer. Brock took half a step towards him, and the half step was enough.
Yes, I went along with him. But I didn't know Mikhail was aboard. I didn't know Hoban would turn the tables on us. How could I?
Brock appeared lost in thought. He was nodding, holding his chin, vaguely agreeing. So you agreed to snitch, he mused. Snitch how? No answer. Let me guess. Mr. Massingham went to his old friends in the what we call the Foreign Office. Still no answer. Anyone I know?
I said anyone I know.
Massingham was shaking his head. Why not?
How the hell was I supposed to have found out what the free Tallinn was carrying out of Odessa? Overheard it in a pub? Picked up a crossed line on the telephone? They'd have had me under the bright lights in seconds.
Yes, they would, Brock conceded, after due reflection. They'd be more curious about you than about the free Tallinn. That wouldn't do at all, would it? You wanted a no-questions-asked, passive ally, not a thinking intelligence officer. So who did we go to, Mr. Massingham? Brock was so close to him by now, and his demeanour so thoughtful, that it was neither necessary nor appropriate for either man to speak above a murmur. His sudden shout was therefore all the more shocking.
"Mr. Mace, Mr. Carter, in here if you please, at the double!"
And they must have been hovering the other side of the door, for finding it locked, and suspecting Brock was under threat, they smashed it down, and were standing to either side of Massingham almost before Brock had finished speaking the command.
"Mr. Massingham," Brock resumed, "I wish you please to tell me in front of these two gentlemen which British enforcement agency did you advise, in great secrecy, of the illegal cargo that was to be found aboard SS Free Tallinn departing Odessa?"
"Porlock," Massingham whispered, between breathy gaps. "Tiger said, if I ever needed anything from the police, go to Porlock. Porlock had a network. It could fix anything. If I'd raped someone, if William was caught snorting, if
Somebody was blackmailing somebody, or I needed someone out of the way. Whatever it was, Porlock would cooperate. Porlock was his man.
Then, to the common embarrassment, he began weeping, accusing Brock with his tears. But Brock had no time for remorse. Tanby was hovering in the doorway with a message to impart, and Aidan Bell was on standby at Northolt Airport, with a bunch of very hard men. They had crossed a long bridge over water, and were exploring, to Oliver's conflicting instructions, another set of hills. "Left here. No, right. Hang on a minute. Left here." But Aggie was not objecting. She was doing her best to give his intuition its head, as he craned forward in his seat like a great bloodhound, scenting and frowning and trying to remember. It was past midnight, and there were no venerable old gentlemen any more. There were villages and hilltop restaurants, and night revellers in fast cars who swept down on them like attacking fighter planes and peeled away into the valley. There were black bowls of empty field, and puffs of sudden mist that enveloped and released them. "A blue tile," he told her. "A sort of Muslim tile with squirrely calligraphy on it, and 3-5 in white." He had written down several approximations of the address, and he and Aggie had sat shoulder to shoulder in laybys, poring over a road map, then a street map, hunting through the gazetteer. Could it be this one, Oliver? How about that one, Oliver? And she had barely used their new intimacy, except to guide his finger on the map occasionally, and once to kiss his temple, which was damp and shivery with cold sweat. From a phone box she had fought and failed to find an English-speaking inquiries operator who could give them the address and telephone number of Orlov, Yevgeny Ivanovich, or Hoban, Alex, patronymic unknown. But it must have been a holiday or a birthday, or just another early night for Istanbul telephone operators, because all she got was promises in broken English and courteous requests to call again tomorrow. "Try the view from the French windows," she urged him, pulling up at a tourist lookout spot and switching off the engine. "Something you saw, a landmark. It was on the European side. You looked at Asia. What did you see?" He was so remote from her, so inward. He was Oliver on the day she first saw him march into the Camden house in his grey wolf overcoat, hurt, fierce-eyed and trusting nobody. "Snow," he said. It was snowy. Palaces on the opposite shore, boats, fairy lights. "There was a gate," he said, as the images began forming for him. "A gatehouse," he corrected himself. "At the bottom of the garden. There were terraces, and at the bottom of the garden there was a stone wall with a gate and this gatehouse above it, and a narrow street the other side, cobbled. We walked there. Who did? Yevgeny and me, and Mikhail." A pause for Mikhail. "We took a turn round the garden. Mikhail was proud of it. He enjoyed having a big spread. Like Bethlehem, he kept saying. There was a light in the gatehouse. Someone lived there, Hoban's people, guards or whatever. Mikhail didn't care for them. Scowled and spat when he caught sight of them in the window. What shape? I didn't see them. Not the people, Oliver, the gatehouse. Crenellated. What on earth does that mean? Jocular, hoping to bump him out of himself. Turrets, stone teeth. Vaguely he sketched the shape in the moisture on the windscreen. Crenellated, he repeated. And the cobble street, she said. What about it? Was it in a village, maybe? Cobble sounds village to me. Were the street lights the other side of the gatehouse when you looked down the garden in the snow? Traffic lights, he conceded, his mind still far away. Bottom left of the gatehouse, the villa in an angle between two roads. Cobbled lane at the bottom, serious road to one side, traffic lights where the lane met the road. Why did he say he talked as if he had an onion in his mouth? He mused, while she searched the map. Why did he think I'd come after him? I suppose he knew I'd go to Nadia. Stick to the job in hand, she advised. He was consulting his memory meanwhile. There were two roads, a coast road and a hill road. Mikhail liked the hill road because he could show off his driving. There was a china shop and a supermarket, and a lighted beer ad. What beer? Efes, Turkish. And a mosque with an old minaret with an aerial on it. We heard the muezzin. And saw the aerial, she said, starting the car, at night, stuck above a wall with an inhabited gatehouse, and a cobbled street, and a village, and the Bosphorus below it, and Asia across the way, and it's number 35. Come on with you, Oliver. I need your eyes. Don't die on me. It's not the time. The china shop, he said. What about it? It was called Jumbo, Jumbo, Jumbo. I had this mental picture of 3 elephants in a china shop. In another phone box they found a tattered directory and an address for Jumbo, Jumbo, Jumbo. But when they looked at the map, the street didn't exist, or if it did, it had changed its name. They quartered the hillside, weaving between potholes, until Oliver's head jerked forward and his hand grabbed her shoulder. They had reached a junction. A cobbled street faced them. Along its left side ran a brick wall. Halfway down it, the pointed black teeth of an ancient turret bit into the starry sky. To their right rose a mosque. There was even an aerial on the minaret, except that Aggie wondered whether it was a lightning conductor. Ahead of them down the lane, a pair of traffic lights glowed red. Using sidelights only, Aggie advanced on them under the shadow of the crenellated gatehouse. No light shone in the arched window. At the traffic light she turned left up the hill, passing a signpost to Ankara. "Left again here," Oliver ordered. "Now stop. We've got 100 yards. Then there's a pair of high gates and a forecourt, where the trees are. The house is below the trees." She parked gingerly on a sand verge, avoiding tin cans and bottles. She switched out the lights. They were two lovers looking for privacy. The Bosphorus once more lay below them. "I'm going in alone," Oliver said. "Me too," said Aggie. She had her shoulder bag on her lap and was delving in it. She took out her cell phone and stowed it under the driving seat. "Give me your Turkish money." He handed her a wad, and she gave him back half and put the rest under the seat, together with the single passports. She took the ignition key out of the lock and freed it from its ring and hirer's tag. She got out of the car. He did the same. She opened the bonnet, took out the toolkit, and from the toolkit a wheel brace, which she stuffed gemmy end first into her belt. She closed the bonnet and set to work searching the ground with a pinlight hand torch. "I've got my Swiss army knife if you want it," he said. "Shut up, Oliver." She stooped and came up with a rusted can with no lid. She locked the car and held up the key and the rusted can. "See this? If we get split up or hit trouble, the first to reach the car takes it. No waiting." She laid the key in the can, and the can against the inside wall of the front left wheel. "Rendezvous, the base of the minaret. Fall back, the main railway station concourse every 2 hours starting at 6 a.m. They did train you, Oliver." "I'm all right. I'm fine." "Assuming we're separated. Whoever gets to the car first, as soon as he can, he reports to Nat on the hotline. Press 1 and send. Switch on the power first, okay? Are you following me, Oliver? I've a feeling I'm talking to myself. Come here." She cupped his ear with her hands. "This is an operational instruction. Kindly bear it in mind throughout all that follows. Most people, when they do the wrong thing, they think they're heroes, when in fact they're total pricks. Whereas you do all the right things, and you think you're a total prick. That's a major error. Are you hearing me, Oliver? You go first. You're on home ground. Mush." He led. She followed. The track was of beaten mud with rain holes. From behind him, the pen torch lit the way. He smelt fox or badger and falling dew. Her hand was on his shoulder. He stopped and turned to her, unable to see her clearly in the darkness, but sensing the caring in her eyes. It's in mine too, he thought. He heard an owl, then a cat, then dance music. An opulent villa appeared high up on the hill to his right, all its lights on, and a flock of cars parked around its drive. Shadows of revellers danced in the windows. "Who's that?" she whispered. "Crooked millionaires." He wanted her terribly. He wished they could take the Orient Express from the old railway station in Istanbul and make love all the way to Paris. And then he remembered that the Orient Express no longer came to Istanbul. A white-winged owl clattered out of the Eleagnis bushes, scaring him out of his wits. He was approaching the gates, Aggie close behind him. The gates were set 15 yards from the track at the foot of a steep tarmac ramp. A sentry box stood one side of them. Security lights shone on them. Heavy chains bound them. Razor wire capped them. On each gatepost, the figures 35 gleamed large and white against a swirling Moorish background. Scurrying across the ramp with Aggie on his heels, Oliver came to a second, humbler entrance for staff and deliveries. 2 steel panel gates, 6 feet high and mounted with spikes for impaling Christian martyrs, barred their way. Behind them lay the back of the villa, a mess of drain pipes, chimney pots and gargoyles. Not a light showed in any of the windows. Aggie inspected the lock with her pen torch, then inserted the gemmy end of the wheel brace into the gap between the gates, tested it, and cautiously withdrew it. An electric wire was protruding from a small hole beside the lock. She licked her finger, put it to the wire, and shook her head. She shoved the wheel brace into Oliver's waistband, placed her back against the wall, and linked her hands, palms upward, across her stomach. "Like this," she whispered. He did as she ordered. She stepped into his hands, but spent no time there. He felt a brief pressure as she ascended, saw her fly over the martyr's spikes and into the stars. He heard a scuffle as she landed, and panic seized him. How do I follow her? How does she get back? A man-gate squeaked and opened. He slipped through the gap. Suddenly he knew the way. A flagstoned alley took them between the villa and the wall. He had played chase games here with Yevgeny's granddaughters. A flying buttress made an arch against the sky. Huge drain pipes lay like old cannon along the path. The children had used them as stepping stones. Oliver led, keeping one hand on the wall for balance. He remembered the glazed corridor to Tiger's penthouse and limping on one shoe. They had reached the front of the villa. In the moonlight, the descending terraces of the garden lay flat as playing cards. At their foot, the wall and gatehouse resembled cut-out ramparts of a children's fort. Aggie put her arms round him and gently recovered the wheel brace. "Wait here," she signalled. He had no choice. She was already sidling along the front of the villa, peering in at the French windows one by one, darting in cat-like bounds, peeking and moving, then freezing again before she peeked. She beckoned, so he began following her, conscious of his clumsiness. The moonlight was like day in black and white. The first window was not familiar to him. The room was bare. Dead flowers were strewn over the floor, old roses, carnations, orchids, bits of silver foil. A pair of battens, nailed crosswise, were propped in one corner. He noticed an extra batten lower down the upright, and remembered the orthodox cross. A painter's narrow trestle stood at the centre, but he saw no brushes or pots. She was signalling, "Come on." He moved to the second window, saw a child's bed and bedside table, reading light, a heap of books, and a small dressing gown hanging from a hook. He moved to the third, and Nelly laughed out loud. Pieces of Yevgeny's precious birchwood furniture stood shoved against the walls. At the centre of the floorboards, in pride of place, the BMW motorbike, like a shrouded Shetland pony, stood sleeping under a dust sheet. Wanting to draw this amusing sight to Aggie's attention, he swung round and saw that she had frozen with her back against the wall and her hands splayed while she repeatedly tipped her head at the window nearest to her, the last. He crept towards her, and remaining on the near side of the same window, peered in. Zoya was sitting in Tinatin's rocking chair. She was wearing a long black dress like an evening gown and black Russian boots. Her hair was taken up in an untidy bun, and her face was an icon of herself, haggard and wide-eyed. She was staring out of the long French window, but with a look so grim and far away that Oliver doubted whether she saw anything at all, except the demons of her own mind. She had a guttering candle on a table next to her, and a Kalashnikov across her knees. Her right forefinger was curled round the trigger. At first, Aggie didn't understand what Oliver was trying to tell her, and he had to mime it several times, first underarm, then overarm, before she dragged the wheel brace from her belt, sank into a crouch, and signed to him to do the same. She held out her arms and made a cradle of them, and Oliver copied her. She tossed the brace the 5 feet or so across the window, and he caught it with one hand, not at all the way she meant him to. In a series of gestures he tried to tell her other things. He tapped his chest and pointed in Zoya's direction, and nodded and stuck his thumb in the air at Aggie in reassurance. We're old buddies. He made slowing down gestures with his palms. We take this softly, softly. He pointed at himself again. It's my show this time, not yours. I'm going in, you're not. He tapped the side of his head, diffidently, to indicate Zoya's possible mental disturbance, then frowned in doubt, tipping his head to right and left, questioning his own vulgar diagnosis. Reverently, he made to embrace himself. I was her lover, she is my responsibility. How much Aggie followed of all this he didn't know, but he guessed by her docility quite a lot, because having watched him closely, she kissed the tips of her fingers and blew the kiss in his direction. Oliver clambered to his feet, and knew that if he had been alone, he would have been afraid and probably at a loss. But thanks to Aggie, he saw things clearly and had no doubt of what to do. He knew that the French windows were of armoured glass, because Mikhail had demonstrated their weight to him, gleefully displaying the reinforced hinges that were needed to bear them, and the locks to hold them. Therefore the improvised jenny was not by any means his first recourse, but more probably his last. What was indisputable was, by handing him the jemmy, Aggie was handing him the job, which was what he wanted. The idea of sending Aggie into battle for him, of Aggie taking a salvo of Kalashnikov bullets for her trouble, and becoming another body on his wrecker's path, was more than he could handle. Armoured glass was one thing. A burst from a high-velocity submachine gun at a range of 6 feet was another. So he wedged the wheel brace, Aggie style, into his own waistband, and in stiff, sideways movements edged himself to the centre of the window, then a little past the centre, so that Zoya could see his face complete in one pane rather than split in two. He rapped on the armoured glass, gently, then vigorously. When her head lifted and her eyes appeared to focus on him, he pulled a winning smile of some sort and called out, "Zoya, it's Oliver. Let me in," loudly enough, he hoped, to penetrate the glass. Slowly she opened her eyes to stretching point, then in a rush of activity began to fuss with the gun on her lap as a prelude to pointing it at him. He slammed his palms on the window and put his face as close to it as he could without becoming a funny man. "Zoya, let me in. I'm Oliver, your lover," he shouted, without, it must be said, any awareness at that moment of Aggie's presence, but he'd have said it anyway. And clearly Aggie would have wished him to say it, because out of the corner of his eye he saw her emphatically nodding her support at him. But Zoya's response was like an animal's when it hears a half-remembered sound. I recognize it, nearly, but is it friend or enemy? She had stood up, uncertainly. He guessed she was short of food, but she was still holding the gun, and having stared at Oliver for a time, she peered sternly round the room, apparently suspecting an ambush from behind, while her attention was being taken up with what was happening out there in front of her. "Can you open the door for me, please, Zoya? I need to come in, you see. Is there a key in the lock? Otherwise we could go round to the front, and you could let us in from there. It's just me, Zoya. Me and a girl. You'll like her. No one else, I promise. Can you try turning the key, perhaps? It's one of those little brass wheels, I seem to remember. It takes 3 or 4 turns." But Zoya still had the gun, and she had brought the barrel round to point it at Oliver's groin, and there was such lethargy in her movement, such despair in her face, such an utter indifference to life or death, that it seemed as likely she might loose it off as not. So there was a long pause, while he remained firmly standing, with Aggie watching him from the wings, and Zoya trying to come to terms with the idea of him again, after all the years of whatever life had done to her in the meantime. At last, with the gun still aimed at him, she took a step forward, then another, till they were standing man to woman either side of the glass, and she was able to examine his eyes and decide what she saw in them. Holding the gun in place with her right hand, she reached out her left and tried to turn the lock, but her wrist was so thin it hadn't the power. Finally she set down the gun, and having straightened her hair in order to receive him, used both hands to let him in, and Aggie straight after him and past him, scooping up the Kalashnikov and tucking it under her arm. "Will you tell me, please, who else is in the house?" she asked Zoya, calmly, as if they'd known each other all their lives. Zoya shook her head. "Nobody." No response. "Where's Hoban?" Oliver asked. She closed her eyes in renunciation. Oliver put his hands under her elbows and drew her towards him. He extended her arms and laid them round his shoulders. Then he gathered her into an embrace, holding her cold body against him, patting her back and rocking her, while Aggie, having checked that the Kalashnikov was loaded, cocked it, and holding it across her body, stole into the hall on the first leg of her inspection of the premises. For a long while after Aggie had gone, Oliver kept Zoya in his arms, waiting for her to thaw and soften and grow warm against him, and her fists to unclasp from the lapels of his jacket, and her head to lift and find his cheek. He felt her heart beating against him, and the trembling in her emaciated back, then the heaving of her ribs as she began to weep in long exhalations, emptying her breast of wave after wave of grief. Her thinness shocked him, but he guessed it was not new to her. Her face was hollowed, and as he lifted her chin and pressed her temple against his cheek, he felt her skin slipping like an old woman's across the bone. "How's Paul?" he asked, hoping that if he could persuade her to talk about her son, he would open the door for other things. "Paul is Paul." "Where is he?" "Paul has friends," she explained, as if this phenomenon distinguished Paul from other children. "They will protect him. They will give him food. They will let him sleep. There will be no funerals for Paul. You wish to see the body?" "Whose body?" "Maybe it is gone." "Whose body, Zoya? My father's body? Have they killed him?" "I will show you." The front rooms of the villa were linked by connecting doors. Clutching his arm with both of hers, she led him past Catherine the Great's furniture and the shrouded motorbike, through Paul's empty bedroom, to the room with the flowers strewn over the floor, and the trestle table at its centre, and the builder's battens nailed in an orthodox cross. "It is our tradition," she said, placing herself beside the table. "What is?" "First we put him in an open coffin. He is prepared by villagers. Here we have no villagers, so we prepare him ourselves. It is hard to dress a body with many bullet holes. Also, the face was affected. However, this was accomplished." "Whose face?" "With the body, we place his favourite objects, his umbrella, his watch, his waistcoat, his pistols. But we keep also his bed for him upstairs. We make also a place for him at table. We eat for him beside a candle. When neighbours come to say goodbye to him, we greet them and we drink for him. But we have no neighbours. We are exiles. It is our tradition to leave a window open so that the soul can depart like a bird. Maybe his soul did this, but the weather was very hot. When the body leaves the house, the clocks are turned 3 times against their natural inclination. The table is turned upside down. All flowers are removed, and the coffin is struck 3 times against the door before it makes its journey." "Mikhail's body," Oliver suggested, and she confirmed this with a series of long, ominous nods. "Maybe we should do that, then," he said, covering his relief with a determined brightness. "Please? Turn the table upside down." It was not possible. After they have gone, I was not strong enough. We're strong enough together. Here, let me do it. Why don't I just collapse it? I remember you are very kind, she said, and smiled admiringly as he folded the legs under the table, pressed them home, and laid the table face downwards on the floorboards. Maybe we should clear up the flowers, too. Where's a broom? We want a broom and a dustpan, that's the best thing. Where do you keep your brushes? The kitchens reminded him of nightingales, high and raftered, and a smell of cold stone. Show me, he said. Like Nadia, she pulled open several cupboards before finding what she was looking for. Like Nadia, she muttered about absent servants. They returned to the front room, and she swept vaguely at the flowers while he held the dustpan for her. Then he took the broom from her and leaned it against the wall, and held her, because her weeping had started again, and this time it seemed to Oliver that the companionship between them had revived her, and her tears were cathartic. And he gave everything he had to tending her. All his feelings and empathy and willpower were beamed at her. It was an essential discipline to think of nothing except gentling her out of her catatonic state and back to life, because to have done otherwise would have been to shove her aside and abandon her to her tears and convulsions, and race back to the second kitchen cupboard from the left, where a brown bag, to match his coat, a carry-on, Nadia had called it, boldly labelled Mr. Tommy Smart in Tiger's handwriting, leaned exhausted among mildewed boots, rubber overshoes, and back numbers of Russian-language newspapers. My father was betrayed by time, Zoya announced, breaking free of him. Also by Hoban. How did that happen? Hoban loves nobody, therefore he has betrayed nobody. When he betrays, he is being loyal to himself. Who has he betrayed apart from you? He has betrayed God. When he returns, I shall kill him. It will be necessary. How has he betrayed God? It is irrelevant. No one may know. Paul likes very much football. Michael liked football too, Oliver said, remembering kickabouts on the lawn, and Michael, with his gun still in his boot, leaping for the ball. How has Hoban betrayed God? It is irrelevant. But you're going to kill him for it. He betrayed God at the football match. I was present. I do not like football. But you went. Paul and Michael will go to the football match. It is arranged. Hoban has obtained the tickets. He has bought too many. Here in Istanbul. It was night. There was a full moon at the Inonu Stadium. Her gaze drifted to the window. She was shivering again, so he gathered her into him. Hoban has obtained 4 tickets. Therefore there is a problem. Michael does not like Hoban. He does not wish Hoban to be in attendance. But if I come also, Michael cannot resist, because he loves me. This also Hoban knew. I have never been to a football. I was afraid. The Inonu Stadium holds 35,000 people. One cannot know them all. At football, there is a half-time. In this half-time, the teams withdraw and discuss. We also discussed. We had bread and some sausage, also for Michael, vodka. Yevgeny does not permit Michael very much vodka, but Hoban has brought a bottle. I am at the edge of the group. Beside me is Paul, and after him Michael. After Michael is Hoban. The lights are too bright. I did not like the lights. And you discussed, Oliver said, softly, leading her. With Paul, we discuss football. He is explaining to me the subtleties. He is happy. It is rare that his father and mother attend such an occasion together. Also, the free Tallinn is discussed. Hoban is proposing that Michael takes a boat ride on the free Tallinn. He is tempting him like the devil. It will be a beautiful journey. From Odessa through the Bosphorus is beautiful. Michael will be so happy. It will be a secret from Yevgeny, a gift to surprise him. And Mikhail agreed to go? Hoban was very subtle with him. Devils are always subtle. He placed the idea in Mikhail's head. He promoted it. But in his conversation he made sure that the idea proceeded from Mikhail. He congratulated Mikhail on his good idea. He turned to me. Mikhail has this great idea. He will sail with the Fritolin. Hoban is wicked. It is normal. That night he was more wicked than normal. Have you told this to Yevgeny or Tinatin? Hoban is the father of Paul. They had returned to the drawing room, and it was evident that Aggie somewhere in her training had acquired nursing skills, because she had made a broth from bouillon cubes and stirred 2 eggs into it, and now she was sitting at Zoya's arm, feeding soup to her, and taking her pulse, and chafing her wrists, and dabbing her face with eau de cologne from the bathroom. And it was inevitable that Oliver should remember Heather on the occasions when he had had one of his galloping temperatures and the shivers. But whereas Heather always got some kind of power kick out of ministering to him, Aggie just seemed to feel responsible for the whole universe, which was pleasing to Oliver, if disconcerting, because until now he had always assumed that he was alone in this regard. He had fetched Tiger's bag, and it had told him nothing except that wherever Tiger was, or wasn't, he lacked a change of clothes. Aggie had disarmed the Kalashnikov and propped it in a corner, and she had brought fresh candles, because, like Oliver, she had an instinct for preserving atmosphere, and didn't want to startle Zoya with the harshness of electric light. "Who are you?" Zoya asked her. "Me? I'm just Oliver's new squeeze," she replied, with a cheerful laugh. "What does that mean, please?" "I'm in love with her," Oliver explained, and looked on while Aggie put a blanket over her and puffed up the pillows she had brought from upstairs and patted more cologne on her brow. "Where's my father?" A long silence followed, in which Zoya appeared to recompose her memory. Suddenly, to Oliver's astonishment, she laughed. "It was preposterous," she replied, shaking her head in amusement. "Why?" "They had brought us Mikhail from Odessa. First they take him to Odessa, then Yevgeny gives them money, so they send him here to Istanbul. The coffin was of steel. It was like a bomb. We bought ice. Yevgeny made a cross. He was demented. We laid him on the table in his coffin in the ice." "Was my father here already?" "He was not here." "But he came here?" She laughed again. "It was a theatre. It was ridiculous. The doorbell rang. There were no maids. Hoban opened the door. He thought it was more ice. It was not ice. It was Mr. Tiger Single in an overcoat. Hoban was very pleased. He brought him to the room and said to Yevgeny, 'See, a neighbour has called after all. Mr. Tiger Single wishes to pay his respects to the man he has murdered.' Yevgeny's head was too heavy for him. He could not lift it. Hoban had to bring your father to him before he would believe." "How? Bring how?" She put her arm behind her back, as high as it would go, then she raised her chin and grimaced in empathetic pain. "So," she said. Then Hoban said, "Shall I take him into the garden and shoot him?" "Where was Paul?" Oliver asked, as an extraneous wave of anxiety for the child seized him. "Thank God he was with Mirsky. When Mikhail's body came, I sent him to Mirsky." "So they took my father into the garden?" "No. Yevgeny says no, don't shoot him. If we are in the presence of the dead, we are also in the presence of God. So they tied him." "Who did?" "Hoban has people. Russians from Russia, Russians from Turkey, bad people. I do not know their names. Sometimes Yevgeny sends them away, but then he forgets, or he is sorry." "And after they tied him, then what did they do with him?" "They made him look at Mikhail on the table. They showed him the bullet holes. He did not like to look. They forced him. Then they gave him a guard and put him in a room. There's a single bed in the attic, Aggie said. It's soaked. With blood? She shook her head and wrinkled her nose. How long did they keep him in the room? Oliver asked Zoya. Maybe 1 night, maybe longer. Maybe 6, I do not know. Hoban is like Macbeth. He has murdered sleep. Where is he now? He meant his father. Hoban is saying all the time, I will kill him, let me kill him, he is a traitor. But Yevgeny has no will, he is destroyed. Better we take him with us, I will speak to him. They bring him down. Somebody has beaten him, maybe Hoban. I put some bandages on him. He is so small. Yevgeny spoke to his honor. We shall take you on a journey. We have chartered a plane. We have to bury Mikhail. His body is not sanitary. You must not resist. You are our prisoner. You must go with us like a man. Otherwise Hoban will shoot you, or throw you out of the plane. I did not hear it. It is what Hoban told me. Maybe it is a lie. Where was the plane going? To Senaki, in Georgia. It is a secret. They will bury him in Bethlehem. Timur from Tbilisi arranges it. It will be a double funeral. When Hoban killed Mikhail, he killed also Yevgeny. It is normal. I thought Yevgeny wasn't welcome in Georgia. It is precarious. If he is quiet, if he does not compete with the mafias, he is tolerated. If he sends much money, he is tolerated. Recently, he has not been able to send much money. Therefore, it is precarious. She gave a great sigh and closed her eyes for a time, then slowly opened them. Soon Yevgeny will be dead, and Hoban will be the king of everything. But he will not be content. As long as there is one innocent man on earth, he will not be content. She gave a beautiful smile. So take care, Oliver. You are the last innocent. Responding to this easing of the atmosphere, Oliver stood up and grinned and stretched and scratched his head and worked his arms around and arched his back, and generally did the things he did when he had been sitting in one position for too long, or was thinking of so many things at once that the motors in his body needed to let off a bit of steam. He asked a few questions, carelessly, like what was Timur's other name, and which day exactly did they fly on, did she remember? And while he was wandering around and taking mental note of her answers, he couldn't resist a little pilgrimage to the BMW in the adjoining room, where he lifted its shroud and smiled at its glistening contours, at the same time establishing, by way of the connecting doorway, that Aggie, with her unflagging solicitude, was making use of his absence to get more soup into her patient. Escaping from her eye-line, he stepped nimbly to the French windows, grabbed the brass knob, and as softly as he dared, turned it until the doors were unlocked. Then he pushed them an inch, proving to his satisfaction that, like the windows in the drawing-room, they opened outwards into the garden. And here he was seized by an almost unbearable sense of guilt, which nearly drove him back to the drawing-room, either to confess what he had done or invite Aggie to come with him. But he couldn't do either of these things, because if he did, he would no longer be protecting her, which, given the dangers of his undertaking, he considered the decent thing to do. Stealthily, therefore, like a schoolboy playing truant, he took another look through the connecting doors, and, having confirmed that Zoya and Aggie were engaged in a conversation of their own, opened the French windows, stole the dust sheet from the motorbike's back, bumped the bike off its stand, mounted it, turned the ignition, pushed the starter button, and with a roar that seemed to rise from the very entrails of his being, flew into the starlit night and across the Conqueror's Bridge on his way to Bethlehem. Chapter 19. Oliver had loved motorbikes ever since Tiger had decreed them lower class. In his sleep he had ridden away on them, awarded them wings and other magic powers. In the village next to Nightingale's, he had ridden behind farmers' boys and tasted the elixir of speed. In adolescence he had dreamed of bare-legged girls riding pillion behind him. But though the ride to Ankara answered many of his most exotic expectations, a resplendent moon, the night firmament, the empty winding road to anywhere, it was haunted by the perils ahead of him, and by those he had left in his wake. He had paused at the Volkswagen only long enough to collect money from the suitcase and scribble a note and wedge it in the wiper blade. "Sorry, didn't feel I could drag you into this. Oliver." This text now struck him as so inadequate that he yearned for some way to pick up the telephone to her, or turn back and explain himself more fully. Their clothes, her cell phone, the single passports, the rest of the money, he had left them undisturbed. He had taken the road to Ankara because he had seen the signpost, and he guessed that the first thing Brock would do when he heard the news was slap a watch on flights from Istanbul. But that did not mean that Ankara was safe, or that he was free to grab a flight from Ankara to Tbilisi. Also, Mr. West had no Georgian visa, and Oliver had a hunch he needed one. But all these cares together were as nothing beside the image he had fixed in his head of Tiger, with his arm twisted up his back, being frog-marched by Alex Hoban, of Tiger beaten, Tiger bleeding, Tiger forced to look at Mikhail's mangled body, Tiger wetting himself in terror while he waited to be carted off to Bethlehem and shot. "He is so small," Zoya had said. At first he kept to the motorway. He had no choice. He rode fast, but the potholes were a constant fear to him. To either side of him flowed black hills, punctuated with satellite high-rise towns, like lighted oil rigs. A tunnel had him. He raced through it, and emerged to see a horizontal blue beam with white lights and numbers spring towards him at head height. It was a toll gate. Somehow he braked in time, tossed a 50 million lira note at an astonished man in a window, and raced on. Twice, perhaps more often, he was stopped at police checkpoints by men in plastic yellow smocks, with silver glitter bands across their chests. Armed with torches, they studied his face and passport for signs of Kurdishness, or some similar disorder. Once, flying blind, he hit a huge pothole, and the bike nearly bucked him off. Once he found himself skidding to a halt at the very lip of an immense ravine. Running out of fuel, he catched a lift, only to discover a filling station 500 yards away, around a corner. But these travails passed by him in a dream, and when he woke, he was standing at the information desk at Ankara Airport, being told that the only way to fly to Tbilisi was to return to Istanbul and pick up a plane that left at 8 p.m. tonight, which was 14 hours away. But Istanbul was where he had left Aggie, and by 8 o'clock tonight Hoban might have put Tiger out of his misery. Then Oliver remembered that he was rich, and had brought some of his riches with him, and that money, Tiger liked to say, was the best general-purpose tool in the world. So he wandered away into the airport's administrative catacombs, and with 5 $100 bills lying on the table between them, spoke slow English to a fat gentleman with worry beads, who finally opened a door and yelled at a menial, who returned with a haggard man in grimy green overalls, with wings on the pocket, whose name was Farouk. And Farouk owned and flew a transport plane that was currently under repair in the hangar, but would be ready in 1 hour, which became 3. And Farouk would accept the charter for a mere $10,000, provided Oliver would not be sick in his plane, or tell anybody Farouk had flown him to Tbilisi. Oliver trailed the idea of Senaki, but Farouk would not be tempted by Senaki, even for an extra $5,000. Senaki too forbidden, too much militaries, Abkhazia make big trouble. With the contract struck, the fat gentleman with worry beads became unhappy. Some deep-rooted bureaucratic instinct told him that things had gone too smoothly and too fast. "You must write paper," he told Oliver, offering him a bunch of aged forms in Turkish. Oliver declined. The fat gentleman hunted for other reasons to detain him, but in the end he gave up. They flew and bumped and scraped over the mountain tops, and for the second part of the journey Oliver providentially slept, and perhaps Farouk did too, for they landed with such a bang at Tbilisi and taxied for such a short distance that it was as if the pilot had pulled out of a sound sleep at the last minute. At Tbilisi airport, a valid entry visa was mandatory, and the law was not to be trifled with. Neither the Field Marshal of Immigration, nor his colleague, the Admiral of Security, nor any of their many aides-de-camp, adjutants and fellow mariners could consider allowing Oliver into the country for less than $500, cash, large bills not accepted. It was by then evening. Oliver took a taxi to Timur's address, which was a doorway with 10 bell buttons to press, and no names in the panels beside the buttons. He pressed one, then another, then pressed all of them at once. But though there were lights in some of the windows, nobody came down to him, and when he shouted, "Timur!" some of the lights went out. He telephoned from a cafe, but in vain. He walked. An Arctic north wind was whipping off the Caucasus and tearing through the town. The wooden houses creaked and rattled like old ships. In side streets, men and women in topcoats and balaclavas huddled round burning car tires for warmth. He returned to Timur's house and pressed the bell buttons again. Nothing. Again he walked, keeping to the centre of the narrow streets, because in the pitch darkness he was suddenly, unreasonably scared. He descended a hill, and to his relief recognised an illuminated gold mosaic doorway that marked the ancient mineral baths. An old woman took his money and showed him to an empty white-tiled room. A skinny man in jockey shorts dunked him in a sulphur bath, stretched him naked on a meat counter, and scoured him with a loofah until he was raw from neck to toe. Burning all over, he went to a discotheque, and having again failed to raise Timur on the telephone, had himself directed to a boarding house that had no name. Though it was only 2 blocks away, the streets were so dark he nearly lost the way. He passed a line of ghostly trolleybuses, and remembered that in Tbilisi, trolleybuses stopped dead whenever there was a power cut, which happened for large parts of each day. He beat on the door and waited, listening to the unfastening of locks. An old man in a dressing gown and hairnet appeared, and spoke to him in Georgian. But Nina's lessons were too long ago. The old man switched to Russian, which was worse, so Oliver laid his hands together and his head on them in simulated sleep. The old man showed him to an attic cell with an army cot in it, and a parchment lampshade with cavorting nymphs, and a piece of army soap and a hand basin, and either a very large face flannel or a very small bath towel. All night long the sirens rose and fell. A fire, a coup, an assassination, or a little girl killed in a car smash and her name is Carmen. Somehow, nonetheless, he slept, with his shirt and pants and socks on, and the rest of his clothes heaped on the bed for extra warmth, and his barked skin aching and itching, and the wind cracking in the wooden eaves, while he longed for Aggie, and feared terribly for Tiger, and in his dreams watched him being led whimpering from one corner of Bethlehem to another, while Hoban and Yevgeny argued about the best place to blow his head off. He woke and discovered he was freezing. He woke again, and he was sweating sulphur. He woke a third time and rang Timur's number, and he answered immediately, the soul of efficiency. A taxi and a helicopter? No problem, Oliver. $3,000 cash. Come round at 10. "Those guys expect you up there?" Timur enquired. "No. Maybe I tell them. That way they don't get nervous." Of all the things Brock might have ordered Aggie to do at that moment, the absolute total worst, she decided, was to sit tight and wait for further instructions. If he had told her to jump in the Bosphorus, if he had uttered one solid word of rebuke, if he had ordered her to present herself, shaven-headed in disgrace and forthwith, at the embassy back door for immediate transportation back to Britain, she might at least have felt some easing of her humiliation. But all she got, in wise, even-tempered Scouse accents, was, "Where are you, Charmian? Are you free to talk to us? So what time did this happen, do you remember?" "Well, stay exactly where you are, please, Charmian, and don't do anything further till you hear from your mother or me." Which was why she had been caged these last 2 hours in a tin-roofed cafe, with empty benches and bare-necked chickens, and a scrofulous yellow dog called Apollo, who rested his chin on her knee and made eyes at her until she bought him another beef burger. "And it's all my own stupid fault," she kept telling herself. It was an accident waiting to happen in slow motion, with my consent, so it did. She'd spotted the motorbike. She'd recognized the signs in him. She'd watched him being solicitous with Zoya, but she knew he was broody. And when she watched him lolloping away like a big silver hare across the moonlit lawn, onto the drive, and out of her sight behind the house, her first thought was, "You impatient bastard. If you'd waited a moment, I'd have been on there with you." But it was a crisis, and Aggie had risen to it as she always did. She did everything she was supposed to do, meticulously and conscientiously, as if she was about to set off on her longest journey ever, which for some reason was how she felt. She ran to the car and read Oliver's note, which duly drove her mad, till she remembered his voice at its least affected, telling Zoya, "I'm in love with her." She phoned Brock's direct number, got Tanby, and gave him the stark minimum in her most dispassionate tones. "Primo's stolen a motorbike and is believed to be heading for Georgia. Further information in 2 hours. Over and out." She ran back to Zoya, whose mood appeared to have been lightened by Oliver's departure, for she was smiling to herself in a self-congratulatory way that in other circumstances could have annoyed Aggie considerably. But Aggie had work to do and promises to keep, if only to herself. She marched Zoya upstairs, stood over her while she washed, and together they found a nightdress and a change of clothes for the morning. Busying herself on Zoya's behalf in this way, Aggie was also obliged to listen to snatches of questionable wisdom about Oliver and herself, which Zoya imparted with the authority of the deranged. Promising to take her advice to heart, Aggie pondered what more she should do for her. A daubed note of Mirsky's home number on the wall beside the telephone provided her with an answer. She dialed and got the Mirsky message machine. She described herself as a friend of Zoya's from New Zealand, who happened to have dropped by, and though she didn't wish to interfere, would it be possible for the Mirskys to give Zoya some fairly urgent attention, like getting her to a doctor and taking her away for a few days? She took the bolt out of the Kalashnikov and put it in her shoulder bag. She went back upstairs to make sure Zoya was in bed. To her pleasure, found her asleep. She jogged back to the Volkswagen. Driving to Istanbul airport, she had been tormented by a fresh nightmare. Had Oliver simply headed east into Turkey's mountainous badland? She put nothing beyond him. At the departures terminal, having returned the Volkswagen to the hire company, she threw a calculated force 12 tantrum of remorse and despair. She put her whole heart into it, which wasn't difficult. She was Charmian West and she was in hell, she told the sensitive-eyed young clerk behind the desk at Turkish Airlines. She showed him her passport and her most appealing smile. She and Mark had been married exactly 6 days, and last night they'd had this awful row about nothing, their first, and when she woke up this morning, there was this note saying he was getting out of her life forever. Tenderly tapping the keys of his computer, the clerk told her what she had feared to be the case. No flight list this morning showed a West departing from Istanbul for anywhere. No reservations list had him leaving later in the day. "All right," said Aggie, meaning not all right at all. Suppose he took a bus to Ankara and flew from there. But here the clerk regretted, rather severely, that Ankara's flight lists were outside the scope of his romanticism. So Aggie withdrew herself from the precincts of the airport to this last-chance cafe, where, with Apollo's participation, she made her promised call to Brock on her cell phone. After which there was nothing to do but wait, and go on waiting, to hear from your mother or me, which was what she was doing now. So what would my real mother say? She who is never happy unless her own interests are being ignored. Do whatever you want with him, Mary Agnes, as long as you don't cause him any harm. And my father, the paragon Scottish schoolmaster. You're a strong girl, Mary Agnes. You'll have to tone down your act a wee bit for Mr. Wright. Her phone was ringing. It was neither her mother nor her father, but the central message exchange in the person of a 15 RPM woman with social pretensions. Following for Archangel. That's me. You have a seat booked for you on the flight to Toy Town. That's Tbilisi. You will be met on arrival. Fall back your local uncle. Alleluia! That's a reprieve. Leaping to her feet, Aggie tossed a wad of money on the table, gave Apollo a last fond embrace, and with joy in her heart set course for the departures terminal. On her way, she remembered the bolt from the Kalashnikov from the clip of ammunition, and just summoned enough common sense to drop them in a rubbish bin before she passed through the X-ray check. Brock stepped into the camouflaged military transport plane at Northolt Airport, feeling he had done all the unimportant things in his life well and all the important things badly. He had arrested Massingham, but Massingham had never been his primary target. He had identified Porlock as the rottenest apple, but lacked the court-proof evidence that would send him down. For that he needed Tiger, and he reckoned that his chances of obtaining him were next to nil. When Brock had cut his deal with Russian and Georgian liaison that morning, it had been agreed that he could have Tiger if the Russians could have Hoban and Yevgeny. Yet the chances of Tiger being alive by the time Brock got to him were, in his private judgment, 0, and what gnawed at his entrails was the knowledge that, in his determination to nail the father, he had sent the son to his destruction too. I should never have put him on a long rein, he told himself. I should have been there myself on the spot, round the clock. As usual, he blamed no one but himself. Like Aggie, he felt he had been shown the obvious signs and drawn none of the obvious conclusions. I was pushing him, but Tiger was pulling him, and Tiger's pull was harder than my push. Only the imminence of battle consoled him, the prospect that, after all the weaving and ducking and backroom calculation, a date and place had been set, the seconds had been appointed, and the choice of weapons agreed. As to the risk he was taking on his own account, he and Lily had discussed this in their devious way, and had agreed that he had no choice in the matter. "There's this young man," he had told Lily on the telephone an hour ago, "and I've put him to a lot of trouble, you see, and I'm not sure that I did right." "Oh, yes. So what's happened to him, Nat?" "Well, he's taken himself for a bit of a walk, you see, and fallen into some bad company on my account." "Then you must go and get him, mustn't you, Nat? That won't do at all. Not a young man." "Yes, well, I thought you'd see it that way, Lily, and I'm grateful," he replied, "because it's not a pushover, if you follow me." "Of course it isn't. Nothing worth doing is. You've always done the right thing, Nat, ever since I've known you. You can't stop now. Not if you're wanting to stay who you are. So you just go off and do it." But she had more pressing matters to discuss with him, for which he loved her dearly. That flighty daughter of the postmistress had run off with Palmer, the builder, leaving his poor wife with all those children to cope with. Lily was going to have a word with young Palmer the next time she saw him. She'd had a good mind to make a special journey to his yard and tell him what she thought of him. And as for that postmistress, throwing her daughter at the richest man in the village, and then sitting there behind her bulletproof counter, thinking nothing can touch her. "Well, you take care now, Lily," Brock warned her. "Young people aren't respectful like they used to be." The snatch team was 8 strong. Aidan Bell said any more would be a crowd, given the liaison problems when they got the other end. "If the Russians bring a howitzer, I shan't be surprised," he predicted grimly. They sat 3 and 4 down the fuselage, dressed in light battle gear and war paint and black track shoes and black balaclavas. "We take the last man aboard when we change ships at Tbilisi," Bell had told them, omitting to mention that the last man was a woman. Brock and Bell sat apart, a high command of 2. Brock wore black denims and a flak jacket, with HM Customs like a medal ribbon over his heart. He had refused a handgun. Better dead than face an internal inquiry about why he'd shot one of his own men. Bell wore flashes of glitter paint on his tunic to mark him as leader, but you only saw them if you were wearing the right goggles. The plane shook and grunted, but seemed to make no progress until they were above the cloud in no man's land. "We'll do the dirty work," Bell growled at Brock. "You handle the social side." Chapter 20. The first thing Oliver noticed as he took his place between the 2 hard-eyed young men in jeans who were waiting at the helicopter pad was tractors. Yellow, agricultural tractors. "If I'm ever short of a yellow tractor or 2, I can always borrow them from Bethlehem, and they'll never notice," he thought, jauntily. He was forcing his thoughts outward. He had sworn to do that. On the approach he had admired the majesty of the mountains. Landing, he had admired the 4 hamlets, the cruciform of the valley, the rim of gold on the snow-caps. Walking, it was the tractors. Look at anything you like, he was telling himself, as long as you look out, not in. Abandoned tractors. Tractors to build new roads that had suddenly stopped being roads and turned into fields again. Tractors to flatten land for housing, lay out irrigation and drainage pipes, break fields, tow away cut timber. Except that there were no new houses. The pipes were stacked, but not laid, and the timber was lying where it fell. Tractors sticking like slugs to their smear trails, tractors peering wistfully upward at the glistening peaks, but idle, not one of them moving anywhere, not by a tremor, relinquished at a stroke to the half-planted vineyards, half-completed pipelines, crashed against invisible buffers, and not a driver anywhere. They crossed a railway track. Weeds poked from the wheels of deserted dump trucks. Goats ambled between the sleepers. It is precarious, Zoya is saying. If he sends much money, he is tolerated. Recently he has not been able to send much money. Therefore, it is precarious. From the doorways of stone cottages, the occupants eyed him malevolently. His escorts were no more friendly. The boy to his left was scarred and elderly in manner. The boy to his right had a limp and was grunting to the rhythm of it. Both carried automatic rifles. Both had the air of belonging to a secret order. They were leading him to the farmhouse, but by an unfamiliar route. Trenches, waterlogged foundations, and a collapsed walkway blocked the old path. Cows and donkeys grazed amid a colony of silent cement mixers. But the farmhouse, when they came upon it, was much as he remembered it. The fretted steps, the oak veranda, the wide-open doors, and the same darkness inside. The boy with a limp gestured him up the steps. Oliver climbed to the balcony, listening to the clump of his feet echoing in the evening air. He knocked on the open door, but no one answered. He stepped into the darkness and stood still. Not a sound. No smells of Tinnatin's cooking. Only a musty sweetness, testifying to the recent presence of the dead. He made out Tinnatin's rocking chair, the drinking horns, the metal stove, then the brick fireplace and the painting of the sad old woman in her battered gesso frame. He swung round. A young cat had sprung from the rocking chair and was arching its back at him, reminding him of Jacko, Nadia's Siamese. He called out, "Tinnatin!" He waited. "Yevgeny!" Slowly a door opened at the back of the room, and a shaft of evening sunlight spread along the floor. At the centre of the shaft he made out the crooked shadow of a goblin. It was followed in the fullness of time by Yevgeny, frail beyond Oliver's worst expectation, wearing bedroom slippers and a fleecy cardigan, and leaning on a stick. White stubble grew where his brown hair had been, and it had spread over his cheeks and jaw in a downy silver dust. The wily old eyes that 4 years ago had twinkled from between double fringes were slashed cavities of dark. And behind Yevgeny, part manservant, part devil, loomed the bland, unblemished figure of Alex Hoban in a white summer jacket and dark blue trousers, and the witch's black box of his portable telephone, dangling like a handbag from his wrist. And perhaps, as Zoya insisted, he was indeed the devil, for like the devil he cast no shadow, until belatedly it placed itself beside Yevgeny's goblin. Yevgeny spoke first, and his voice was as firm and fierce as it had ever been.
"What are you doing here, postboy? Do not come here. You're mistaken. Go home."
And he turned to repeat the order angrily to Hoban, but had no time, because Oliver was speaking. "I came to find my father, Yevgeny. My other father. Is he here?"
"He is here."
"Alive?"
"He is alive. Nobody has shot him. Not yet."
"Then may I greet you?" He moved bravely forward, arms lifted for the embrace, and Yevgeny was about to reciprocate, for he whispered, "Welcome," and raised his hands, before catching Hoban's eye and lowering them again. His head dropped. He shuffled backwards until there was room for Oliver to pass, which Oliver did briskly, refusing to acknowledge the slight, and in his relief at knowing that Tiger was alive, he peered happily and nostalgically around the room until, much later than was somehow natural, his gaze fell on Tinatin, 30 years older, seated in a tall rush chair, with her hands folded on her lap in a cross, and another cross at her throat, and an icon of the Christ child above her, suckling himself at the covered bosom of his mother. Oliver knelt beside her and took her hand. Her face, he noticed, as he moved to kiss her, had been redrawn. New lines ran vertically and diagonally across her forehead and down her cheeks.
"Where have you been, Oliver?"
"Hiding."
"From whom?"
"Myself."
"We cannot,"
she said. He heard a click and peered round. Sauntering to a rear door, Hoban had pushed it open with his fingertips, and, tilting his head to Oliver, was inviting him to follow.
"You will go to him,"
Yevgeny ordered. On Hoban's heels, Oliver crossed a courtyard to a low stone stable, guarded by 2 armed boys of the same unlovely stamp as those who had brought him to the farmhouse. The door was barred with wooden beams dropped into iron brackets.
"Too bad you missed the funeral," Hoban remarked. "How did you find this place? Zoya sent you?"
"No one sent me."
"That woman can't hold her tongue for 5 minutes. Did you invite anybody else to join you?"
"No."
"If you did, we kill your father, then we kill you also. I shall be personally involved in that operation."
"I'm sure you will."
"Did you fuck her?"
"No."
"Not this time, huh?"
He banged on the door.
"Anyone home?" "Mr. Tiger, sir, we brought you a visitor."
But by then Oliver had pushed past Hoban and the guards, and was himself manhandling the wooden bars from their housings. He hammered on the door, then kicked it till it yielded. He called, "Father!" and strode in, smelling sweet hay and horse. He heard a plaintive call, like an invalid waking, and it was followed by a rustle of straw. There were 3 stalls. All had straw in them. From a nail beside the third hung Tiger's brown raglan coat, and in the straw lay his father, half naked on his side, the way Oliver himself lay when he was sad, in black city socks and white underpants, and a filthy blue Turnbull and Assa shirt, with what had once been a white collar, his knees to his chest and his arms round them, and his face blackened with bruises, and his puffy eyes pink from fear of the world into which he had been so recently reborn. He was bound with one chain. It joined his feet, then his hands, then passed to an iron ring embedded in a wooden pillar. He was trying to stand up as Oliver approached, and not quite managing it, and going down again, and on the point of having another try. So Oliver, instead of keeping a respectful distance for fear of towering over him, put his hands under his arms and lifted him the rest of the way, remarking, as Zoya had done, what a lightly made little creature he was, and how skinny under the Turnbull and Assa shirt. He looked into his father's bashed face, and was reminded of Mrs. Watmore's drowned husband Jack, though he knew him only from photographs and hearsay. "In the water for 10 days, she had once confessed to him, and me having to go to Plymouth to identify him." He thought about giving the kiss of life to people you didn't want to kiss. He thought about dead Geoffrey, and he wondered how a man who owned nightingales and a penthouse and a Rolls-Royce coped with being chained hand and foot in a stable with no view and no secretary. "I've seen Nadia," he said, feeling he ought to be bringing news of some kind. "She sends her love." He had no idea why he selected this particular item of news, except that Tiger was embracing him with a fervour that was unprecedented, and some kind of fudged kiss was taking place at an angle between their cautiously averted cheeks, except that no sooner had they achieved it than Tiger pushed him away again, and said, with a hasty practicality designed for Hoban's hearing, "And they reached you all right, wherever you were, did they? Hong Kong or somewhere?" "Yes, they did. Hong Kong. Understood." "I wasn't quite sure where you'd be, you see. You flit about. So
I never know whether you're studying or drumming up business. I suppose that's the prerogative of the young, to be elusive, what?
I should have kept in touch more, Oliver agreed. And to Hoban, take this chain off. My father is coming with us to the house. Seeing that Hoban was smirking contemptuously, Oliver grasped him by the elbow and, watched by the guards, guided him out of earshot. "You're dead in the water, Alex," he told him, on the strength of little except bluff and supposition. "Conrad's going public with the Swiss police. Mirski's cutting a deal with the Turks. Massingham's retired to his deep shelter, and your face is on every wanted list as the man who shot Alfred Windsor. I don't think it's a very good time for you to get fresh blood on your hands. It could be that my father and I are the only bargaining chips you've got left to play with."
"Who are you in this comedy, post boy?"
"I'm a dirty informant. I betrayed you to the British authorities 4 years ago. I betrayed my father and Yevgeny, and the whole shooting match. My masters are just a bit slow about sharpening the knife, but they'll get to you very soon, I promise." There was a delay while Hoban conferred with Yevgeny's household. He returned and gave an order to the guards, who unlocked the chain and looked on while Oliver first sponged his father down with water from a bucket, trying to remember when Tiger had last done this to him when he was a child, then deciding he never had. He dragged Tiger's suit from the hay rack where it had been tossed, and made the best of it before helping him to put it on, leg by leg, arm by arm, then doing up his shoes. In the farmhouse a kind of wakening was underway, or perhaps it was going back to sleep, a restoration of life's comforting routines in the aftermath of death. Under Hoban's sceptical eye, Oliver sat his father in a chair across the fire from Yevgeny's, and poured each a glass of Cuvée Bethlehem from a flagon on the table. And though Yevgeny refused to acknowledge Tiger's presence, preferring to set his gaze firmly at the flames, some tacit complicity obliged them to take their first sip in unison, and, by ignoring one another so intently, to accord each other mutual recognition. And Oliver, observing them, bent every fibre to foster this atmosphere of conviviality, however artificially arrived at. Acting the part that came most naturally to him, the adopted prodigal returned, he lent a hand to Tinatin with paring vegetables, shifted saucepans on and off the flame for her, found candles, matches, set plates and cutlery on the table, and generally deported himself, if not with levity, then with an insistent busyness that was like a spell. "Yevgeny, can I top this up for you?" He could, and earned a muttered,
"Thank you, post boy,"
for his trouble. "It won't be long now, father. How about a bit of sausage to keep you going?" And Tiger, though he was ashamed of his grimy fingernails, woke from his daze, and took a piece, and chewed at it with his bruised mouth, and declared it the best, while he pulled jerky, self-congratulatory smiles, and in the relief of his partial liberation, began to preen himself and follow Oliver round the room with his bruised eyes.
"This place is very clearly Yevgeny's Nightingale's,"
he called out above the clatter. He had a front tooth missing, which made him lisp.
"Yes, indeed,"
Oliver agreed, setting knives.
"You could have told me. I didn't realize. You should have given me advance warning."
"I thought I did, actually.
I like to be informed. A couple of holiday villages wouldn't do it any harm. 4, come to think of it. 1 in each valley."
"Might go very well. 4's a good idea."
"Hotel in the middle, disco and nightclub, Olympic-sized pool."
"Made for it."
"You've tried the wine, I take it?"
Sternly, despite the missing tooth. "Any amount of it."
"Good. What do you make of it?"
"I like it. I'm fond of it."
"You should be. It's palatable. I see an opening for us here, Oliver. I'm surprised you didn't spot it. You know I've always been interested in food and beverages. It's a natural adjunct to our leisure interests. You've seen all those tractors out there, busily doing nothing?"
"Of course." Cutting up flat bread with an ancient guillotine.
"What did you think when you saw them?"
"I suppose I was a bit sad. You should have thought of your father. It's the type of situation where I excel. Bankrupt stock, a defunct enterprise, everything waiting for the creative flair. Buy the plant for a song, apply modern methods, rationalize the infrastructure, quarter the force, turn the whole thing round in 3 years. Brilliant, said Oliver. The banks will love it. Bound to. Good food, good wine, good service, the simple pleasures of life. It's what the next millennium is about. Is that not so, Yevgeny? No answer while Tiger allowed himself another appreciative pull of his cuvée Bethlehem. I'm going to tell old Cat to add this one to the list, he announced once more to Oliver. A perfectly acceptable Cabernet. Little heavy on the tannin. Sips. A few more years in the bottle would help, but up there with the greats, no question. Swallows, ruminates. A blind tasting, that's the trick. Cat'll do it superbly. There'll be a few red faces, I don't mind betting you. I can think of 1 or 2 names right now who rather fancy themselves as connoisseurs. Always good to see the mighty tumble. Another long sip. Rinse the wine round the teeth. Swallow. Smack the lips. We'll need a designer. Have a word with Randy. Get a clever label done. Stylize the bottle. Those long necks always look good. Chateau Argonaut. How's that? The Spaniards won't like it, I'll tell you that for a start. He chuckled. Oh, dear me, no. The Spaniards can do the other thing, Oliver said over his shoulder, while he set the table, at which Tiger burst out clapping in a crazed exhilaration. Spoken like a true Englishman, sir. I was telling Gupta only the other day. There's no more arrogant fellow on earth than a Spaniard when he's above himself. You can have your German, your Frenchman, your Italian. Is that not so, Yevgeny? No answer. Causes a lot of aggravation, the Spaniards have down the centuries, I can tell you. He drank again, bravely setting his little jaw for combat, as his faltering gaze once more sought out Yevgeny, but without success. Undaunted, he slapped a hand on his own knee in inspiration. By goodness me, Yevgeny, I nearly forgot. Tinatin, dear lady, this will delight you no end. Too much bad news about sometimes. One forgets the good news. Oliver's a father. A very beautiful young lady by the name of Carmen. Raise a glass with us, Yevgeny. Alex, you cut a gloomy figure this evening. Tinatin, my dear, to Carmen single. Long life and health and happiness and prosperity. Oliver, I congratulate you. Fatherhood becomes you. You're a bigger man than you were. Carmen. And you shrunk, thought Oliver, briefly furious to have his daughter taken over and paraded in this way. You have revealed the full scale of your immense, infinite nothingness. At the brink of death you have nothing to plead but your stupefying triviality. But none of this was detectable in Oliver's behaviour. Agreeing, encouraging, raising his glass to Tinatin, though not to Hoban, stepping blithely between the kitchen and the table and the 2 old men seated at the fire, he was bent solely upon creating a mood of circumspect good fellowship. Only Hoban, nursing his witch's telephone, and seated on a bench between 2 sullen cohorts, showed no sign of entering the spirit of the party. But his embittered, brooding presence could not discourage Oliver. Nothing could. The magician was coming alive, the illusionist, the eternal pacifier and deflector of ridicule, the dancer on eggshells and creator of impossible karma, was answering the call of the footlights. The Oliver of the rain-swept bus shelters, children's hospitals and Salvation Army hostels was performing for his life, and Tiger's, while Tinatin cooked, and Yevgeny half listened, and counted his misfortunes in the flames, and Hoban and his fellow devils dreamed their sour mischief, and pondered their dwindling options. And Oliver knew his audience. He empathized with its disarray, its stunned senses and confused allegiances. He knew how often in his own life, At its absolutely lowest moments, he would have given everything he had for one lousy conjurer with a stuffed raccoon. Even Yevgeny, little by little, was unable to withstand his magic.
"Why did you not write to us, postboy?"
he called, reproachfully, from beside the fire, when the prodigal had once more replenished his glass. And another time,
"Why did you give up our beloved Georgian?"
To both of which questions Oliver replied disarmingly that he was but flesh. He had been unfaithful, but he had learned the error of his ways. And from these seemingly innocent exchanges, a kind of madness grew, a shared illusion of normality. The food ready, Oliver summoned everyone to the table, and placed Yevgeny, unprotesting, at its head. For a while the old man sat there, head down, lowering at the food. Then, as if the sight had restored him, he hauled himself upright and clenched his fists and braced his broad chest and bellowed for more wine. And it was Hoban, not Oliver, whom Tinatin dispatched to fetch it.
"What must I do with you, postboy?"
Yevgeny demanded, as tears appeared at the corners of his nearly vanished eyes.
"Your father killed my brother. Tell me."
But Oliver, with perilous sincerity, contradicted him. "Yevgeny, I am truly sorry that Mikhail died, but my father didn't kill him. My father's not a traitor, and I'm not the son of one. I don't understand why you're treating him like an animal." He shot a covert glance at Hoban, seated impassively between his uneasy protectors, and Oliver noticed that his telephone was nowhere in sight, which led him to the happy thought that Hoban had run out of friends or spells. "Yevgeny, I think we should enjoy your hospitality and leave with your blessing as soon as it's light," he said. And Yevgeny seemed disposed to sympathize with this suggestion, until Tiger, unable to resist hogging the conversation, ruined the moment. "Let me handle this one, if you don't mind, Oliver. Our hosts, largely, I suspect, encouraged by our friend Alex Hoban here, take a rather different view. No, don't interrupt me, please. Their position being that since I have delivered myself into their hands, they are in a twofold position of advantage. One, not while I'm speaking, Oliver, thank you. One, to persuade me to sign everything over to them, which is what they have been demanding for months. Two, to take vengeance for the killing of Mikhail on the totally erroneous grounds that I, with the connivance of Randy Massingham of all people, am the author of it. Nobody, no member of my house or family, is in the remotest way guilty of such an act. However, as you see for yourself, my denials have so far fallen on deaf ears." Which in turn prompted Hoban to restate the charge, even if his awful voice lacked something of its customary arrogance. "Your father fucked us all ways up," he declared. "He cut a side deal with Massingham. He cut a deal with your British secret police. Killing Mikhail was part of the deal. Yevgeny Ivanovich wants vengeance, and he wants his money." Yet again Tiger blundered recklessly into the gap, using Oliver as his jury. "That is the most utter nonsense, Oliver. You know as well as I do that I have long regarded Randy Massingham as a bad apple, and if I am at fault at all in this matter, which I contest, it is because I have been too soft on Randy for too long. The axis of conspiracy is not between Massingham and myself, but between Massingham and Hoban. Yevgeny, I beg you to assert your authority here." But Oliver, the grown man, had already cut him short. "Tell us, Alex," he suggested, with no more emphasis than if he were seeking enlightenment on some semantic point. "When did you last watch a game of football?" Yet Oliver felt no enmity towards Hoban as he asked this. He did not see himself as some shining knight or great detective unmasking the evildoer. He was a performer, and for a performer the only enemy is the one who doesn't clap. His overriding aim was to magic his father out of here, and say sorry to him if he felt it, though he wasn't sure he did. He needed to dab the bruises from his father's face, and get him a tooth job, and put a pressed suit on him, and shave him, and deliver him to Brock. and after Brock to sit him behind his half-acre desk in Curzon Street, to set him on his feet, but say, "There you are, you're on your own, we're quits." Beside these concerns, Hoban was an incidental nastiness, the consequence and not the origin of his father's folly. So he told it without histrionics, calmly, much in the way Zoya herself had told it to him, right down to the sausage and the vodka at half-time, and little Paul's pride at having both his parents there, and Mikhail's mistrust of Alex, which Zoya's presence fatally overcame. He spoke reasonably, never lifting his voice or pointing a finger, but preserving with all the vocal tricks he knew the glass-like delicacy of the illusion. And as he spoke, he was able to watch the truth gradually descend on them, on Hoban, white-faced, immobile, and calculating, and on Hoban's uneasy consorts, on Yevgeny, made strong again by Oliver's ministrations, on Tinatin, as she rose to her feet and glided away to the darkness, trailing her hand along her husband's shoulders to reassure him as she passed, and on Tiger, who was hearing him from within a cocoon of faked superiority, while his fingers absently explored the outlines of his battered face, reassuring himself of his restored identity. And when Oliver had completed his account of the football match and given time for its significance to resonate in Yevgeny's memory, he was so moved by his own call to honesty that he was halfway to tossing aside all strategy and confessing to his own betrayals also, to the assembly at large, and not just Hoban. But mercifully, a number of extraneous happenings were on hand to deflect him from this rash course. First came the unexpected drone of a helicopter passing overhead, the distinctive gub-gubbing noise of twin rotaries. It faded, and nothing more was heard until a second followed. And though nowhere in the world is silent any more, and helicopters and other powered aircraft are nightly visitors to the mysterious Caucasus, Oliver felt enough hope stir in him at the sound of them to be disappointed by their passing. Hoban was protesting, of course. Ranting was a better word, but he was protesting in Georgian, and Yevgeny was gainsaying him. Also Tinatin had returned from whatever corner of the house she had retired to, and she was carrying a handgun, of the same design, it appeared to Oliver, as the one that Mirsky had offered him in Istanbul. But this event was in turn overtaken by the rush of Hoban's two companions to escape the room, one by the main door to the veranda, and the other by way of a window between the fireplace and the kitchen. Both skidded and collapsed on the floor before they reached their goals. Immediately after these events, the reason for them became apparent, namely that dark figures had been entering the room at the same time as the two men were trying to leave it, with the result that the dark figures, with their dark instruments, won the day. But still nobody had spoken or fired an audible shot, until the room lit up and exploded to one finite and incontrovertible bang, not of a thunderflash or a stun grenade, but of Tinatin's handgun, which she was directing at Hoban with great competence, using both hands in a golf professional's grip. And the effect of this piece of home magic was that Hoban was now wearing a big bright ruby at the centre of his forehead, and his eyes were wide open in surprise. And while this was going on, Brock was taking Tiger into a corner and advising him, in the simplest and most energetic Merseyside phrases, of the unhappy course his life would follow if he did not pledge his unstinted cooperation. And Tiger was hearing him, as he would say, hearing him with respectful attention, with his hands to his sides, and his shoulders dropped, and his eyebrows raised for greater receptivity. "What am I seeing?" Oliver wondered. "What am I understanding now that I didn't understand before?" The answer was as clear to him as the question, that he had found it, and it didn't exist. He had arrived at the last, most hidden room of his search. He had prized open the most top-secret box, and it was empty. Tiger's secret was that he had no secret. More men were pouring through the windows, and clearly they were not Brock's, because they were Russian, and shouting in Russian, and they were led by a bearded Russian, and it was this bearded leader who, to Oliver's disgust, hit Yevgeny across the side of the head with some kind of blackjack, causing copious bleeding. but the old man seemed scarcely to notice or care. He was on his feet, his hands bound behind him with some kind of instant tourniquet, and it was Tinatin who was screaming at them to leave her husband alone, although Tinatin couldn't do much to help either, because they had disarmed her and thrown her face downward to the ground, and she was seeing everything sideways, from boot level, where, to his astonishment, Oliver now joined her. Stepping forward to remonstrate with Yevgeny's bearded assailant, he felt his feet being kicked from under him. His head flew over his feet, and the next thing he knew he was lying on his back on the floor, and a steel-hard heel was being driven so viciously into his stomach that the lights went out, and he thought he was dead. But he wasn't, because when the lights came on again, the man who had kicked him was lying on the ground, clutching his groin and groaning, and he had been put there, as Oliver quickly deduced, by Aggie, brandishing a submachine gun and wearing a panther suit and Apache war paint. Indeed, he might not have recognized her, had it not been for her rich Glaswegian accent, delivered with schoolmarmish emphasis. "Oliver, on your feet, please. Stand up, Oliver. Now!" And when that had no effect on him, she flung down her weapon and part hauled him and part willed him to his feet, where he stood swaying and worrying about Carmen, and whether all the shouting was going to wake her up.
That was Single and Single by John le Carré, read by Jayston.